गंतव्य के लिए भी उनके आंखों के सामने जो गंतव्य था वही हमारा गंतव्य है। हम संघ के लोग तो वही काम करते हैं। इस देश के वैभव संपन्नता के लिए काम करने वाले सब लोगों को हम कहते हैं कि वो संघ का ही काम कर रहे हैं, जो प्रामाणिकता से, निस्वार्थ बुद्धि से भारतवर्ष के परम वैभव संपन्नता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। भारतवर्ष का विश्व में जो अवदान अपेक्षित है, जिसके बारे में जो अमृत वचन आपने सुना, उसमें स्पष्ट उल्लेख है, सुभाष बाबू ने ही कहा है, वो अवदान भारत विश्व में दे सके ऐसा उसको बनाना। वैभव संपन्न यानी आज की व्याख्या नहीं, अमेरिका भी वैभव संपन्न है, चाइना भी कहता है वो वैभव संपन्न है। ऐसा नहीं, हमारा वैभव क्या है? भौतिकता केवल हमारा वैभव नहीं, सब प्रकार की भौतिकता में अग्रणी रहकर भी संपूर्ण दुनिया का गुण वैभव बढ़ाना, संपूर्ण दुनिया में सुख शांति लाना, संपूर्ण दुनिया को स्वातंत्र्य देकर भी समता लाना, उसके लिए आवश्यक बंधुभाव को पैदा करना, ये करने वाला भारत वो वैभव संपन्न भारत है। ऐसा भारत खड़ा करना ये गंतव्य है। सुभाष बाबू ने भी वही बताया अमृत वचन में। भारत क्या है? भारत एक अमर राष्ट्र है। क्यों? भारत का प्रयोजन कभी समाप्त नहीं होता। भारत के होने का जो कारण है प्रकृति में, वो समाप्त नहीं होता। भारत सारी दुनिया को धर्म देता है, रिलीजन नहीं, धर्म एक अलग बात है। संपूर्ण दुनिया को एक रखने वाला, उसको उन्नत करने वाला, सृष्टि के पर्यावरण के साथ उसको चलाने वाला, मानव की उन्नति के साथ साथ संपूर्ण सृष्टि की उन्नति साधने वाला, इसके लिए आवश्यक संयम, इसके लिए आवश्यक व्यवहार का संतुलन दुनिया को सिखाने वाला जीवन, वो धर्म दुनिया को देने वाला भारत, वो धर्म नित्य आवश्यक रहता है। आज की स्थिति में जो हम देखते हैं, सारी दुनिया भारत की ओर नजर गड़ाकर खड़ी है। उस प्रयोजन को संपन्न करने का समय है। उसी प्रयोजन को सिद्ध करने के लिए अपना काम है, संघ का काम है। और इसलिए अच्छे पक्के सच्चे हिंदू को हम गढ़ते हैं, क्योंकि ये अगर करना है तो प्रयत्नों की दिशा क्या होगी? कल मेरे हाथ में यहां की एक पुस्तक लग गई, तरुणेर स्वप्न। नेताजी ने कहा है कि 1924 तक मेरे जो विचार है इस पुस्तिका में मैंने संग्रहित किए हैं। और कलकत्ता में 1928 में जो कांग्रेस अधिवेशन हुआ, जिसमें डॉक्टर साहब भी आए थे और नेताजी और उनकी चर्चाएं हुई थी, उस अधिवेशन में इस पुस्तक का प्रकाशन हुआ। उस पुस्तक में नेताजी ने जो कहा, वो पढ़ के मुझे लगा कि यही तो रास्ता हमारे लिए है, यही तो दिशा हमारी बताई गई है। हम दूसरा क्या कर रहे हैं? नेताजी ने कहा, भारतवर्ष पृथ्वी का छोटा रूप है। वो बांग्ला पुस्तक है, मैंने हिंदी अनुवाद कर लिया उसमें। नेताजी कहते हैं, भारतवर्ष पृथ्वी का छोटा रूप है, संसार की सारी समस्याएं भारतवर्ष में विद्यमान है, अतः भारत की समस्याओं के समाधान का अर्थ ही है संसार की समस्या का निराकरण। आज के विश्व को उसके समस्याओं से राहत देकर सुख शांति युक्त नई दुनिया खड़ा करने का दायित्व और उसकी क्षमता भारत में है। भारत को ये करना है, ये सुभाष बाबू बता रहे हैं। लेकिन ये करना है तो क्या करना होगा? हमको कुछ हमारे दुर्गुण छोड़ने पड़ेंगे। वो दुर्गुण क्या है? सारांश में अगर कहना है तो नेताजी कहते हैं, जिस दिन भारत पराधीन हुआ उसी दिन से ही भारत ने समष्टिगत साधना को भूलकर व्यक्तित्व विकास में अपनी संपूर्ण शक्ति का प्रयोग किया है। राष्ट्र को छोड़कर व्यक्तित्व की सार्थकता नहीं है। इस बात को आज सबको हृदयंगम करना होगा। यानी हम लोग अपनी अपनी उन्नति की सोचते हैं। मेरा ठीक हो, मेरे परिवार का ठीक हो, मेरे देश का ठीक हो नहीं सोचते। कोई अपना छोटा समूह बना लेते, अपनी जाति का ठीक हो, अपने प्रांत का ठीक लो, अपने पंथ संप्रदाय का सब ठीक चले, लेकिन देश का ठीक चले ये नहीं सोचते। ऐसा करना हमने छोड़ दिया। हमारा पराधीनता का समय वहीं से प्रारंभ होता, क्योंकि हम अपने एकात्म स्वरूप को भूल गए। अनेक पंथ संप्रदाय, अनेक जाति उपजाति, अनेक देवी देवता, अनेक खान पान रीति रिवाज, भूगोल अनेक प्रकार का, लंबा चौड़ा विविध प्रकार के मनुष्यों से भरा हुआ ये देश, उनके मतांतर भी विविध है। ये सब होने के बावजूद प्राचीन समय से हम एक भारत है। महाभारत काल के इतिहास के पश्चात समय के किसी क्षण पर हम इसको भूल गए। इसलिए हम क्या है भूल गए, तो हमारे कौन है हम भूल गए, और इसलिए आपस में लड़ पड़े। हमारी गुटबाजी का लाभ आक्रामकों ने लिया। हमको ये सारी संकुचित भावनाएं छोड़ देनी चाहिए। मैं हूं, मेरा परिवार है, मेरी जाति, मेरा पंथ संप्रदाय, मेरी भाषा, सब है। इसको ठीक रखना है, परंतु इसको ठीक किस लिए रखना है? सबसे ऊपर मेरा देश है, सबसे ऊपर भारत माता की। रोज संघ में हम प्रार्थना करते हैं, भारत माता की जय। प्रारंभ होता है नमस्ते सदा वत्सले मातृभूमि। भगवान को नमस्कार दूसरे नंबर पर है, पहले नंबर पर भारत माता का नमस्कार, और प्रार्थना का अंत भी भारत माता की जय से। देशार्चन, देश के लिए गुणवान होना, देश को सारे गुणवत्ता का अर्पण करना, जो मेरा है वो देश के लिए देना, देश को मानना, अपने देश को बनना, अपने देश को बनाना। हम स्वयं बने भारत के प्रतिरूप, हम मूर्तिमान भारत का आचरण बने। ये साधना करनी पड़ती है। नेताजी कहते हैं इसकी आवश्यकता है, वो हमने छोड़ दिया, इसलिए ये गुलामी हम झेल रहे हैं। और फिर नेताजी कहते हैं कि इसके लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? यदि नए भारत का निर्माण करना है तो एक तरफ सच्चे मनुष्य का निर्माण करना होगा, एवं साथ ही साथ इस तरह का उपाय करना होगा जिसके द्वारा हम विभिन्न क्षेत्र में संघबद्ध रूप से कार्य करना सीखें। संघ क्या है हम बता दें। हमारा सामान्य स्वयंसेवक भी नए व्यक्ति को बताता है, देखो भाई संघ मनुष्य निर्माण का काम है, व्यक्ति निर्माण का काम है। बहुत से लोग कहते हैं आप और काम क्यों नहीं करते, क्या है हाथ ऊपर हाथ नीचे, इससे क्या होने वाला है, रोज शाखा में जाके और कुछ करते। अरे भाई यही तो काम है सच्चे मनुष्य का निर्माण। सुभाष बाबू ने बताया, उसकी साधना करनी पड़ती है, उसकी आदत बनानी पड़ती है। मनुष्यता बुद्धि से सबको समझ में आती है, मन से सबको मान्य होती है, लेकिन मनुष्यता का व्यवहार करने के लिए सब मोह आकर्षण छोड़कर, स्वार्थ छोड़कर, जब जैसा चाहिए वैसा वर्तन करना, इसकी आदत लगानी पड़ती है। और इसलिए वो करना और सबको साथ लेकर चलना, सबने साथ मिलकर करना। हाथ ऊपर हाथ नीचे वगैरह करो, लेकिन सब लोग एक साथ करो। आज आपने जो प्रात्यक्षिक किए और अच्छे करने चाहिए, उसके लिए अभ्यास करना पड़ता है, रोज शाखा आना पड़ता है। बहुत सरल है, इसलिए समय पर आके कर दिए ऐसे नहीं होता है। सामान्य उठना बैठना भी आदत में आ जाए तब ठीक होता है। उत्कृष्ट रूप से सब मिलकर काम करना सीखे। सुभाष बाबू के शब्दों में विभिन्न क्षेत्र में संघबद्ध रूप से कार्य करना, यही संघ है, यही आदत है। और आगे सुभाष बाबू कहते सच्चे मनुष्य का निर्माण का प्रयास हमारे भारतवासी किसी दिन भूले नहीं, किंतु हम भूल गए थे कलेक्टिव साधना या सामूहिक साधना। हम भूल गए थे कि राष्ट्र को छोड़कर जो साधना की जाती है उस साधना की कोई सार्थकता नहीं। ये सब क्यों करना है? संघ में ये सब हम क्यों करते? संघ का नाम बड़ा करने के लिए नहीं करते। हमको संपूर्ण समाज को ही ऐसा बनाना है। समाज में अलग संगठन नहीं करना है, पूरे समाज को इन आदतों से परिपूर्ण करना है। हमारा कोई स्वार्थ नहीं है, हमको कोई चुनाव जीतना नहीं है, हमको लोकप्रियता भी नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन सुभाष बाबू जैसे लोगों ने बताया है कि दूसरा रास्ता नहीं है, इसलिए ये साधना हम करते। और केवल हम करते नहीं, हमको इसको सबसे करवाना है। संघ का नाम हो ना हो, तेरा वैभव अमर रहे मां, हम दिन चार रहे न रहे, इस भाव को मन में लेकर हम अपने कार्य का विस्तार करें। और आगे नेताजी कहते हैं कि प्रत्येक राष्ट्रीय प्रतिष्ठान की उत्पत्ति देश की ऐतिहासिक धारा, चिंतन, आदर्श और नित्य नैमित्तिक जीवन की आवश्यकताओं से होती है। तो हमारा ये जो चला है प्रतिष्ठान, वो ऐसे ही चला है। देश की ऐतिहासिक धारा को हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। ऐतिहासिक चिंतन, सारे चिंतन का सारांश लेके हम चल रहे हैं। इसलिए हमको सुभाष बाबू के कहने में भी संघ मिल जाता है, रविन्द्रनाथ के कहने में भी संघ मिल जाता है, स्वामी विवेकानंद के कहने का एक्सटेंशन ही हम अपने आप को मानते हैं। ऐसा इसलिए होता है कि विचार के मामले में हमने कुछ नई बात कही नहीं। हमारे देश के लिए प्रामाणिकता से, निस्वार्थ बुद्धि से काम करने वाले सब लोगों ने जो अलग अलग शब्दों में कहा है, स्वतंत्रता के बाद के डॉक्टर वर्गीस कुरियन या डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम से लेकर तो हमारे स्वतंत्रता के पहले के सारे स्वातंत्र्य योद्धा ने जो कहा है सारांश में, उसी विचार को लेकर हम उसके अनुसार व्यवहार करने की गुणवत्ता उत्पन्न कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये देश के लिए आवश्यक है। ऐसा हमारे सब मनीषियों ने बताया है। सुभाष बाबू ने भी यह कहा है, और केवल कहा नहीं, उन्होंने वही किया। उस समय का एक काम था देश के स्वतंत्रता के लिए लड़ाई, लेकिन इस लड़ाई को करते करते उन्होंने भारत के मनुष्यों में कैसे कैसे मनुष्य उत्पन्न किए, वो अकेले नहीं, उन्होंने अकेले ने अपने सहयोगी अपने जैसे खड़े किए, जो आजीवन इस व्रत का निर्वाह करते रहे। एक दीप से जला दूसरा, जलते दीप अनेक, ऐसे उनके आजाद हिंद फौज की अवस्था हो गई। ऐसे उनके स्वातंत्र्य के संघर्ष की ज्योति सबके हृदय में पनपी। हमको यही करना है। स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त हुई, उसमें स्व का तंत्र लाना है। देश की ऐतिहासिक धारा, देश का ऐतिहासिक चिंतन, उसके अनुसार हम सबके जीवन की पुनर्रचना होनी है। उसके लिए आवश्यक गुणवत्ता और उसके लिए आवश्यक संगठितता, एकात्मता समाज की खड़ी करनी है। ये बहुत बड़ा काम है। देश के लिए मरना था, हंसते हंसते बलि चढ़ गए सुभाष बाबू जैसे लोग। अभी मरने का समय नहीं, लेकिन देश के लिए कण कण तिल तिल प्रतिक्षण जीना पड़ेगा। स्वतंत्र हो गए इसलिए काम पूरा नहीं हुआ, स्वाधीनता आ गई। अब राज्य करने वाला अंग्रेज नहीं है, अब हम ही लोग राज्य कर रहे हैं अपने प्रतिनिधियों के द्वारा। लेकिन ऐतिहासिक धारा और चिंतन के अनुसार स्वतंत्र भारत का अपना रूप, जो सारी दुनिया के लिए एक मानक बन सके, सुख शांति को प्राप्त करने का नया रास्ता दे सके, ऐसे भारत को गढ़ना है। तो प्रतिक्षण उसी समर्पण भाव से, उसी देशभक्ति के भाव से, उसी अनुशासन को जीवन में धारण करते हुए और उसी प्रकार सबको जोड़ते हुए हम सबको आगे बढ़ना है। ये काम हमारे सामने है। इसलिए प्रतिवर्ष छोटे बड़े कार्यक्रम करके कभी लोगों के सामने, कभी अपनी शाखा में, अपने बौद्धिक मंडप में हम नेताजी का स्मरण करते हैं। उसी भाव से आज भी हम सब लोग उनके जीवन का स्मरण करें, उनके कहे का, उनके किए का अध्ययन करें, तो उसमें से हम एक दिव्य मनुष्य बन जाएंगे और भारतवर्ष के उन्नति का रास्ता प्रशस्त होगा और संपूर्ण दुनिया को राहत देने वाला एक उपाय दुनिया में खड़ा होगा। एक पंथ में तीन काज सदा देने वाला नेताजी का पुण्य स्मरण उनकी जन्म जयंती पर हम करते रहे और उस स्मरण के अनुसार अपने आप को गढ़ते रहे। इतना एक अनुरोध मैं आपके सामने रखता हूं और मेरे विचार को यहां विराम देता हूं।
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
In the battle between content and landing, the nation decides. Republic is the winner. Slice and dice, landing channels run for cover. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
The police have recovered 6 handmade bombs under a bridge in Assam's Sonitpur district. A joint patrol team of the army. However, the bombs were later defused.
Massive protest was called out by Pancham Sali Lingayat community in order to demand reservation.
Gilgit-Baltistan, where Pakistan forces are facing protest from locals for installation of forces camp in the area. The locals not allow frontier corps or park rangers to occupy their land.
Massive protest was called out by Pancham Sali Lingayat community in order to demand reservation in 2A category. They demand a reservation in education and in government jobs as well. Protests have now started moving from this location and now they will be going to Vidhan Sauda. Now Vidhan Sauda is 20 kilometers away from this location. Massive crowd is out here. They are leading towards Vidhan Sauda.
35.2% across India, 35% across English markets, 46% across super prime time, 43% across urban India. Channels that spend crores lose to content. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
French killer Charles Sobraj was ordered to be released from jail in Nepal because of poor health. In his first trip outside Ukraine since the Russian invasion, Zelensky lands in the United States. Biden welcomes him. 3 cases of Omicron subvariant BF7. 2 cases have been reported from Gujarat, while 1 case from Odisha.
They spend crores on forced landing. But money can't buy you viewers' trust. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Now, after a video of a heated argument between a passenger and an air hostess in Indigo's Delhi-bound international flight went viral, the airline has taken cognizance of this matter.
The Telangana Health Director Srinivas on Wednesday attributed the reduction in coronavirus cases in the country to Jesus Christ. TMC has mocked the Prime Minister's attire on his visit to Shillong. The Prime Minister was wearing a traditional Meghalaya outfit. Yet another Hindu temple targeted in Australia, third in the last 11 days.
तुलसीदास जी ने जो रामचरित मानस लिखा है उसमें कुछ अंश ऐसे हैं जो जाति सूचक शब्दों का प्रयोग करते हुए, वर्ण विशेष को नाम इंगित करते हुए अपमानजनक टिप्पणियां की, उस पर हमें एतराज है।
Massive anger among the Hindu community after RJD minister SP leader insults Ramcharitmanas. Big boost to Indian Navy. 5th Scorpion class submarine INS Vagir commissioned today. 21 Andaman Islands to be named after Paramveer Chakra awardees. Prime Minister to be present virtually. Ten dead, 10 critical in California shooting. Suspect reported to be dead. India's dreams of winning the Hockey World Cup come to an end as New Zealand make it through in the penalty shootout. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma with you. And we are getting breaking news right now coming in from Australia's Melbourne. In another shocking incident, a third Hindu temple has been vandalized in just a matter of days, within 2 weeks. In fact, it's been just a little over 2 weeks with Hindu hate and pro-Khalistan graffiti in Melbourne's Albert Park. Now, this is the ISKCON temple, also known as the Hare Krishna temple, and is a well-known center of the Bhakti Yoga movement in Melbourne. In the early hours of Monday morning, that's this morning itself, temple management woke up to find the walls of the revered temple vandalized with this graffiti that you see on your screens. This is the third such attack in just 11 days. And news coming in from Melbourne. And joining me now is Arjun Sakhadas, a manager and resident monk at in Australia, and also with us is my colleague Sandeep Fogart, live from Melbourne. So first of all, coming to you, Mr. Das, as a manager and resident, tell us in detail about what happened. We are seeing visuals of the walls being desecrated, but we'd like to know more.
So basically, today, Monday morning, our day started with this horrible news. 4:15, I was informed by another priest who came half an hour before me to begin the worship of the day, and he saw these horrible messages right at the entrance of our temple, and it was very scary for him because he's the first person and someone who is alone at the temple in those early hours. He was very fearful, shocked to the core that what's inside now, because he's coming from outside. I live within the temple campus, but he was coming from outside, and there was quite a bit of fear, that what he's going to experience within the property. But luckily, the damage was only to the walls outside. Nothing, no internal damages were done by these. Hard to say who these people are, but from the look of it, all these separatists or pro-Khalistani people. And that's where the news broke to us. And then tons of messages started flowing from the community because our first morning worship starts at 4:30 a.m. And then whoever was visiting the temple, their day started with this painful messages, basically defaming India. Yeah, that's how it started, basically.
Is this your first such experience of, this kind of an attack? Because we in India know that this is the third such attack in just a matter of over 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, as part of Hindu community, we were very much concerned because we knew 2 of our other temples, Hindu temples, have been attacked. And we were vigilant because our temple here in Melbourne is a very famous one and it's one of the oldest one as well. So we had some fear in us that maybe we are next in the target, and that's what happened. lo and behold, today morning we woke up with this news. Pretty much, the community woke up with this news. So for us, technically speaking, at our property,
Meanwhile,
this
as
is the
far as
first
the
one.
authorities,
Sorry.
please continue, sir. Please continue.
No, and I was just finishing that. As far as us, for us, this is the first incident, and we want some action to be taken, basically, from the local authorities.
And so, when we talk about the authorities, in the earlier cases too, how cooperative were they? Have you approached them once again? What is your next step? And also, well, just a brief overview of the situation inside now as well.
So morning, because here in Melbourne it's 6 p.m. So around 9 a.m. or 9:30, I contacted the local police and informed them that the property has been damaged, basically, and they were very supportive. They assured us that quick actions will be taken. I have received calls from the officer who is appointed for this case. Hopefully, they'll be soon here at the property to check and search around and access basically more CCTV footages from the nearby residents and get some hint as to who these goons were who damaged the property.
Well, many thanks, Mr. Sakhadas, for joining us there and for sharing your terrible ordeal. And as we've been telling our viewers, is the third Hindu temple that has been targeted in Australia within a period of just over 2 weeks. And as of now, the authorities have been informed, as our guest was telling us from Melbourne. Many thanks, sir, for joining us. And
thank you.
Joining me now is Sandeep Fogart, my colleague from Melbourne once again. Sandeep, we were just listening to Arjun Sakhadas, temple manager and priest, and he spoke about the shock, the horror and the fear that the management, the priests there were faced with when they saw these slogans. Give us a sense of the situation now, an overview rather, the kind of reactions that are coming in. We've heard that it's been the news has spread across social media, and it happened at around 4-6 a.m. The authorities have also been alerted.
Definitely, there is a fear amongst the Indian who are living here in Melbourne, because they go to the temple, they worship. Some people go every morning, and as Arjun mentioned, so one of the person who go early morning every day, he was in fear because he don't live inside. He has to go inside. He has to go to the temple in the morning, and the kind of situation he's going through now after looking at these slogans, because nobody think about these kind of slogan and these kind of hatred on a religious place, because people go there for peace, and just to devote. So nobody expected these kind of behavior, but definitely Hindu community is saddened and shocked with these kind of vandalism act by these Khalistani or whoever is doing it. Definitely authorities, as Arjun mentioned, he already reached out to them, and they will be starting the investigation, collecting CCTV footages, and try to get deep into it to catch those culprits.
Meanwhile, when we talk about inside the premises, well, is it only these slogans that are there, or has there been any further damage inside? Because in many other areas, the temples themselves were also raided.
Yeah, no, definitely there is nothing happen inside the premises, inside the temple. They have just written these kind of slogans outside of the wall. There are a lot of CCTV cameras inside, so they don't dare to go inside and write down anything inside. But definitely that could be the next move. Who knows? So people who are living there, like Arjun and other people, it's really shocking, and they are like, they don't know what to do. Basically, so authorities are working on it, and definitely temple community and other people who are living there in other temples as well, they need to be more careful. So these kind of activity doesn't happen. First priority for definitely authority and the police is to, they don't, attack anyone, they don't harm anyone. So luckily at this point of time, nothing has been damaged inside the property, and nobody is injured or anything. Yeah.
Right. Many thanks, Sandeep, for joining us there and for sharing all those details and updates. Joining me on the phone, and Ms. Arjun Sakha Das, who is the manager and a resident monk at this temple, which has been targeted, the latest target as far as Khalistani terror organizations are concerned. Of course, more details are awaited regarding that. Many thanks to both our guests for joining us. We are now joined on the phone by BJP spokesperson Manjinder Singh Sirsa, and we'd like to get in his reactions to this. A very good morning to you, sir. Shocking news coming in from Melbourne. A third temple desecrated. The walls are desecrated with Khalistani graffiti and anti-Hindu rant. Your reactions?
No, definitely we condemn in the strongest possible words. It is a very designed conspiracy to spread a hate amongst the community. These very things happened back in 1980s also, and the situation turned worse in Punjab. So these kind of acts are acts of terrorism. These kind of acts are paid by ISI to spread the hate amongst the community. So we condemn it in the strongest possible words, and will definitely seek assistance from this government there and say the strongest action should be taken against this kind of people there in Australia.
Many thanks, Mr. Sirsa, for sharing your thoughts with us. So shocking news coming in from Melbourne, but authorities hard on the tracks to discover who could be behind this latest targeting of the ISKCON temple at Melbourne. Time now for a short break.
Motto of the regiment, Swamiye Sharanam Ayyappa.
Agla Dastas Salami Manch ki or 10-meter short span bridge 64 assault engineer regiment का यह ब्रिज हमसे कहती है मैं बाधाओं से नहीं बाधाएं मुझसे डरती हैं। नेतृत्व कैप्टन शिवाशीष सोलंकी कर रहे हैं। मिनटों में नहर नाले जैसी दुर्गम बाधाएं पार करने में पूरी तरह से सक्षम। ये मैकेनाइज्ड दस्तों का मार्ग अब कोई बाधा नहीं रोक सकती। न रुकेंगे न झुकेंगे, बस आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे आत्मनिर्भरता की दिशा में।
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European bath lounges.
Now, after a video of a heated argument between a passenger and an air hostess in Indigo's Delhi-bound international flight went viral, the airline has taken cognizance of this matter.
The Telangana Health Director Srinivas on Wednesday attributed the reduction in coronavirus cases in the country to Jesus Christ. TMC has mocked the Prime Minister's attire on his visit to Shillong. The Prime Minister was wearing a traditional Meghalaya outfit. The police have recovered 6 handmade bombs under a bridge in Assam's Sonitpur district. A joint patrol team of the army. However, the bombs were later defused.
Massive protest was called out by Pancham Sali Lingayat community in order to demand reservation.
Gilgit-Baltistan, where Pakistan forces are facing protest from locals for installation of forces camp in the area. The locals not allow frontier corps or park rangers to occupy their land.
French killer Charles Sobraj was ordered to be released from jail in Nepal because of poor health. In his first trip outside Ukraine since the Russian invasion, Zelensky lands in the United States. Biden welcomes him. 3 cases of Omicron subvariant BF7. A 2 cases have been reported from Gujarat, while 1 case from Odisha.
after a video of a heated argument between a passenger and an air hostess in Indigo's Delhi-bound international flight went viral, the airline has taken cognizance of this matter.
The Telangana Health Director Diwas on Wednesday attributed the reduction in coronavirus cases in the country to Jesus Christ. TMC has mocked the Prime Minister's attire on his visit to Shillong. The Prime Minister was wearing a traditional Meghalaya outfit. French killer Charles Sobraj was ordered to be released from jail in Nepal because of poor health. In his first trip outside Ukraine since the Russian invasion, Zelensky lands in the United States. Biden welcomes him. 3 cases of Omicron subvariant BF7, 2 cases have been reported from Gujarat, while 1 case from Odisha.
Now, after a video of a heated argument between a passenger and an air hostess in Indigo's Delhi-bound international flight went viral, the airline has taken cognizance of this matter.
The Telangana Health Director Diwas on Wednesday attributed the reduction in coronavirus cases in the country to Jesus Christ. TMC has mocked the Prime Minister's attire on his visit to Shillong. The Prime Minister was wearing a traditional Meghalaya outfit. The police have recovered 6 handmade bombs under a bridge in Assam Sonitpur district. A joint patrol team of the army. However, the bombs were later defused.
Massive protest was called out.
स्कूल के नायब रिसालदार मंडल पैराशूट रेजिमेंटल सेंटर के सूबेदार राजेंद्र सिंह.
Coming up next is the contingent from the Punjab Regiment led by Captain Aman Jagtap of 23rd Battalion, the Punjab Regiment Longewala. Punjab Regiment is the only infantry regiment to have a naval insignia, the galley, which was awarded in 1839 in recognition of its volunteering to sail overseas first time during the First Burmese War. Marching smartly, forming a true graphic mosaic. Eye-catching, attractive, marching shoulder to shoulder, eyes-focused, fist clenched, chest swelling with pride. Unleashing a wave of excellence, the Punjab Regiment.
सिंह सी दहाड़ कर, शंख सी पुकार कर, रुके न तू, थके न तू, झुके न तू, थमे न तू, सदा चले, रुके न तू, रुके न तू, झुके न तू. सलामी मंच की ओर बढ़ता हुआ दस्ता दर मराठा लाइट इन्फेंट्री का, जिसका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं 2री बटालियन के कैप्टन शाश्वत डबास, जिसे काली पांचवी के नाम से जाना जाता है. आदर्शवादी कर्तव्य, सम्मान, उत्साह, युद्ध घोष, बोल छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की जय. और उसके पीछे सलामी मंच की ओर बढ़ता हुआ कर्तव्य पथ पर राजपूत रेजिमेंटल सेंटर, सिख रेजिमेंटल सेंटर और सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री रेजिमेंटल सेंटर का संयुक्त बैंड का दस्ता शान से आगे बढ़ता हुआ 100 संगीतकार इसमें शामिल हैं. बैंड का नेतृत्व सिख रेजिमेंटल सेंटर के सूबेदार कुलवंत सिंह कर रहे हैं और इनका साथ दे रहे हैं सिख लाइट इन्फेंट्री रेजिमेंटल सेंटर के नायब सूबेदार जतिंदर सिंह और राजपूत रेजिमेंटल सेंटर के हवलदार लक्ष्मण सिंह. और ये बैंड अप्पू की धुन बजा रहा है.
We never stop because we move forward step by step to the path of transformation. While we move, we sing a song of unity for entire nation. Spreading the wings of nation first, always first, we fly far. We are the tigers of mountains. We are the Dogra Regiment, led by Captain Varun Singh of 21st Battalion Dogra Regiment. Dogra Regiment is one of the most prestigious and decorated regiments of the Indian Army. The Dogra Regiment has shown its sacrifice and valor in all the wars fought by the nation. Motto of the regiment, Kartavyam Anvatam, meaning duty before death. War cry of the regiment is Jwala Mata Ki Jai.
घर आएगा दुश्मन की नीयत में कोई खो, मेरी अब हुंकार बनेगी उरी बाला को. अगला दस्ता गलवान के बलवान बिहार रेजिमेंट का, स्थापना द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध के दौरान. कैप्टन
जम्मू जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल इलाके में ट्विन ब्लास्ट होना और इस ब्लास्ट में 9 लोगों का घायल होना जो अपने आप में बड़े सवाल उठाता है। एनआईए की टीम इस वक्त आगे वाले स्पॉट पर है जहां पर पहला ब्लास्ट हुआ था और इस जगह पर पहला ब्लास्ट और हम जहां पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं इस जगह पर दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था। एनआईए की टीम इस लोकेशन को जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहां पर जांच पड़ताल के बाद अब आगे बढ़ी है। 26 जनवरी से पहले ये बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है कि अब आगे इस तरह की स्थितियां कहीं और न बिगड़े। ऐसे में एलजी की ये बैठक भी अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है जो तमाम उच्च अधिकारियों के साथ ये बैठक करने वाले हैं।
A lot of preparations have been before the Republic Day parade. Right now we are here at Karepra ground in Delhi, Kanta, where the tableau of different states are being showcased. We show you pictures of this tableau, and this tableau is from Andhra Pradesh. They are also performing on the Haryana folk song. People coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and there are the practice which is being done here by the artists of different states. You can clearly see how the preparations are now going on here.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब यहाँ पर लगातार तमाम जांच टीमें जो है वो पहुंच रही हैं। अब यहाँ पर जिस गाड़ी में दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था उस गाड़ी को यहाँ से लेकर क्रेन के जरिए जाया जा रहा है और इस ब्लास्ट की तीव्रता कितनी ज्यादा थी इस गाड़ी के जरिए समझा जा सकता है कि सर्वलेट की इस गाड़ी के पूरे परखच्चे उड़ गए, जिसके बाद तमाम जांच टीमें एसआईए हो एनआईए हो यहाँ पर पहुंचती है और इस पूरे घटनास्थल की जांच करती है, जिसके बाद अब यहाँ से इस गाड़ी को लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
When the Prime Minister said we should have growth, we should have development, we should have globalization with less debt, he has had the legitimacy to talk about. There is a performance. So whether in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, whether in terms of environmental culture or cultural economics, I think India has a functioning model to show to the world. This G20 is an opportunity for India to pack its ideas and present to the world. Here is an alternative model, functioning model. It is not a theoretical model. It is not something which you have brought from libraries. It is working on the ground.
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politicians.
In other top stories, a big boost for the Indian Navy and another step forward in the dream of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. 5th Kalvari class submarine of the Indian Navy commissioned. It has been indigenously built at Mumbai's Mazgaon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, and its Vagir can be deployed both closer to the shore as well as mid-ocean. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will virtually inaugurate a model of a proposed memorial dedicated to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in Andaman and Nicobar Islands to commemorate the freedom fighters' 126th birth anniversary. In a shocking incident, a third Hindu temple vandalized within 15 days with Hindu hate and pro-Khalistan graffiti in Melbourne's Albert Park. The ISKCON temple, also known as the Hare Krishna temple, is a well-known centre of the Bhakti Yoga movement in Melbourne. The temple management found the walls of the revered temple vandalized with graffiti when they woke up this morning.
44 air warriors and 4 officers, led by squadron leader Sindhu Reddy, marching past the Kartavya Path in 12 by 12 box formation. The 3 supernumerary officers marching behind the contingent commander are
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being made forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and Netas' children, that is VVIP racism, and it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल इलाके में ट्विन ब्लास्ट होना और इस ब्लास्ट में 9 लोगों का घायल होना जो अपने आप में बड़े सवाल उठाता है। एनआईए की टीम इस वक्त आगे वाले स्पॉट पर है जहां पर पहला ब्लास्ट हुआ था और इस जगह पर पहला ब्लास्ट और हम जहां पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं इस जगह पर दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था। एनआईए की टीम इस लोकेशन को जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहां पर जांच पड़ताल के बाद अब आगे बढ़ी है। 26 जनवरी से पहले ये बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है कि अब आगे इस तरह की स्थितियां कहीं और न बिगड़े। ऐसे में एलजी की ये बैठक भी अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है जो तमाम उच्च अधिकारियों के साथ ये बैठक करने वाले हैं।
A lot of preparations have been before the Republic Day parade. Right now we are here at Karepra ground in Delhi, Kenta, where the tableau of different states are being showcased. We show you pictures of this tableau, and this tableau is from Andhra Pradesh. They are also performing on the Haryana folk song. People coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and there are the practice which is being done here by the artists of different states. You can clearly see how the preparations are now going on here.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब यहां पर लगातार तमाम जांच टीमें जो है वो पहुंच रही हैं। अब यहां पर जिस गाड़ी में दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था उस गाड़ी को यहां से लेकर क्रेन के जरिए जाया जा रहा है और इस ब्लास्ट की तीव्रता कितनी ज्यादा थी इस गाड़ी के जरिए समझा जा सकता है कि सर्वलेट की इस गाड़ी के पूरे परखच्चे उड़ गए, जिसके बाद तमाम जांच टीमें एसआईए हो एनआईए हो यहां पर पहुंचती है और इस पूरे घटनास्थल की जांच करती है, जिसके बाद अब यहां से इस गाड़ी को लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European bath lounges.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब यहां पर लगातार तमाम जांच टीमें जो है वो पहुंच रही हैं। अब यहां पर जिस गाड़ी में दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था उस गाड़ी को यहां से लेकर क्रेन के जरिए जाया जा रहा है और इस ब्लास्ट की तीव्रता कितनी ज्यादा थी इस गाड़ी के जरिए समझा जा सकता है कि सर्वलेट की इस गाड़ी के पूरे परखच्चे उड़ गए, जिसके बाद तमाम जांच टीमें एसआईए हो एनआईए हो यहां पर पहुंचती है और इस पूरे घटनास्थल की जांच करती है, जिसके बाद अब यहां से इस गाड़ी को लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
When the Prime Minister said we should have growth, we should have development, we should have globalization with less debt, he has had the legitimacy to talk about it. There is a performance. So whether in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, whether in terms of environmental culture or cultural economics, I think India has a functioning model to show to the world. This G20 is an opportunity for India to pack its ideas and present to the world. Here is an alternative model, functioning model. It is not a theoretical model. It is not something which you have brought from libraries. It is working on the ground.
cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and netas children, that is VVIP racism, and it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल इलाके में ट्विन ब्लास्ट होना और इस ब्लास्ट में 9 लोगों का घायल होना जो अपने आप में बड़े सवाल उठाता है। एनआईए की टीम इस वक्त आगे वाले स्पॉट पर है जहां पर पहला ब्लास्ट हुआ था और इस जगह पर पहला ब्लास्ट और हम जहां पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं इस जगह पर दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था। एनआईए की टीम इस लोकेशन को जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहां पर जांच पड़ताल के बाद अब आगे बढ़ी है। 26 जनवरी से पहले ये बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है कि अब आगे इस तरह की स्थितियां कहीं और न बिगड़े। ऐसे में एलजी की ये
Top headlines at 11 a.m. Yet another Hindu temple targeted in Australia, third in last 11 days. Congress insults Savarkar again, compares freedom icon to Hitler this time.
तुलसीदास जी ने जो रामचरितमानस लिखा है उसमें कुछ अंश ऐसे हैं जो जाति सूचक शब्दों का प्रयोग करते हुए वर्ण विशेष को नाम इंगित करते हुए अपमानजनक टिप्पणियां की उस पर हमें एतराज है।
Massive anger among Hindu community after RJD minister SP leader insults Ramcharitmanas.
का एक इंटरव्यू, एक प्रोग्राम है जो गुजरात के फसादात के ऊपर बीबीसी ने वो उनका इंटरव्यू है। उस वक्त के गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री वजीर आला जो अब देश के वजीर आजम और प्रधानमंत्री हैं, तो मोदी सरकार ने उस बीबीसी के इंटरव्यू को अंग्रेजों के बनाए हुए कानून के तहत इंडिया में, भारत में यूट्यूब पर, ट्विटर पर इसको बैन लगा दिया, इसको बैन लगा दिया। चलिए,
Big controversy over BBC documentary. Now AIMIM chief Owaisi wades in, targets the Prime Minister.
राष्ट्र को छोड़कर व्यक्तित्व की सार्थकता नहीं है, इस बात को आज सबको हृदयंगम करना होगा।
India pays tribute to Netaji on 126th birth anniversary, marks Parakram Diwas. Big boost to the Indian Navy, made in India 5th class Kalvari submarine commission. Patriotic fervour in the national capital as India counts down to Mega Republic Day celebrations.
Vishisht Seva Medal platoon of 75th Armored Regiment led by Captain Amanjeet Singh. The 4-man crew MBT is augmented with an array of sophisticated fire detection and suppression system and NPC.
Thanks for tuning in this Monday morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Starting straight up with newsbreak coming in from pole-bound state Karnataka. start with a controversy that's been stoked by the Congress yet again in Karnataka. This time, former Karnataka Chief Minister and Congress leader Siddaramaia's latest remarks on Savarkar has stoked yet another controversy. The Congress leader said that Savarkar was inspired by Hitler and gave birth to Hindutva in the country. So, Congress leader Siddaramaia there, who's likened Savarkar to Hitler, saying that Savarkar was inspired by Hitler and that all that Hindutva lobby does is lie. So that's the remark that is coming from Siddaramaia's, a remark that has drawn massive criticism from the BJP-ruled state in Karnataka. Let's listen in first up to that soundbite of former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಲ್ಯಾಬೊರೇಟರಿ ಆಫ್ ಹಿಂದುತ್ವ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳೋದೇ ಇವ್ರ ಕಸಬು. ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಇದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾತ್ರಿಂದ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ ತತ್ವದ ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ಹಿಂದೂ ಮಹಾಸಭಾ ಹಿಂದುತ್ವ ಹುಟ್ಟಾಕ್ದವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಯಾರ್ರಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ? ವಿಷ್ಣು ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮಹಾಸಭಾದವರು. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಈಗ ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ ಕಥೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಸ್ಪೇನ್ ಫ್ರಾಂಕೋ ಏನಾದ ಹಾಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ.
All right, so there you heard Siddaramaiah there, who's compared V.D. Savarkar, the Hindutva icon, to Hitler. He goes on to say that all that the Hindutva lobby does is lying. Remember, this is not the first time that the Congress has insulted the Hindutva icon V.D. Savarkar. Prajwal is joining us live for more on that. Prajwal, we just heard that soundbite of Siddaramaiah, but this is not the first time actually that the Congress has insulted V.D. Savarkar. Take us through all those instances and all those times in recent past when Congress has insulted the Hindutva icon.
Samiksha, this is not only an insult to a freedom fighter in the capacity of Veer Damodar Savarkar, but this is also an insult to Hindutva as well. Because now, if we are looking closely at what Siddaramaiah stated, the former Chief Minister, he's clearly gone on to state that Savarkar drew inspiration from Hitler, and this was this particular ideology that also drew inspiration for Hindutva as well. So this is an indirect dig at Hindutva also going on and stating that because of Hitler's ideology, Hindutva also drew inspiration. This is an indirect attack at Hindutva, but a direct attack at Veer Damodar Savarkar. And now and again, we have always seen that the leader of the opposition in the assembly, Siddaramaiah, has gone on to insult.
फौज की प्रोविजनल गवर्नमेंट को सौंपने की घोषणा के बाद उसके सुप्रीम कमांडर के रूप में नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने, जिनका स्वाधीनता आंदोलन में अतुलनीय योगदान रहा, 30 दिसंबर 1943 को औपचारिक रूप से पोर्ट ब्लेयर में तिरंगा फहराते हुए इन द्वीपों को ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य से स्वतंत्र होने की घोषणा की थी। ओपन सोर्स लिटरेचर में उपलब्ध संदर्भों के अनुसार ब्रिटेन के प्रधानमंत्री, जिनके कार्यकाल में स्वतंत्रता देने का निर्णय हुआ था, क्लेमेंट एटली द्वारा कुछ वर्षों बाद कहा बताया गया है कि ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य के भारत छोड़ने का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कारण नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस के नेतृत्व में आजाद हिंद फौज की गतिविधियां थीं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नेताजी द्वारा भारत की धरती पर पहला तिरंगा फहराने की 75वीं वर्षगांठ पर 30 दिसंबर 2018 को फ्लैग पॉइंट पर 150 फुट फ्लैग मास्ट का उद्घाटन, नेताजी की इच्छानुसार 2 द्वीपों के नाम स्वराज व शहीद द्वीप
तथा पहले के रॉस आइलैंड को नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस द्वीप नाम दिया था। आज पराक्रम दिवस 126वीं जयंती पर नेताजी की देशभक्ति, राष्ट्रवाद व देश प्रेम के प्रति इससे बड़ी पुष्पांजलि नहीं हो सकती कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 21 द्वीपों का नामकरण अभूतपूर्व शौर्य प्रदर्शन करने वाले परमवीर चक्र से अलंकृत वीरों के नाम करने के साथ ही एक भव्य नेताजी सुभाष बोस नेशनल मेमोरियल बनाने की घोषणा करने वाले हैं। इसके लिए मैं समस्त द्वीपवासियों की तरफ से मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद और जय हिंद।
नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का योगदान अविस्मरणीय है। द्वीपों के इतिहास में सुभाष चंद्र बोस का नाम सदैव स्वर्णाक्षरों में उत्कीर्ण रहेगा। उन्होंने आजाद हिंद फौज के सर्वोच्च सेनापति व स्वतंत्र भारत की प्रोविजनल सरकार के प्रमुख की हैसियत से भारत का पहला तिरंगा सन 1943 में इन द्वीपों में फहराया था और इस प्रकार इन द्वीपों को ब्रिटिश हुकूमत से आजाद होने वाली पहली भारतीय भूमि होने का गौरव प्राप्त हुआ। इस दौरान नेताजी ने 3 दिनों तक रॉस आइलैंड पर प्रवास किया था। परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय ने 2018 में इस द्वीप का नाम बदलकर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस द्वीप रखा। इस द्वीप को एक राष्ट्रीय स्मारक विकसित करने की दिशा में सक्रिय कदम उठाया जा चुका है। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर निवेदन करती हूं कि वे रिमोट का बटन दबाकर इस राष्ट्रीय स्मारक के मॉडल का डिजिटल अनावरण करें। प्लीज सर।
कल का रॉस द्वीप आज नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस द्वीप के नाम से जाना जाता है। ये द्वीप साक्षी है इतिहास के उन अनकही और अनसुनी घटनाओं का, जहां हमारे देशभक्तों पर अत्याचार और अमानवीय यातनाओं का सिलसिला चला था। जिन हाथों ने कभी अंग्रेजी सरकार के खिलाफ 1857 में बंदूकें उठाई या फिर अपनी कलम से आजादी पाने की अनंत ज्वाला जगाई थी, उन हाथों से अंग्रेजों ने अपने लिए सुख सुविधाओं के सभी सामान उपलब्ध करवाए। हम जानते हैं कि हमारे स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के खून पसीने से रची बसी है इसकी मिट्टी। द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध के दौरान जब जापानी सेना ने द्वीपों पर कब्जा किया तो ब्रिटिश मुख्य आयुक्त के आवास पर जापानी गैरिसन कमांडर का कब्जा हो गया। यही वो समय था जब दिसंबर 1943 में इस द्वीप में आगमन हुआ एक ऐसे व्यक्तित्व का जिन्होंने भारतीय स्वतंत्रता संग्राम को एक नई दिशा दिखाकर अपना कुशल नेतृत्व दिया। पराक्रम और अदम्य साहस से परिपूर्ण और प्रोविजनल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ आजाद हिंद के सुप्रीम कमांडर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने अंडमान दौरे के दौरान 29 से 31 दिसंबर 1943 को इसी द्वीप पे आवास किया था और तब 3 दिनों तक कभी ब्रिटिश मुख्य आयुक्त का आवास रहे बंगले के ऊपर भारतीय तिरंगा फहरा रहा था। यही वो समय था जब नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने 30 दिसंबर 1943 को पोर्ट ब्लेयर में तिरंगा फहराकर इन द्वीपों को सबसे पहले आजाद होने का गौरव प्रदान किया था। आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा यहां नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस स्मारक के निर्माण की घोषणा हर देशवासी के लिए गौरव की बात है। इस स्मारक के जरिए जहां देश नेताजी को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित कर रहा है, वहीं इससे यहां पर्यटन को भी बहुत बढ़ावा मिलेगा। साथ ही यहाँ के ऐतिहासिक धरोहर और विरासत को भी संरक्षण मिलेगा। इस राष्ट्रीय स्मारक में नेताजी के अनुकरणीय जीवन और स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में उनके अमूल्य योगदान पर आधारित म्यूजियम कम इंटरप्रिटेशन सेंटर, गाइडेड हेरिटेज ट्रेल, पोर्ट ब्लेयर और इस द्वीप के बीच रोपवे, लेजर अथवा लाइट एंड साउंड शो, थीम आधारित बच्चों का मनोरंजन पार्क, फूड एवं रेस्टो लॉन्च आदि का प्रावधान किया जा रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में इस अमृत काल में नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की 126वीं जन्म वर्षगांठ पर बनने जा रहा ये राष्ट्रीय स्मारक इस द्वीप को विश्व के पर्यटन मानचित्र में विशेष स्थान दिलाएगा।
धन्यवाद माननीय। भारत मां के वीर सुपूतों के त्याग और बलिदान का पुनः स्मरण करते हुए नई पीढ़ी में राष्ट्र के प्रति स्वयं को संपूर्ण रूप से समर्पित करने की प्रेरणा जागृत करने का अनूठा प्रयास है 21 द्वीपों का नामकरण। मैं अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वे रिमोट का बटन दबाकर परमवीर चक्र विजेताओं के नाम पर चिन्हित 21 द्वीपों का नामकरण डिजिटल माध्यम से करें।
बंगाल की खाड़ी में स्थित अंडमान एवं निकोबार द्वीप समूह न केवल प्राकृतिक सौंदर्य से परिपूर्ण है, बल्कि इन द्वीपों ने भारतीय स्वाधीनता संग्राम में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। आज भी सेल्युलर जेल की प्रत्येक ईंट पर वीर स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के बलिदान और अदम्य साहस का इतिहास अंकित है। इन ऐतिहासिक घटनाओं के क्रम में आज इस अमृत काल में एक और स्वर्णिम अध्याय जुड़ गया है। भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने आज 21 द्वीपों को भारत के सर्वोच्च वीरता सम्मान परमवीर चक्र से अलंकृत भारतीय सेना के उन जाबाज वीरों के नाम समर्पित किए हैं, जिन्होंने मां भारती की सेवा करते हुए उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन और सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शिता, कुशल नेतृत्व और राष्ट्र के प्रति प्रेम की भावना से यह संभव हो पाया है कि आज हम उन शूरवीरों और शहीदों को पूरे राष्ट्र की ओर से सही अर्थों में सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित कर रहे हैं। अंडमान निकोबार के 21 द्वीपों को परमवीर चक्र से सम्मानित मेजर सोमनाथ शर्मा, सूबेदार एवं ऑनररी कैप्टन करम सिंह, मेजर राम राघोबा राणे, नायक जदुनाथ सिंह, कंपनी हवलदार मेजर पीरू सिंह, कैप्टन गुरबचन सिंह सलारिया, लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल धन सिंह थापा, सूबेदार जोगिंदर सिंह, मेजर शैतान सिंह, कंपनी क्वार्टर मास्टर हवलदार अब्दुल हामिद, लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल अर्देशिर तारापुर, लांस नायक अलबट एक्का, मेजर होशियार सिंह, सेकंड लेफ्टिनेंट अरुण खेत्रपाल, फ्लाइंग ऑफिसर निर्मलजीत सिंह सेखो, मेजर रामस्वामी परमेश्वरन, नायब सूबेदार बाना सिंह, कैप्टन विक्रम बत्रा, कैप्टन मनोज कुमार पांडे, सूबेदार मेजर संजय कुमार और सूबेदार मेजर रिटायर्ड ऑनररी कैप्टन योगेंद्र सिंह यादव के नाम समर्पित किए हैं। उन्हें कोटि कोटि नमन है। इन वीरों के अदम्य साहस, अनुपम शौर्य, अतुलनीय पराक्रम और सर्वोच्च बलिदान के आगे आज पूरा राष्ट्र नतमस्तक है। ये माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के राष्ट्र प्रेम और प्रेरणात्मक नेतृत्व का ही परिणाम है कि आज पूरा राष्ट्र, विशेषकर सभी द्वीपवासी आजादी के अमृतकाल में इस ऐतिहासिक और गौरवमय पल के भागीदार बन सके हैं। मां भारती के वीर सपूतों द्वारा राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा एवं संप्रभुता के लिए दिया गया उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन और सर्वोच्च बलिदान हमारी भावी पीढ़ियों को मातृभूमि की सेवा के लिए सदैव प्रेरित करता रहेगा। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद माननीय। और अब मैं सादर आमंत्रित करती हूं माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी को कि वह इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर यहां उपस्थित सभी जनों को संबोधित करें।
हम सबके बीच में उपस्थित भारत के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री श्रद्धेय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, मेरे साथ आज यहां पर इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सीडीएस लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल अनिल चौहान जी, हमारे उपराज्यपाल एडमिरल डीके जोशी जी, अजय कुमार भल्ला जी, श्री केशव चंद्र जी, और आज जो इस कार्यक्रम की आत्मा है, ऐसे हमारे सभी परमवीर चक्र प्राप्त वीरों के परिवारजन और जिन्होंने परमवीर चक्र को प्राप्त कर कर फिर से देश के लिए वापिस आने का भी साहस बताया है, ऐसे तीनों परमवीर चक्र प्राप्त जवानों को मैं आज के कार्यक्रम में स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, आज का दिन भारतीय सेना के तीनों अंगों के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, क्योंकि मैंने आज यहां आने से पहले कल कोड़ा ढूंढने का प्रयास किया था। अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूं तो पूरे विश्व में किसी भी देश ने अपने लिए लड़ने वाले जवानों के नाम पर द्वीपों का नाम रखकर उनकी वीरता को सम्मानित करने का कदम नहीं उठाया। आज भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी की ये पहल कि अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह के 21 बड़े द्वीपों को हमारे परमवीर चक्र विजेताओं के नाम के साथ जोड़कर उनकी स्मृति को जब तक ये पृथ्वी रहेगी तब तक चिरंजीव करने का ये प्रयास मैं मानता हूं तीनों सेनाओं के लिए बहुत बड़ा उत्साहवर्धन करने वाला है। आज पराक्रम दिन है, नेताजी की 123वीं जयंती है। इस कार्यक्रम के साथ साथ जहां पर नेताजी रहे थे वो सुभाष द्वीप पर आज उनका स्मारक बनाने का भी निर्णय किया गया है। ये दोनों कार्यक्रम, ये दोनों निर्णय देश के प्रधानमंत्री के निर्णय अंडमान निकोबार को फिर से एक बार अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह को स्वतंत्रता की स्मृतियों के साथ समग्र देश के साथ जोड़ने वाले निर्णय है और मैं इसका बहुत बहुत मन से स्वागत करता हूं। ये भूमि में ही कुछ ऐसा है कि कई बार कुछ भूमि में इस प्रकार का तत्व होता है कि बार बार वो भूमि सबका ध्यान आकृष्ट करती है। सन 57 की क्रांति के बाद जब अंग्रेजों ने निर्मम अत्याचार करना शुरू किया, तब यही भूमि पर हमारे क्रांतिवीरों को लाकर रखा, यही सेल्युलर जेल बनाया उस वक्त हजारों निश्वास के साथ इस यातनाओं को सहन करने वाले हमारे स्वतंत्रता वीरों को इसी भूमि ने मां बनकर सांत्वना देने का काम किया। और आज मेरे जैसे कई लोग ऐसा मानते हैं ये सेल्यूलर जेल नहीं है, आजादी के लड़ाई का ये बहुत बड़ा तीर्थ स्थान है। और जब देश की आजादी आगे बढ़ी और देश को नेताजी ने आजाद हिंद फौज के प्रयासों से, पराक्रम से आजाद कराने का प्रयास किया, तब भी इसी हिस्से को देश में सबसे पहले स्वतंत्रता प्राप्त करने का सम्मान मिला। सबसे पहले यही हिस्सा स्वतंत्र हुआ और किसी के हाथ से नहीं, नेताजी के हाथ से इसी द्वीप पर अपना तिरंगा पहली बार लहराया गया। तो अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह अपने आप में पहले से ही सेल्यूलर जेल के कारण आजादी का तीर्थ स्थान बना हुआ था। फिर नेताजी ने सबसे पहले आजादी प्राप्त कर एक पवित्र भूमि पर सबसे पहला तिरंगा फहराया। फिर मोदी जी ने शहीद द्वीप नामकरण किया। फिर मोदी जी ने स्वराज द्वीप का नामकरण किया। फिर मोदी जी ने सुभाष द्वीप का नामकरण किया और आज 21 द्वीपों का नामकरण पराक्रम की पराकाष्ठा कर अपनी जान की चिंता किए बगैर कई लोगों ने जान की बलिदान देकर और कई लोगों ने जान की चिंता करे बगैर आजादी के संरक्षण के लिए, देश के सार्वभौमत्व के संरक्षण के लिए जो लड़ाई लड़ी, इनके नाम पर 21 द्वीप यहां पर किए जा रहे हैं। मैं मानता हूं कि समग्र भारत का इतिहास जब भी लिखा जाएगा तब इस घटना को बहुत सुवर्ण मंडित अक्षरों से लिखा जाएगा। आज 21 द्वीप नहीं बचे, 21 द्वीप जलाने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया है। एक पराक्रम बताने वाले वीरों को, उनके पराक्रम को नमन करने के लिए ये द्वीपों को द्वीप में परिवर्तित करने का काम किया है। मित्रों, आज सुभाष जी का जन्मदिन भी है, जयंती भी है। नेताजी की 123वीं जयंती के दिन पर आज ये नामकरण हो रहा है। उसी दिन पर सुभाष स्मारक की भी घोषणा हो रही है। इससे अच्छा दिन हमें मिल नहीं सकता, क्योंकि देश की आजादी की लड़ाई में सुभाष बाबू ध्रुव तारे की तरह हमेशा चमकते रहे। उनका 15,000 किलोमीटर का लॉन्ग मार्च, आज भी वो रूट देखते हैं, वो रूट पढ़ते हैं और रूट के तापमान और उस वक्त के मौसम का जायजा लेते हैं तो कम कमी आ जाती है। कितना साहस होगा वो व्यक्ति में जो कलकत्ते से लेकर बर्लिन तक बाय मोटर एक गाड़ी से -45 डिग्री टेम्परेचर से गुजरते हुए देश को आजाद कराने के लिए पहुंचा। परंतु दुर्भाग्य की बात है, सुभाष बाबू को भुलाने का बहुत प्रयास हुआ, मगर कहते हैं ना, जो वीर होते हैं वो अपनी स्मृति के लिए किसी के मोहताज नहीं होते हैं, वो स्मृति उनकी वीरता के साथ ही हुई। नरेंद्र भाई ने प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद आज कर्तव्य पथ पर सम्मान के साथ देश के गौरव के समान सुभाष बाबू की मूर्ति लगाने का काम किया। आज के दिन को पराक्रम दिन घोषित करने का काम किया और आज ही के दिन ये द्वीप, सुभाष द्वीप को एक सुभाष बाबू के स्मारक के रूप में घोषित कर उसको विकसित कर जो लोग यहाँ आएंगे वो सब सुभाष बाबू को पीढ़ियों तक नतमस्तक होकर श्रद्धांजलि दे पाए, इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था करने का काम किया है। मैं पूरे देश की ओर से प्रधानमंत्री जी को ये दोनों फैसलों के लिए मन से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। मित्रों, जब रॉस आइलैंड का नाम सुभाष बोस द्वीप किया गया, नील आइलैंड का नाम शहीद द्वीप और हेवलॉक आइलैंड का नाम स्वराज द्वीप किया गया, तब ही देश में अंडमान निकोबार के लिए एक चर्चा जगी थी। इसी के साथ सेल्यूलर जेल में यहां के क्रांतिकारियों की स्मृति में एक अमर ज्योति जिसको बीच में रोक लिया गया था, नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने ही अमर ज्योति को फिर से प्रज्वलित कर युगों युगों तक उनको श्रद्धांजलि देने का काम किया। आज मेजर सोमनाथ शर्मा से लेकर सूबेदार मेजर योगेंद्र सिंह यादव तक सभी पराक्रमी हमारे सेना नायकों को एक हमेशा के लिए स्मृति में संजोने का काम मोदी जी ने किया है। मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाली कई पीढ़ियां इससे प्रेरणा लेगी, देशभक्ति के, पराक्रम के और शौर्य के संस्कार से सिंचित होगी। आज जो यहाँ पर एक दूसरा काम हुआ है, नेताजी स्मारक की घोषणा, उसमें वो द्वीप पर, सुभाष द्वीप पर म्यूजियम भी बनाया जाएगा, एक गाइडेड ट्रेल भी, रूट बनाया जाएगा। पोर्ट ब्लेयर और इस द्वीप के बीच में समुद्र की लहरों का आनंद पर्यटक ले पाए, इसलिए रोपवे भी बनाया जाएगा। लेजर और लाइट एंड साउंड शो भी बनाए जाएंगे और अम्यूजमेंट पार्क और खाने पीने की व्यवस्थाएं भी की जाएगी। ये स्मारक को एक ऐसा स्मारक बनाने का भारत सरकार का प्रयास है जिससे सुभाष बाबू के पराक्रम को आने वाले कई सालों तक, कई पीढ़ियां इससे संस्कार ले सके, इससे प्रेरणा ले सके। मैं आज इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि मोदी जी की सरकार बनने के बाद 2015 से सेना के लिए ढेर सारे कदम उठाए गए। वन रैंक वन पेंशन का मसला हल किया गया। सेना के एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्ट्रक्चर में ऐतिहासिक परिवर्तन किए गए। सेना को, हमारी पूरी डिफेंस सिस्टम को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का प्रयास किया गया। आधुनिक हथियारों से, आधुनिक संचार व्यवस्था से तीनों सेनाओं को लैस करने के लिए ढेर सारे कदम उठाए गए। ये सारे कदम एक और है और आज 21 परमवीर चक्र को सम्मानित करने का कदम एक और है। इतना महत्व इस कार्यक्रम का है और आज प्रधानमंत्री जी स्वयं हम सब के बीच में ऑनलाइन उपस्थित है। तब मैं ज्यादा बात करना नहीं चाहता, मैं इतना ही कहता हूं कि ये दोनों घटना जो आज यहाँ पर आकार ले रही है, शुरू हो रही है, वो दोनों घटनाओं से युगों युगों तक भारत की युवा पीढ़ी को देशभक्ति, शौर्य, पराक्रम का संदेश भी मिलेगा और संस्कार भी मिलेंगे। मैं फिर से गृह मंत्रालय की ओर से, समग्र देश की ओर से प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद कर मेरी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। वंदे मातरम।
धन्यवाद मंत्री महोदय। भारत के स्वर्णिम इतिहास की हमेशा सगति बनी रहे। भारत की स्वतंत्रता एवं सुरक्षा के लिए दिए गए बलिदानों का अनंत काल तक स्मरण हो। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की हर समय यही चेष्टा रहती है, हम भूल न जाएं उनको। इसलिए सुने ये कहानी, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी हम हमेशा याद रखें कुर्बानी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ये सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं, जिनकी दूरदर्शिता से आज इन 21 द्वीपों का नामकरण हुआ है और जिन्होंने ये ऐतिहासिक कदम उठाकर सारे सैन्य बल का और समस्त देशवासियों का सर ऊंचा किया है। मैं उन्हें, विश्व नेता, हमारे ओजस्वी बलशाली प्रधानमंत्री जी को नम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे हम सबको संबोधित करें, अपने अग्रणी विचारों से सभी भारतवासियों को प्रेरित करें। प्लीज सर।
नमस्कार। कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई शाह, अंडमान निकोबार के उपराज्यपाल, चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ, हमारी तीनों सेनाओं के अध्यक्ष, महानिदेशक भारतीय तटरक्षक, कमांडर इन चीफ अंडमान एवं निकोबार कमान, समस्त अधिकारीगण, परमवीर चक्र विजेता वीर जवानों के परिवारों के सदस्यगण, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, आज नेताजी सुभाष की जन्म जयंती है। देश पराक्रम दिवस के रूप में इस प्रेरणा दिवस को मनाता है। सभी देशवासियों को पराक्रम दिवस की अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं। आज पराक्रम दिवस पर अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में नई सुबह की रश्मियां एक नया इतिहास लिख रही है। और जब इतिहास बनता है तो आने वाली सदियां उसका स्मरण भी करती हैं, आकलन भी करती हैं, मूल्यांकन भी करती हैं और अविरत प्रेरणा पाती रहती हैं। आज अंडमान निकोबार के 21 द्वीपों का नामकरण हुआ है। इन 21 द्वीपों को अब परम वीर चक्र विजेताओं के नाम से जाना जाएगा। जिस द्वीप पर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस रहे थे, वहां उनके जीवन और योगदानों को समर्पित एक प्रेरणा स्थली, एक स्मारक का भी आज शिलान्यास हुआ है। आज के इस दिन को आजादी के अमृत काल के एक महत्वपूर्ण अध्याय के रूप में आने वाली पीढ़ियां याद करेगी। नेताजी का ये स्मारक शहीदों और वीर जवानों के नाम पर ये द्वीप हमारे युवाओं के लिए, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए एक चिरंतर प्रेरणा का स्थल बनेंगे। मैं अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह के लोगों को और सभी देशवासियों को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मैं नेताजी सुभाष और परमवीर चक्र विजेता योद्धाओं को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। भाई और बहनों, अंडमान की ये धरती वो भूमि है जिसके आसमान में पहली बार मुक्त तिरंगा फहरा था। इस धरती पर पहली आजाद भारतीय सरकार का गठन हुआ था। इस सब के साथ अंडमान की इसी धरती पर वीर सावरकर और उनके जैसे अनगिनत वीरों ने देश के लिए तप, तितिक्षा और बलिदानों की पराकाष्ठा को छुआ था। सेल्युलर जेल की कोठरियां, उस दीवार पे जड़ी हुई हर चीज आज भी अप्रतिम पीड़ा के साथ साथ उस अभूतपूर्व जज्बे के स्वर वहां पहुंचने वाले हर किसी के कान में पड़ते हैं, सुनाई पड़ते हैं। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की उन स्मृतियों की जगह अंडमान की पहचान को गुलामी की निशानियों से जोड़कर रखा गया था। हमारे आइलैंड्स के नामों तक में गुलामी की छाप थी, पहचान थी। मेरा सौभाग्य है कि 4-5 साल पहले जब मैं पोर्ट ब्लेयर गया था तो वहां मुझे 3 मुख्य आइलैंड्स को भारतीय नाम देने का अवसर मिला था। आज रॉस आइलैंड नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस द्वीप बन चुका है। हैवलॉक और नील आइलैंड स्वराज और शहीद आइलैंड्स बन चुके हैं। और इसमें भी दिलचस्प ये कि स्वराज और शहीद नाम तो खुद नेताजी का दिया हुआ था। इस नाम को भी आजादी के बाद महत्व नहीं दिया गया था। जब आजाद हिंद फौज की सरकार के 75 वर्ष पूरे हुए तो हमारी सरकार ने इन नामों को फिर से स्थापित किया था। साथियों, आज 21वीं सदी का ये समय देख रहा है कि कैसे जिन नेताजी सुभाष को आजादी के बाद भुला देने का प्रयास हुआ, आज देश उन्हीं नेताजी को पल पल याद कर रहा है। अंडमान में जिस जगह नेताजी ने सबसे पहले तिरंगा फहराया था, वहां आज गगनचुंबी तिरंगा आजाद हिंद फौज के पराक्रम का गुणगान कर रहा है। पूरे देश में और देश के कोने कोने से जब लोग यहां आते हैं तो समंदर किनारे लहराते तिरंगों को देखकर उनके दिलों में देशभक्ति का रोमांच भर जाता है। अब अंडमान में उनकी याद में जो म्यूजियम और स्मारक बनने जा रहा है, वो अंडमान की यात्रा को और भी स्मरणीय बनाएगा। 2019 में नेताजी से जुड़े ऐसे ही एक म्यूजियम का लोकार्पण दिल्ली के लाल किले में भी हुआ था। आज लाल किला जाने वाले लोगों के लिए वो म्यूजियम एक प्रकार से हर पीढ़ी के लिए प्रेरणा स्थली की तरह है। इसी तरह बंगाल में उनकी 125वीं जयंती पर विशेष आयोजन हुए थे। देश ने इस दिन को पूरे धूमधाम से सेलिब्रेट किया था। उनके जन्म दिवस को पराक्रम दिवस के रूप में घोषित किया गया। यानी बंगाल से लेकर दिल्ली और अंडमान तक देश का ऐसा कोई हिस्सा नहीं है जो नेताजी को नमन न कर रहा हो, उनकी विरासत को संजो न रहा हो। साथियों, बीते 8-9 वर्षों में नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस से जुड़े ऐसे कितने ही काम देश में हुए हैं जिन्हें आजादी के तुरंत बाद से हो जाना चाहिए था, लेकिन उस समय नहीं हुआ। देश के एक हिस्से पर आजाद भारत की पहली सरकार 1943 में बनी थी। इस समय को अब देश ज्यादा गौरव के साथ स्वीकार कर रहा है। जब आजाद हिंद सरकार के गठन के 75 वर्ष पूरे हुए, तब लाल किले पर देश ने झंडा फहराकर नेताजी को नमन किया था। दशकों से नेताजी के जीवन से जुड़ी फाइलों को सार्वजनिक करने की मांग हो रही थी। ये काम भी देश ने पूरी श्रद्धा के साथ आगे बढ़ाया। आज हमारी लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं के सामने कर्तव्य पथ पर भी नेताजी बोस की भव्य प्रतिमा हमें हमारे कर्तव्यों की याद दिला रही है। मैं समझता हूं ये काम देश हित में बहुत पहले हो जाने चाहिए थे, क्योंकि जिन देशों ने अपने नायक नायिकाओं को समय रहते जनमानस से जोड़ा, साझे और समर्थ आदर्श गढ़े, वो विकास और राष्ट्र निर्माण की दौर में बहुत आगे गए। इसलिए यही काम आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत कर रहा है, जी जान से कर रहा है। साथियों, जिन 21 द्वीपों को आज नया नाम मिला है, उनके इस नामकरण में भी गंभीर संदेश छिपे हैं। ये संदेश है एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना। ये संदेश है देश के लिए दिए गए बलिदान की अमरता का संदेश। वयम अमृतस्य पुत्राः। और ये संदेश है भारतीय सेना के अद्वितीय शौर्य और पराक्रम का संदेश। जिन 21 परमवीर चक्र विजेताओं के नाम पर इन द्वीपों को जब जाना जाएगा, उन्होंने मातृभूमि के कण कण को अपना सब कुछ माना था। उन्होंने भारत मां की रक्षा के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर कर दिया था। वे भारतीय सेना के हैं, वे वीर सिपाही देश के अलग अलग राज्यों से थे, अलग अलग भाषा, बोली और जीवन शैली के थे, लेकिन मां भारती की सेवा और मातृभूमि के लिए अटूट भक्ति उन्हें एक करती थी, जोड़ती थी, एक बनाती थी। एक लक्ष्य, एक राह, एक ही मकसद और पूर्ण समर्पण। साथियों, जैसे समंदर अलग अलग द्वीपों को जोड़ता है, वैसे ही एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का भाव भारत मां की हर संतान को एक कर देती है। मेजर सोमनाथ शर्मा, पीरू सिंह, मेजर शैतान सिंह से लेकर कैप्टन मनोज पांडे, सूबेदार जोगिंदर सिंह और लांस नायक अल्बर्ट एक्का तक, वीर अब्दुल हमीद और मेजर रामास्वामी परमेश्वरन से लेकर सभी 21 परमवीर, सबके लिए एक ही संकल्प था, राष्ट्र सर्वप्रथम, इंडिया फर्स्ट। उनका ये संकल्प जब इन द्वीपों के नाम से हमेशा के लिए अमर हो गया है। करगिल युद्ध में ये दिल मांगे मोर का विजय घोष करने वाले कैप्टन विक्रम, इनके नाम पर अंडमान में एक पहाड़ी भी समर्पित की जा रही है। भाई और बहनों, अंडमान निकोबार के द्वीपों का ये नामकरण उन परमवीर चक्र विजेताओं का सम्मान तो है ही, साथ ही भारतीय सेनाओं का भी सम्मान है। पूरब से पश्चिम, उत्तर से दक्षिण, दूर सुदूर, समंदर हो या पहाड़, इलाका निर्जन हो या दुर्गम, देश की सेनाएं देश के कण कण की रक्षा में तैनात रहती है। आजादी के तुरंत बाद से ही हमारी सेनाओं को युद्धों का सामना करना पड़ा। हर मौके पर, हर मोर्चे पर हमारी सेनाओं ने अपने शौर्य को सिद्ध किया है। ये देश का कर्तव्य था कि राष्ट्र रक्षा इन अभियानों में स्वयं को समर्पित करने वाले जवानों को, सेना के योगदानों को व्यापक स्तर पर पहचान दी जाए। आज देश उस कर्तव्य को, उस जिम्मेदारी को पूरे करने का हर कोशिश प्रयास कर रहा है। आज जवानों और सेनाओं के नाम से देश को पहचान दी जा रही है। साथियों, अंडमान एक ऐसी धरती है जहां पानी, प्रकृति, पर्यावरण, पुरुषार्थ, पराक्रम, परंपरा, पर्यटन, प्रबोधन और प्रेरणा सब कुछ है। देश में ऐसा कौन होगा जिसका मन अंडमान आने का नहीं करता है। अंडमान का सामर्थ्य बहुत बड़ा है। यहां पर अथाह अवसर है। हमें इन अवसरों को पहचानना है। हमें इस सामर्थ्य को जानना है। बीते 8 वर्षों में देश ने इस दिशा में लगातार प्रयास किए हैं। कोरोना के झटकों के बाद भी पर्यटन क्षेत्र में अब इन प्रयासों के परिणाम दिखाई देने लगे हैं। 2014 में देश भर से जितने पर्यटक अंडमान आते थे, 2022 में उससे करीब करीब 2 गुने लोग यहां आए हैं। यानी पर्यटकों की संख्या 2 गुनी हुई है, तो पर्यटन से जुड़े रोजगार और आय भी बढ़े हैं। इसके साथ ही एक और बड़ा बदलाव बीते वर्षों में हुआ है। पहले लोग केवल प्राकृतिक सौंदर्य के बारे में, यहां के बीचेज के बारे में सोचकर अंडमान आते थे, लेकिन अब इस पहचान को भी विस्तार मिल रहा है। अब अंडमान से जुड़े स्वाधीनता इतिहास को लेकर भी उत्सुकता बढ़ रही है। अब लोग इतिहास को जानने और जीने के लिए भी यहां आ रहे हैं। साथ ही अंडमान निकोबार के द्वीप हमारी समृद्ध आदिवासी परंपरा की धरती भी रहे हैं। अपनी विरासत पर गर्व की भावना इस परंपरा के लिए भी आकर्षण पैदा कर रही है। हम नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस से जुड़ी स्मारक और सेना के शौर्य को सम्मान देशवासियों में यहां आने के लिए नई उत्सुकता पैदा करेगा। आने वाले समय में यहां पर्यटन के और भी असीम अवसर पैदा होंगे। साथियों, हमारे देश की पहले की सरकारों में खासकर विकृत वैचारिक राजनीति के कारण दशकों से जो हीन भावना और आत्मविश्वास की कमी रही, उसके कारण देश के सामर्थ्य को हमेशा अंडर एस्टिमेट किया गया। चाहे हमारे हिमालयी राज्य हो, विशेषकर पूर्वोत्तर के राज्य हो, या फिर अंडमान निकोबार जैसे समुद्री द्वीप क्षेत्र, इन्हें लेकर ये सोच रहती थी कि ये तो दूर दराज के दुर्गम और अप्रासंगिक इलाके हैं। इस सोच के कारण ऐसे क्षेत्रों की दशकों तक उपेक्षा हुई, उनके विकास को नजरअंदाज किया गया। अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह इसका भी साक्षी रहा है। दुनिया में ऐसे कई देश हैं, ऐसे कई विकसित द्वीप हैं जिनका आकार हमारे अंडमान निकोबार से भी कम है, लेकिन चाहे सिंगापुर हो, मालदीव हो, सेशेल्स हो, ये देश अपने संसाधनों के सही इस्तेमाल से टूरिज्म का एक बहुत बड़ा आकर्षण का केंद्र बन गए। पूरी दुनिया से लोग इन देशों में पर्यटन और बिजनेस से जुड़ी संभावनाओं के लिए आते हैं। ऐसी ही सामर्थ्य भारत के द्वीपों के पास भी है। हम भी दुनिया को बहुत कुछ दे सकते हैं, लेकिन कभी पहले उस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। हालात तो ये थे कि हमारे यहां कितने द्वीप हैं, कितने टापू हैं, इसका हिसाब किताब तक नहीं रखा गया था। आज देश इस ओर आगे बढ़ रहा है। अब देश में प्राकृतिक संतुलन और आधुनिक संसाधनों को एक साथ आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है। हमने सबमरीन ऑप्टिकल फाइबर के जरिए अंडमान को तेज इंटरनेट से जोड़ने का काम शुरू किया। अब अंडमान में भी बाकी देश की तरह ही तेज इंटरनेट पहुंचने लगा है। डिजिटल पेमेंट और दूसरी डिजिटल सेवाओं का भी यहां तेजी से विस्तार हो रहा है। इसका भी बड़ा लाभ अंडमान आने जाने वाले टूरिस्टों को हो रहा है। साथियों, अतीत में अंडमान निकोबार ने आजादी की लड़ाई को नई दिशा दी थी। उसी तरह भविष्य में ये क्षेत्र देश के विकास को भी नई गति देगा। मुझे विश्वास है हम एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण करेंगे जो सक्षम होगा, समर्थ होगा और आधुनिक विकास की बुलंदियों को छुएगा। इसी कामना के साथ एक बार फिर नेताजी सुभाष और हमारे सभी वीर जवानों के चरणों में नमन करता हूं। आप सबको पराक्रम दिवस की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल इलाके में ट्विन ब्लास्ट होना और इस ब्लास्ट में 9 लोगों का घायल होना जो अपने आप में बड़े सवाल उठाता है। एनआईए की टीम इस वक्त आगे वाले स्पॉट पर है जहां पर पहला ब्लास्ट हुआ था और इस जगह पर पहला ब्लास्ट और हम जहां पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं इस जगह पर दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था। एनआईए की टीम इस लोकेशन को जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहां पर जांच पड़ताल के बाद अब आगे बढ़ी है। 26 जनवरी से पहले ये बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है कि अब आगे इस तरह की स्थितियां कहीं और न बिगड़े। ऐसे में एलजी की ये बैठक भी अपने आप में बहुत बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है जो तमाम उच्च अधिकारियों के साथ ये बैठक करने वाले हैं।
A lot of preparations have been before the Republic Day parade. Right now we are here at Karipra ground in Delhi Cantor, where the tableau of different states are being showcased. We show you pictures of this tableau, and this tableau is from Andhra Pradesh. They are also performing on the Haryana folk song. People coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and there are the practice which is being done here by the artists of different states. You can clearly see how the preparations are now going on here.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब यहां पर लगातार तमाम जांच टीमें जो है वो पहुंच रही हैं। अब यहां पर जिस गाड़ी में दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था उस गाड़ी को यहां से लेकर क्रेन के जरिए जाया जा रहा है और इस ब्लास्ट की तीव्रता कितनी ज्यादा थी इस गाड़ी के जरिए समझा जा सकता है कि सर्वलेट की इस गाड़ी के पूरे परखच्चे उड़ गए, जिसके बाद तमाम जांच टीमें SIA हो NIA हो यहां पर पहुंचती है और इस पूरे घटनास्थल की जांच करती है, जिसके बाद अब यहां से इस गाड़ी को लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
When the Prime Minister said we should have growth, we should have development, we should have globalization with less debt, he has had the legitimacy to talk about it. There is a performance. So whether in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, whether in terms of environmental culture or cultural economics, I think India has a functioning model to show to the world. This G20 is an opportunity for India to pack its ideas and present to the world. Here is an alternative model, functioning model. It is not a theoretical model. It is not something which you have brought from libraries. It is working on the ground.
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation.
Yet another Hindu temple is targeted in Australia. It is the third one in the last 11 days. Congress insults Veer Savarkar once again, compares the freedom icon to Hitler this time.
राष्ट्र को छोड़कर व्यक्तित्व की सार्थकता नहीं है, इस बात को आज सबको हृदयंगम करना होगा।
India pays tribute to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose on his 126th birth anniversary, marks Parakram Diwas. India honours its bravest, names 21 Andaman and Nicobar Islands after Param Veer Chakra awardees. Big boost to the Indian Navy. Made in India 5th class Kalavari submarine is commissioned. Patriotic fervour in the nation as India counts down to mega Republic Day celebrations. Good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the Prime Minister paying his tributes to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose on his 126th birth anniversary. Also then paying tributes to other freedom fighters. Do remember that about 21 islands in Andaman and Nicobar have been named after Param Veer Chakra awardees.
आज पराक्रम दिवस पर अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में नई सुबह की रश्मियां एक नया इतिहास लिख रही है। और जब इतिहास बनता है तो आने वाली सदियां उसका स्मरण भी करती हैं, आकलन भी करती हैं, मूल्यांकन भी करती हैं और अविरत प्रेरणा पाती रहती हैं। आज अंडमान निकोबार के 21 द्वीपों का नामकरण हुआ है। इन 21 द्वीपों को अब परम वीर चक्र विजेताओं के नाम से जाना जाएगा। जिस द्वीप पर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस रहे थे, वहां उनके जीवन और योगदानों को समर्पित एक प्रेरणा स्थली, एक स्मारक का भी आज शिलान्यास हुआ है। आज के इस दिन को आजादी के अमृत काल के एक महत्वपूर्ण अध्याय के रूप में आने वाली पीढ़ियां याद करेगी। नेताजी का ये स्मारक शहीदों और वीर जवानों के नाम पर ये द्वीप हमारे युवाओं के लिए, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए एक चिरंतर प्रेरणा का स्थल बनेंगे। मैं अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह के लोगों को और सभी देशवासियों को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
So joining us right now on the phone line. Good afternoon, Mr. Poonawala. Now, we just heard the Prime Minister over there very categorical in saying that he believes that previous governments, in fact, have ignored these islands. Also going on to say, you know, that their due hasn't, the due that was to be given to freedom fighters also has not been done so in previous government tenures.
You see, today, the renaming of these 21 islands after Paramveer Chakra awardees reflects how, like Netaji fought against the colonial legacy and mindset, today that colonial mindset is being fought against. And this is the truest tribute to give to Netaji, whether it is renaming Rajpath as Kartavya Path, whether it is renaming the islands after Netaji, after Swadesh, Swaraj, and also after the Paramveer Chakra awardees. This shows that for 70, 75 years, what we had was, even though we had got rid of the British rule, we had a colonial Gulami mindset, which was perpetrated. And that Gulami mindset only did Mahima Mandan of one Parivar. It never gave true recognition to the sons and daughters of India who struggled, and it never allowed for the removal of these symbols of Gulami. And that is also now being taken off, as you can see, whether it's the huge statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose being installed on Kartavya Path, removal of the statue of George, removal of the George's cross, and using the Shivaji Maharaj's chap on the insignia or the naval insignia. These are all ways of casting away the Gulami symbols, and that is something that is a true tribute to the legacy of Netaji. But it is unfortunate that so many years and decades this was not done because there was a government which wanted to perpetuate this Gulami mindset.
Absolutely. So in that sense, Mr. Poonawala, it is long overdue that it's being done now. Thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast this afternoon. Well, we're cutting across to news that we're just getting in from Kerala right now. An Air India Express flight with 105 passengers on board from Thiruvananthapuram to Muscat, I think, has landed at the Trivandrum airport due to a technical issue. This is being seen as an emergency landing that has taken place. The flight had taken off at about 8:30 this morning and it landed back at 9:17. So it's been about 2.5 a little more than that hours since this flight landed at the Trivandrum airport. We are given to understand that this flight was an Air India Express flight. It was bound for Muscat. It had to make an emergency landing due to some technical issue. We are still trying to get more details in terms of the situation right now. I think we've got Ankit joining us on the broadcast. Ankit, give us more details of what you're picking up. We are told that 105 passengers were on board this flight.
Absolutely, Nupur. From what we are understanding from this flight radar telemetry, it was a Boeing 737 flight of Air India Express. It was traveling from Thiruvananthapuram to Muscat. It was supposed to take off at about 7:25 a.m. It took off eventually about an hour later from that. But there was a technical glitch that was experienced on board. And so it took off, it headed towards the Arabian Sea. And then once it realized that it cannot proceed any further, it took an about turn. It performed a essentially hair clip sort of maneuver, and it landed once again at the Trivandrum airport. So this is a flight that proceeded some distance. It traveled almost a couple of 100 kilometers from Kerala into the Arabian Sea, but it didn't quite make it to Muscat or anywhere even close to that. Upon encountering this technical snag, it appears to have taken an about turn and come straight back. We also have the radar information for you, and we'll just put that up on the screens as well. And in that, you'll be able to take a look at exactly what flight path this plane had taken. Once again, it was bound for Muscat. It was to take a total flight distance of about 2,600 kilometers. However, it appears to not have done more than a couple of 100 kilometers, and then it returned to its base destination in Trivandrum, Nupur.
All right, so what we are given to understand right now is that the flight did land safely. It was an emergency landing that took place at Thiruvananthapuram, and all 105 passengers were safe. But this is what happened, and obviously the DGCA would have taken note of it. This appears to be a technical glitch. And Ankit, just coming back to you on this one. So any statement coming in from the DGCA on what could have gone wrong? Has an inquiry been ordered?
Do not quite know, Nupur, what was the precise glitch that this aircraft encountered. However, if I can show you once again, you have this flight path on your screens, and so there you go. It takes off. It takes off from here. This is Thiruvananthapuram. It travels in this direction towards Muscat. Then it takes an about turn, and it comes back and it lands once again in Thiruvananthapuram. So we await to find out exactly what was the nature of the glitch that this aircraft encountered. We know that there were about 105 people on board, but we don't know yet if they have been put on a different flight or whether the same flight will once again be cleared for takeoff or anything of that nature. This is a plane that flies a couple of times a day to Muscat and back, and so it is well provisioned and suited to traveling on that route. But this time it appears to have encountered some kind of alarm and a glitch, and therefore the flight commander on board and the air traffic control authorities, Nupur, likely decided that they will not take the risk and took it back to Thiruvananthapuram.
Oh yes, absolutely. So as you're pointing out, of course, just to tell our viewers, on your screens right now is the flight path that it took, and we are told that it was a hairpin sort of a bin that was performed. However, all 105 passengers on board were safe. We are still awaiting details to come in from the airline, whether these passengers have been accommodated on another flight or the procedure thereafter. Ankit, thank you for joining us. Now, after the former Karnataka Chief Minister and the Congress leader Siddaramaia's comments stoked a controversy where he said that Veer Savarkar was inspired by Hitler and gave birth to Hindutva in the country. Republic has questioned Siddaramaia as well as Ranjit Singh Surjewala, who instead of answering our questions pushed and heckled our reporters. So when confronted about these comments that were made by Siddaramaiah, our reporters were in fact heckled by Randeep Singh Surjewala as well as Siddaramaiah. Let's watch what happened.
Is it also an indirect dig at Hindutva stating that Hindutva also drew inspiration from
We have to go. We are now late.
Sir, we are asking a direct question. Randeep sir, 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. We are asking a direct question, sir, to the former Chief Minister.
I know, my friend, you have an agenda of Republic Bharat, so please stop your agenda of Republic Bharat.
ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಇರೋದಲ್ಲ
We have to go. We are now late.
Sir, we are asking a direct question. Randeep sir, 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. We are asking a direct question, sir, to the former Chief Minister.
I know, my friend, you have an agenda of Republic Bharat, so please stop your agenda of Republic Bharat.
Is it also an indirect dig at Hindutva stating that Hindutva also drew inspiration from
We have to go. We are now late.
Sir, we are asking a direct question. Randeep sir, 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. We are asking a direct question, sir, to the former Chief Minister.
I know, my friend, you have an agenda of Republic Bharat, so please stop your agenda of Republic Bharat.
Prajwal is joining us live from Bengaluru right now. Prajwal, give us an overall sense of what really happened. Now, this was a comment that Siddaramaiah had made earlier in the day, and thereafter, of course, reactions were pouring in from various other political parties to what was seen essentially as grave criticism of Veer Savarkar.
Absolutely, Nupur. Now, the Congress needs to understand that time and again they have gone on and insulted a freedom fighter, Veer Damodar Savarkar, and this is not the first such instance where Siddaramaiah drew parallels between Savarkar and that of Hitler. He also stated that Hindutva itself was inspired by Veer Damodar Savarkar as well. So this is something which shouldn't have happened. So at this point of time, when we try to question Siddaramaiah, the former Chief Minister, he did stop to answer, but at that point of time the Congress state in charge, Randeep Singh Surjewala, who is noticing this, stated that such questions should not be asked, and he pushed away the mic, he covered our logo, and then he pushed us away and instructed Siddaramaiah to get inside the bus that they were traveling in, and then again he had the audacity to come back and report that we know what the media network's agenda is. So we will have to question Surjewala as well as all the Congress leaders, not only in Karnataka but also across the country, stating that why are they repeatedly going on and putting a black mark on Veer Damodar Savarkar, despite the fact that Savarkar's contribution to the country has already been recorded. It has been mentioned numerous times as well. But drawing a parallel with Hitler is altogether a new low for the Karnataka Congress now, because they seem to be hitting below the belt, giving out loose remarks against freedom fighters as well. And they also go on to defend that too. And this is something which is very shocking as well. And they have also compared the rule, and they have gone on to state that, that the BJP rule here in Karnataka will collapse like that of Hitler, Mussolini as well as Franco too. But all said and done, when we asked them about Savarkar, they absolutely had nothing to say. And at that point of time, Surjewala intervened and he pushed away a mic and he pushed us as well.
Right. Hold your thoughts for a minute, Prajwal. I'll come back to you. But let's listen into reactions that we're getting right now from the BJP.
Today in West Bengal, you have the TMC, Tanashahi mindset and culture. And ever since the Tanashahi mindset and culture has come to power in West Bengal, you are seeing instances of democracy being murdered in Bengal. You have seen the manner in which if an artist sings Rang De Mohe Gerua, his shows are cancelled. You have seen how nationalists are tortured in Bengal, how their programs are cancelled, how they have to face violence.
All right, let's go back to Prajwal on the ground now. Prajwal, of course, this comment of his has drawn a lot of ire, and we are given to understand that sharp reactions are coming out not just from the BJP but from other political outfits as well.
Absolutely, Nupur. This has been the reality where the opposition parties, the parties which oppose the Congress are going on and lashing out at Siddaramaiah as well as the Congress party for making such loose comments as well. And meanwhile, the state BJP in Karnataka is also questioning the Congress's double standards, because this was the very same Congress party which used the poster, which used the images of Veer Damodar Savarkar during the Bharat Jodo Yatra as well. And when again questioned, they stated that it was a mistake and this is the work of some miscreants as well. But it was clearly mentioned that this was done by the Shantinagar MLA, Mr. N.A. Harris, where they had put on a poster of Veer Damodar Savarkar as well. So when the BJP is questioning the double standards too, they are mum on it. But then the leader of the opposition in Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, goes on unabatedly insulting Veer Damodar Savarkar now and again, and also, speaking about his contribution, his sacrifice for the country in a very demeaning manner as well, which doesn't befit that of a politician.
Absolutely. Do you feel that, Prajwal, some of these comments that are made by Siddaramaiah as well as other political leaders in the Congress party in Karnataka are little thought of, and the consequences are not even sort of thought of before they say all these things? Do you think that politically, at some level, they will have to pay a price for this?
Absolutely, because if not today, in the upcoming assembly elections, the Karnataka Congress will have to heavily pay a price for it. And all these statements that had been made by Siddaramaiah, the leader of the opposition, was done yesterday in Udupi as well. And then he also went on to take a dig at Hindutva as well, calling that this is a place which has become a Hindu laboratory for the BJP to go on, try and test its formula as well. And this is something which shouldn't be done as to. So we will have to look and watch out as to what the people will have to say in this regard, Nupur.
Prajwal, stay with us. I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you on that one, but let me go across to Malvika Avinash from the BJP. Good afternoon, Malvika Avinash. You've just heard, I don't know if you've heard that comment that came in from Siddaramaiah, but essentially, he appears to draw a parallel between the freedom icon Veer Savarkar and Hitler, going on to say that, people like Franco as well as others essentially have been thrown out by their people at some point in time.
See, there are two parts to this. One is Siddaramaiah is extremely fearful of his defeat in the forthcoming election. And therefore, for someone who knows he is going to be defeated and he has no constituency even to stand from, he has been hunting for a constituency for the last 3 months. Finally, he has come to Kolar. He has orphaned his Chamundeshwari, now Badami also, and he has come to Kolar. So here is a man who is staring defeat in his face. So what does a desperate man do? That is one side to it. The other is that by now, the people of Karnataka are aware of how anti-Hindu Siddaramaiah is, and how his position has always been for the sake of polarizing votes of a certain community. And therefore, when all of this comes together, the person gets desperate and starts to speak a lot of things that don't make sense.
Right, Malvika Avinash, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. So there you have it, the BJP over there criticizing Siddaramaiah's comment that came out against Veer Savarkar, also calling it perhaps a bit of a publicity tactic. Prajwal has been reporting from Bengaluru on this. Prajwal, thank you to you as well. He's of course been bringing us all those reactions from the BJP as well as other political outfits.
आज हमारे देश का जीवन हमारा जीवन है। जिनके त्याग तपस्या पर खड़ा है, उनको कृतज्ञतापूर्वक स्मरण करना, हमको अपने जीवन को शुद्ध मानवतापूर्ण जीवन बनाना है, तो ऐसा शुद्ध मानवतापूर्ण जीवन जिन्होंने जिया, उनका स्मरण करना और हम सबको मिलकर अपने देश को दुनिया में एक स्थान दिलाना है। तो ऐसा स्थान दिलाने के लिए जिन्होंने अपने जीवन का समर्पण किया, देश गौरव।
You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, we bring you more news, including Yet another Hindu temple is targeted in Australia. This is the third one that's been vandalized in the past 11 days. And it is a big boost to the Indian Navy. Made in India 5th class Kalavari submarine is commissioned.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
A lot of preparations have been before the Republic Day parade. Right now we are here at Karipra ground in Delhi, Kanta, where the tableau of different states are being showcased. We show you pictures of this tableau, and this tableau is from Andhra Pradesh. They are also performing on the Haryana folk song. People coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and there are the practice which is being done here by the artists of different states. You can clearly see how the preparations are now going on here.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब यहाँ पर लगातार तमाम जांच टीमें जो है वो पहुंच रही हैं। अब यहाँ पर जिस गाड़ी में दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था, उस गाड़ी को यहाँ से लेकर क्रेन के जरिए जाया जा रहा है, और इस ब्लास्ट की तीव्रता कितनी ज्यादा थी इस गाड़ी के जरिए समझा जा सकता है कि सर्वलेट की इस गाड़ी के पूरे परखच्चे उड़ गए, जिसके बाद तमाम जांच टीमें SIA हो, NIA हो यहाँ पर पहुंचती है और इस पूरे घटनास्थल की जांच करती है, जिसके बाद अब यहाँ से इस गाड़ी को लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
When the Prime Minister said we should have growth, we should have development, we should have globalization with less debt, he has had the legitimacy to talk about. There is a performance. So whether in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, whether in terms of environmental culture or cultural economics, I think India has a functioning model to show to the world. This G20 is an opportunity for India to pack its ideas and present to the world. Here is an alternative model, functioning model. It is not a theoretical model. It is not something which you have brought from libraries. It is working on the ground.
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik Bajrang...
Is it time to apologise to the world, sir? To give refunds back to the countries that poured all their money into your vaccine that doesn't work, your ineffective vaccine? Are you not ashamed of what you've done in the last couple of years?
Do you have any apologies to the public, sir?
Are you proud of it? You've made millions on the...
Top headlines at 12:30. Yet another Hindu temple targeted in Australia, third in the last 11 days. Congress insults Savarkar again, compares freedom icon to Hitler this time.
व्यक्तित्व की सार्थकता नहीं है, इस बात को आज सबको हृदयंगम करना होगा।
India pays tribute to Netaji on 126th birth anniversary, marks Parakram Diwas.
नेताजी का स्मारक शहीदों और वीर जवानों के नाम पर ये द्वीप एक चिरंतर प्रेरणा का स्थल बनेंगे।
India honors its bravest names 21 Andaman and Nicobar Islands after Paramveer Chakra awardees. Big boost to the Indian Navy, made in India 5th class Kalvari submarine commission. Patriotic fervour in the national capital as India's countdown to Mega Republic Day celebrations begin. And we start with news break coming in from Karnataka, where There is massive furor over the remarks that were made by writer K.S. Bhagwan, in which he'd stated that Lord Ram consumed wine with goddess Sita. In fact, we're given to understand latest that Hindu outfits have registered a complaint against writer K.S. Bhagwan over the remarks he'd made while he was addressing an event in Karnataka's Mandya. NEFA that's also been registered in Mandya district by the Bajrang Dal and the VHP. Well, that's the news break coming in. We'll try and go across to Prajwal as well for more on that. But remember the remarks that were made by the writer K.S. Bhagwan that have sparked anger among several of those leaders, the latest of course being the VHP and the Bajrang Dal, who've gotten a complaint filed against writer K.S. Bhagwan.
Right, Samiksha, so this one coming in from Srirangapatna, where now members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad as well as the Bajrang Dal have gone on to lodge a complaint with the cops stating that action will have to be taken against K.S. Bhagwan because he's already out on conditional bail, and there was already a case which was filed against him in 2019 for hurting the sentiments of Hindus with his book as well, and he had made these similar statements in this particular regard. And also in 2015 as well, he had also gone on to mention that he would burn some pages of the Bhagwat Gita as well, and therefore now he was booked on that case as well. So cumulative of all these cases put together, the Karnataka High Court had gone on to grant him bail, but it was a conditional bail now. So the pro-Hindu organizations are going on staging a protest, and they lodged a complaint stating that K.S. Bhagwan will immediately have to be arrested and strict action will have to be taken against him because he's not only hurting the sentiments of Hindus, but he's also trying to disturb the law and order and trying to incite hatred between two communities who are living peacefully together. And apart from that, now his derogatory statements about Lord Ram is not something which is very new, Samiksha. Earlier too, he had gone on to quote Ramayana, and he mainly mentioned about Uttarakhanda, which was not written by Valmiki, but according to Professor K.S. Bhagwan, he goes on and states that even Uttarakhanda, which is the last part of the Ramayana, is also written by Valmiki, and in that particular chapter it goes on to mention that Lord Ram also insisted Sita to go on and drink intoxicants, wine and liquor as well, but that has been taken off completely, and even history is against that. But what is Professor K.S. Bhagwan's ire against Lord Ram is something that needs to be understood, because now and again he's gone on to hurt the sentiments of Hindus not once, twice, but he seems to be a repeat offender, but there has to be some sort of concrete action which has to be taken. So therefore, pro-Hindu organizations are demanding that he should be put behind bars.
Yes, Prajwal, it's been more than 48 hours that he's made these statements. Any apology, anything that has come in from him as of yet? And also talk to us about those people, who really attended this event in Mandya. Were they not enraged on hearing these the kind of remarks that have come in from writer K.S. Bhagwan?
Samiksha, now in terms of the action that has been taken, the cops have not taken a suo motu cognizance. Only after a complaint has been lodged can the cops go ahead and take action. But also, if you're looking about this public convention which K.S. Bhagwan had attended to and had spoken, there was also a lot of ire against him. And as soon as his speech was about to end, people have started calling out slogans against Professor K.S. Bhagwan, and he was immediately rushed away from the spot as well. So this is something which has to be understood, and also he has been provided security by the state government of Karnataka too, because he has been under the radar of the pro-Hindu organizations for a very long period of time, and therefore now pro-Hindu organizations also had stated that they will go on and gerav K.S. Bhagwan at his residence in Mysuru as well. But so far now the pro-Hindu organizations have just only given a deadline for the cops to take action, otherwise they will go on to gerav him, and they will also protest in front of the state government of Karnataka, stating that he should be put behind bars as well, because this is not the first time, as I was earlier stating. He has gone on to make these statements many times, but what sort of action will be taken against K.S. Bhagwan, and will he again get away? That needs to be seen now.
All right, Prajwal, thank you for the moment. So Prajwal getting us the latest on the noted writer K.S. Bhagwan, who sparked a controversy with the kind of remarks he'd made earlier while he was delivering a speech at an event in Mandya. A complaint, of course, has been filed against him. Remains to be seen the action that comes in from the cops. But also important to note here that the writer is currently out on a conditional bail that's been granted to him by the court. All right, to more news coming in. This one from Pakistan, where a major power breakdown has hit the country, leaving major cities including Lahore and Islamabad without electricity due to a fault in transmission lines. Now, Pakistan this month, remember, announced a new energy conservation plan as its fragile economy continues to struggle with major challenges, including the country's foreign exchange reserves that have dwindled to alarmingly low levels. So that's the latest coming in from Pakistan, where a major outage has been reported in several of those cities of Pakistan, which includes Islamabad, Lahore. Also remember, earlier in October last year, Pakistan experienced similar power breakdown that deprived large swathes of the country, including provincial capitals Karachi and Lahore, of electricity for more than 12 hours. So a similar situation unfolding in Pakistan in several of those cities. And this, of course, amid the economic crisis that the country is grappling with. In fact, a statement that has also been put out by the Energy Minister of Pakistan, who's attributed the power outage to the fault in transmission. We do not yet know the main cause for the power outage, but what we're given to understand that this is a result of fault in transmission lines in several of those cities in Pakistan. So not something new that is happening in Pakistan. A similar instance has happened in the past. In fact, just last year in October itself, Pakistan experienced a major power breakdown that deprived large swathes of the country, which included provincial capitals such as Karachi and Lahore, of electricity for more than 12 hours. We have Suyesha joining us live from the Delhi newsroom. Suyesha, if you can give us some perspective, the kind of situation being seen in Pakistan, where on one hand there is definitely a major economic crisis. On other hand, we see these power outage, which Pakistan has attributed to fault in transmission lines.
Oh yes, absolutely, and that is how the government in Pakistan is trying to downplay it by saying that it is system maintenance work that is progressing rapidly. But the situation is very, very critical, Samiksha, when it comes to this power outage, which struck at 7:30 this morning, where it is being said that the national grid went down. But remember, this is not just Islamabad, Lahore, but even Karachi, Quetta and other critical parts in the country of Pakistan which are affected, and there is no information so far to how long this will last. In fact, businesses are affected, and you would remember how Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had ordered earlier that federal departments must cut down their electric energy consumption by 30%. So this is really how there has been a problem as far as lack of power is concerned in Pakistan, and they were foreseeing it. But now it has come to the point where the national grid is down, and nearly 220 million people, Samiksha, in Pakistan are now out of electricity. There are, like I said, businesses are getting affected, apart from how people are living in their homes, and then again no clarity, and this is again an escalation of how Pakistan has been trying to deal with the lack of food, the lack of power supply, and this has now hit rock bottom, where we see 220 million people in key cities of Pakistan where there is no electricity and no clarity also to how long this outage will last.
Well, absolutely, Suyesha. And first we had the food crisis, fuel crisis, and now it's power crisis. If you can take us through the kind of statements that have been coming in from the Pakistan government, because clearly, like you mentioned, they seem to be downplaying the whole issue that the country is grappling with for past couple of months.
See, Samiksha, one thing is very clear, that the government is certainly aware of how it is a situation that is down and out, and they are really trying to camouflage it by saying that they have it under control, but it is far from what the reality on the surface is. and it is very, very clear to when it comes to the lack of food and how people are suffering, how prices are skyrocketing when it comes to basics of wheat and flour. And then again, there is the fuel crisis and now the power crisis that is continuing. This time again, the government is trying to make it look like all is okay and they have it under control, and that it is system maintenance work that is progressing very rapidly. That is the one statement that has been issued, and you must focus on the use of words. But it is not as simple as it looks on the face of it, because no clarity to how long this will last, how many cities will continue to remain affected, and even on the food crisis, it's not like it is getting better, or it is not like those particular areas have been looked into. So dilly-dally statements that are coming in from Islamabad, where they are not really admitting to how bad the situation is, but fact of the matter, and it is really for everyone to see to how critical it is.
Well, absolutely, Suesha, thank you for the moment. So remains to be seen whether China, the all-weather friend of Pakistan, would come to the rescue of Pakistan or not. But yes, definitely a grim situation there in Pakistan as it tries to weather the storm.
भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी की ये पहल कि अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह के 21 बड़े द्वीपों को हमारे परमवीर चक्र विजेताओं के नाम के साथ जोड़कर उनकी स्मृति को जब तक ये पृथ्वी रहेगी तब तक चिरंजीव करने का ये प्रयास मैं मानता हूं तीनों सेनाओं के लिए बहुत बड़ा उत्साहवर्धन करने वाला है। आज पराक्रम दिन है, नेताजी की 123वीं जयंती है। इस कार्यक्रम के साथ साथ जहां पर नेताजी रहे थे वो सुभाष द्वीप पर आज उनका स्मारक बनाने का भी निर्णय किया गया है। ये दोनों कार्यक्रम, ये दोनों निर्णय देश के प्रधानमंत्री के निर्णय अंडमान निकोबार को फिर से एक बार अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह को स्वतंत्रता की स्मृतियों के साथ समग्र देश के साथ जोड़ने वाले निर्णय है और मैं इसका बहुत बहुत मन से स्वागत करता हूं।
News in brief, in what seems to be a big boost, in what has come as a big boost for the Indian Navy, a 5th Kalvari class submarine of the Indian Navy has been commissioned. It has been indigenously built. INS Vagar can be deployed both closer to the shore as well as mid-ocean. Prime Minister Modi virtually inaugurated a model of a proposed memorial dedicated to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in Andaman and Nicobar Islands to commemorate the freedom fighters' 126th birth anniversary. In a shocking incident, a third Hindu temple was vandalized within 15 days with Hindu hate and pro-Khalistan graffiti in Melbourne's Albert Park. The ISKCON temple, also known as Hare Krishna Temple, is a well-known centre of the Bhakti Yoga movement in Melbourne. The temple management found the walls of the revered temple vandalized with hate graffiti. Yet another mishap took place in the metro premises in Bengaluru. A metro barricade fell on a car that was passing by this area. While the car was completely damaged, no injuries were reported. The incident took place at Dodinaldi junction in Bengaluru. A verbal brawl took a violent turn in a bar in Bengaluru after a customer was thrashed with sticks and rods by attendants. The incident took place in the Manjunath Nagar area of Bengaluru. The victim alleged that the cops initially refused to file a complaint, citing it was only a bar brawl. 3 people died after allegedly drinking spurious liquor in Siwan's Bihar. 7 people are undergoing treatment. The cause of the death would be ascertained only after the autopsy report is complete. After meeting Annamalai at BJP's state headquarters in Chennai, OPS, speaking to Republic, said that the meeting was regarding the discussion on the by-election, further adding that they had given the undue support to BJP and that all decisions would be collectively taken. As India celebrates the 126th birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur said that the British were afraid of Netaji, further adding that any freedom fighter took birth in India and that many freedom fighters took birth in India and that if our land could be free from the Delhi Traffic Police has issued a traffic advisory in view of Republic Day. The Delhi Traffic Police has issued a traffic advisory in view of Republic Day parade. A full dress rehearsal that will take place today is taking place today as the country gears up for the celebrations. 23 tableaus, including 17 from states and union territories and 6 from ministries and departments, will roll down the Kartavya Path during the Republic Day parade on 26th of January. Air Intel unit of Customs Department seized 1,978 grams of gold worth 85 lakh rupees from a passenger at Kochi airport. The passenger has been identified as Abdul, who is a native of Malappuram. Slipping into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you the latest as it's yet another Hindu temple targeted in Australia, third and last 11 days. Congress insults Savarkar again, compares freedom icon to Hitler this time.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European bath lounges.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल इलाके में ट्विन ब्लास्ट होना और इस ब्लास्ट में 9 लोगों का घायल होना जो अपने आप में बड़े सवाल उठाता है। एनआईए की टीम इस वक्त आगे वाले स्पॉट पर है जहां पर पहला ब्लास्ट हुआ था और इस जगह पर पहला ब्लास्ट और हम जहां पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं इस जगह पर दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था। एनआईए की टीम इस लोकेशन को जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहां पर जांच पड़ताल के बाद अब आगे बढ़ी है। 26 जनवरी से पहले ये बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है कि अब आगे इस तरह की स्थितियां कहीं और न बिगड़े। ऐसे में एलजी की ये बैठक भी अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है जो तमाम उच्च अधिकारियों के साथ ये बैठक करने वाले हैं।
A lot of preparations have been before the Republic Day parade. Right now we are here at Karipra ground in Delhi, Kenta, where the tableau of different states are being showcased. We show you pictures of this tableau, and this tableau is from Andhra Pradesh. They are also performing on the Haryana folk song. People coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and there are the practice which is being done here by the artists of different states. You can clearly see how the preparations are now going on here.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब यहां पर लगातार तमाम जांच टीमें जो है वो पहुंच रही हैं। अब यहां पर जिस गाड़ी में दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था उस गाड़ी को यहां से लेकर क्रेन के जरिए जाया जा रहा है और इस ब्लास्ट की तीव्रता कितनी ज्यादा थी इस गाड़ी के जरिए समझा जा सकता है कि सर्वलेट की इस गाड़ी के पूरे परखच्चे उड़ गए, जिसके बाद तमाम जांच टीमें एसआईए हो एनआईए हो यहां पर पहुंचती है और इस पूरे घटनास्थल की जांच करती है, जिसके बाद अब यहां से इस गाड़ी को लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
When the Prime Minister said we should have growth, we should have development, we should have globalization with less debt, he has had the legitimacy to talk about it. There is a performance. So whether in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, whether in terms of environmental culture or cultural economics, I think India has a functioning model to show to the world. This G20 is an opportunity for India to pack its ideas and present to the world. Here is an alternative model, functioning model. It is not a theoretical model. It is not something which we have brought from libraries. It is working on the ground.
Welcome back. Now in some good news, the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, would be presenting the Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Bal Puraskar. For this year, remember this year, 11 exceptional children have been selected for the prestigious award. We have Harsha reporting live, getting us all those details. Harsha, if you can take us through, some of the details about those children who would be awarded by the President of the country.
Exactly, Samiksha. Now we are showing you the children who have excelled in the field of bravery, courage, injustice, and social service, art, and innovation. These are all children who will be given the Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Bal Puraskar 2023, which is conferred by the President, and they will also be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These are all the children who have come from the different parts of the country. Some are from Karnataka, from Maharashtra, from Punjab, Bihar, and these children are representing because they have done something excellent in the field of bravery, innovation, art and culture. We'll straight talk to these children. आप कहाँ से हैं? आपका नाम?
महाराष्ट्र। मेरा नाम आयुष गणेश तापकिरे।
तो आयुष, एक बात जानना चाहेंगे, आपने वो क्या काम किया है जिसके चलते आपको बाल पुरस्कार मिल रहा है? कौन से सन में किया, इस बार आपको चूज किया गया है, क्या कार्य किया आपने?
मैंने तालाब में 3 बच्चे डूब रहे थे, उनकी जान बचाई थी। तब मैं 2021 में हुआ था। मेरे को ये अवार्ड
So Samiksha, these are all. Acha. Samiksha, these are all children, and they will also be meeting Prime Minister. But right now we are not allowed to talk much to them. Therefore, they are also being taken straight away from here to the Vigyan Bhavan. They will also be meeting the Minister and the President as well. But they are the students who are representing their states. Some from Punjab, some from Bihar, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. They will be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow, and today they will be meeting President and the Women and Child Development Minister Smriti Zubin Irani as well. So these children have come who have performed excellence in the field of bravery, art and innovation. They have been selected. There are 11 children who have been selected. They will be given a cash prize and along with that a medal as well. So these are the children we were trying to speak to, but because of some protocol they have left from this place and right now they are not speaking. I think they will be allowed to speak once they meet the ministers and the designated people. Samiksha, back to you.
All right, Harsha, thank you for the moment. So Harsha, they're getting us those details on the Bal Puraskar Diwas, the awards that would be given by the President Draupadi Murmu to 11 children who've been selected for this year for their exceptional work in several of those fields. In fact, of those 11, 6 are boys and 5 are girls from 11 states and union territories. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you live coverage and the latest as the countdown for the Republic Day has begun.
Protection system. The motto of the regiment.
के लिए देवी और सच
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and Netas' children, that is VVIP racism, and it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
जम्मू कश्मीर नरवाल इलाके में ट्विन ब्लास्ट होना और इस ब्लास्ट में 9 लोगों का घायल होना जो अपने आप में बड़े सवाल उठाता है। एनआईए की टीम इस वक्त आगे वाले स्पॉट पर है जहां पर पहला ब्लास्ट हुआ था और इस जगह पर पहला ब्लास्ट और हम जहां पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं इस जगह पर दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था। एनआईए की टीम इस लोकेशन को जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहां पर जांच पड़ताल के बाद अब आगे बढ़ी है। 26 जनवरी से पहले ये बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है कि अब आगे इस तरह की स्थितियां कहीं और न बिगड़े। ऐसे में एलजी की ये बैठक भी अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है जो तमाम उच्च अधिकारियों के साथ ये बैठक करने वाली है।
A lot of preparations have been before the Republic Day parade. Right now we are here at Karipra ground in Delhi, Kanta, where the tableau of different states are being showcased. We show you pictures of this tableau, and this tableau is from Andhra Pradesh. They are also performing on the Haryana folk song. People coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and there are the practice which is being done here by the artists of different states. You can clearly see how the preparations are now going on here.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब
साथियों, आज 21वीं सदी का ये समय देख रहा है कि कैसे जिन नेताजी सुभाष को आजादी के बाद भुला देने का प्रयास हुआ, आज देश उन्हीं नेताजी को पल पल याद कर रहा है। अंडमान में जिस जगह नेताजी ने सबसे पहले तिरंगा फहराया था, वहां आज गगनचुंबी तिरंगा आजाद हिंद फौज के पराक्रम का गुणगान कर रहा है। पूरे देश में और देश के कोने कोने से जब लोग यहां आते हैं तो समंदर किनारे लहराते तिरंगों को देखकर उनके दिलों में देशभक्ति का रोमांच भर जाता है। अब अंडमान में उनकी याद में जो म्यूजियम और स्मारक बनने जा रहा है, वो अंडमान की यात्रा को और भी स्मरणीय बनाएगा। उनके जन्म दिवस को पराक्रम दिवस के रूप में घोषित किया गया, यानी बंगाल से लेकर दिल्ली और अंडमान तक देश का ऐसा कोई हिस्सा नहीं है जो नेताजी को नमन न कर रहा हो, उनकी विरासत को संजो न रहा हो।
And patriotic fervor has gripped the national capital as India's countdown to Mega Republic Day celebrations has begun. We leave you with these visuals.
We are a peacekeeping force and are on alert all the time. We protect, we guard, and we secure the 7,517-kilometer Indian coastline. No matter how deep the sea, to save lives, we challenge the course of destiny. There are days we heal wounds and wipe away tears.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब यहां पर लगातार तमाम जांच टीमें जो है वो पहुंच रही हैं। अब यहां पर जिस गाड़ी में दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था, उस गाड़ी को यहां से लेकर क्रेन के जरिए जाया जा रहा है और इस ब्लास्ट की तीव्रता कितनी ज्यादा थी, इस गाड़ी के जरिए समझा जा सकता है कि सर्वलेट की इस गाड़ी के पूरे परखच्चे उड़ गए, जिसके बाद तमाम जांच टीमें SIA हो, NIA हो यहां पर पहुंचती है और इस पूरे घटनास्थल की जांच करती है, जिसके बाद अब यहां से इस गाड़ी को लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
When the Prime Minister said we should have growth, we should have development, we should have globalization with less debt, he has had the legitimacy to talk about it. There is a performance. So whether in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, whether in terms of environmental culture or cultural economics, I think India has a functioning model to show to the world. This G20 is an opportunity for India to pack its ideas and present to the world. Here is an alternative model, functioning model. It is not a theoretical model. It is not something which you have brought from libraries. It is working on the ground.
cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because it
watching live and breaking at 1 p.m. I'm Suesha Sawant. Let's begin with the top headlines we're tracking at the sun. Prime Minister Modi honors 21 Paramveer Chakra awardees, names 21 Andaman Islands after the breaks.
नेताजी का स्मारक शहीदों और वीर जवानों के नाम पर ये द्वीप एक चिरंतर प्रेरणा का स्थल बनेंगे।
Prime Minister pays tribute to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, calls out past governments for not preserving Netaji's legacy. While Prime Minister hails Congress insults Savarkar, Siddaramaiah draws parallel with Hitler, shoves away the mic when confronted. Third temple targeted in 11 days in Australia's Melbourne. Temple walls desecrated in Melbourne. Pakistan witnesses nationwide power outage after grid failure, no electricity in major cities. And the top story we're tracking at this hour, in a shocking incident, a third Hindu temple that has been vandalized within 15 days with Hindu hate and pro-Khalistan graffiti. This is in Melbourne's Albert Park. The ISKCON temple, also known as the Hare Rama Hare Krishna temple, is a well-known center of Bhakti Yoga movement in Melbourne. In the early hours of Monday morning, when the temple management found that the walls of the revered temple were vandalized with graffiti. Those pictures on your screens, as this is the third attack that has been seen in Australia itself in 11 days. January 12th, January 17th and now January 23rd. We've seen similar such attacks in Canada, in Leicester, now in Australia. The third such attack in 11 days. On your screens are those pictures of the pro-Khalistan graffiti that was chalked out on these walls. And this is the Hare Rama Hare Krishna temple in Melbourne.
So first of all, coming to you, Mr. Das, as a manager and resident, tell us in detail about what happened. We are seeing visuals of the walls being desecrated, but we'd like to know more.
So basically, today, Monday morning, our day started with this horrible news. 4:15, I was informed by another priest who came half an hour before me to begin the worship of the day, and he saw these horrible messages right at the entrance of our temple, and it was very scary for him because he's the first person and someone who is alone at the temple in those early hours. He was very fearful, shocked to the core that what's inside now, because he's coming from outside. I live within the temple campus, but he was coming from outside, and there was quite a bit of fear, that what he's going to experience within the property. But luckily, the damage was only to the walls outside. Nothing, no internal damages were done by these. Hard to say who these people are, but from the look of it.
So those are the voices coming in from the temple management. This remembers the third attack in 11 days and the rise of Hindu phobia that we see. This is the third attack in Australia after what we witnessed in Canada and Leicester. The temple gate and walls were completely vandalized, and you see pro-Khalistan graffiti that has been chalked all out. And moving on, Prime Minister Modi paid tributes to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose on his birth anniversary and said that he will be remembered for his fierce resistance to the colonial rule, remembering India's bravest and silencing the critics. Prime Minister, in a big message, paid homage to India's freedom icon Veer Savarkar and Netaji. Listen in to those statements.
आज पराक्रम दिवस पर अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में नई सुबह की रश्मियां एक नया इतिहास लिख रही है। और जब इतिहास बनता है तो आने वाली सदियां उसका स्मरण भी करती हैं, आकलन भी करती हैं, मूल्यांकन भी करती हैं और अविरत प्रेरणा पाती रहती हैं। आज अंडमान निकोबार के 21 द्वीपों का नामकरण हुआ है।
As the Wrestling Federation of India boss Brij Bhushan has now moved Delhi High Court. Republic getting you further details as he has termed it illegal naxalism. He's completely slammed the harassment charges that have been leveled against him by the wrestlers, and in a bid to fight against the wrestlers, he has now moved the Delhi High Court. We'll try and put out the exact details of Brij Bhushan filing that petition in the High Court, and let's bring in Swapnil Kothari, who's with me on the phone line. Swapnil, we'll try and put out details of what Brij Bhushan is claiming, but he's completely slammed the harassment charges. He's now moved to the Delhi High Court, and he has used some very strong words calling it illegal naxalism.
Illegal what?
Naxalism. He's fighting against all the wrestlers who leveled all those charges against him that include Vinesh Fogart, Bajrang Punia, Sakshi Malik, Sangeeta Fogart, Sonam Malik and Anshu Malik. And he has now completely slammed those charges, and he's moved to the Delhi High Court.
Right. So I think he must have moved the Delhi High Court for defamation and for a cease and desist order, in the sense that they refrain from posting any or making any such comments, because that's the only plausible thing.
All right, we'll try and get you details on that, but for the moment we also move on as Prime Minister Modi paid tribute to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose on his birth anniversary, saying that he will be remembered for his fierce resistance to the colonial rule, remembering India's bravest and silencing the critics. Prime Minister, in a big message, paid homage to India's freedom icon Veer Savarkar and Netaji. All right, as we stay with these pictures coming in from Hyderabad, where the BJP is staging protests in support of teachers. Aniri is joining me live on the broadcast. Aniri, very dramatic pictures that are coming in from there, as we see the police also detaining some of those BJP workers. Perhaps, of course, you would be able to confirm that for us, and why they are protesting. Take it from here.
So what we are seeing right now is the BJYM staging protest against the state government over the police recruitment process, and also at the same time we have been seeing how there has been a face-off between the political parties here in the state of Telangana, let it be the BJP versus the PRS, and also as there was a call which was given by the BJYM to stage protest, they had decided that they would be going from the BJP party office towards the Pragati Bhavan, that's the CM's camp office. But then, due to heavy police deployment, all the BJYM protesters who were trying to stage protests there were arrested by the police personnel, and also at the same time now they have been shifted to the police station, and further investigation will also be done. But however, we continue to see that how the Bharatiya Janata Party has been demanding that there should be police recruitment, and also at the same time, some time back, we also heard that the BJP state president Bandi Sanjay is, on the other hand, demanding that the GO number 317 should be withdrawn. The teachers' GO, which has come up by the state government, should be withdrawn. So now, definitely, the face-off between the BJP and the PRS has been going on, has been escalating, and this comes ahead of the state assembly elections, because Telangana will be seeing state assembly elections in this year end.
Oh yes, absolutely. But these are some very dramatic protests that the BJP is staging in Hyderabad. Continue talking to us, because this has been an ongoing issue, Aniri. And what really is the position of the government on this? Detail that for us.
Well, Suesha, what we are seeing is the protest which has been called by the BJYM in connection with the police recruitment process, because recently we had seen that they had also moved this issue, and now we also see that the BJP party has been demanding the state government to come up with a proper guidelines, and also at the same time to come up with a recruitment process also for the police personnel, the recruitment of the constables also. So now we have been seeing how there has been a political face-off between the BJP and the BRS, because recently also we had seen that how the BRS leaders who had held a mega public meeting, how they had hit it out at the Bharatiya Janata Party, at the central government. But now, when we talk about the current scenario in the state of Telangana, definitely the face-off has been escalating time and again, let it be on any sort of issue. Now, the BJYM protest, which was called, they had planned to move towards the Pragati Bhavan, but then heavy police deployment there as well.
All right, Aniri, many thanks for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you for further updates on the same. Meanwhile, TMC Forward Bloc clashed on the issue of who will garland Netaji's statue. Rods and sticks that were used in front of the police. Netaji's cutout was torn and stamped upon. Many have been injured. Those are the pictures on your screens right now in Kolkata, where some very dramatic clashes erupted, and the TMC Forward Bloc indulged in this clash on the issue of who will garland Netaji's statue. It escalated to a level where rods and sticks were used in front of the police. Kishale is joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, give us details of what had happened, and of course, the fight over who will garland Netaji, really with a political intention is what it is looking like.
Well, exactly. The visuals which are coming are quite shocking. This is from Islampur in Murshidabad. And we see that the Trinamool Congress workers, TMC workers, are clashing with the forward bloc workers over the issue that who will be garlanding the statue of Netaji first. And they are not only using sticks, but they are also using the cutout of Netaji in order to beat each other. And while doing that, one of the cutouts get torn and goes under the feet and gets stampeded. So the question is, big question is, whether this is how a respect to Netaji can be given on his birth anniversary, on his 126th birth anniversary, Netaji's cutouts being used for fighting with each other in such a clash, and then those cutouts are torn away, torn apart, and then stamped by the clashing workers. The police is also present there. In one of the places is the police who is tearing up the cutout of Netaji. So the issue is whether who will be garlanding the statue of Netaji, which goes on to this situation where the cutouts of Netaji are itself used in order to beat each other in that particular clash. Samiksha.
Kishale, this is Suesha from the Delhi studio. Give us more details, because we've seen how political mileage is actually what is the whole intent of parties here than actually respecting Netaji and keeping up his legacy. And this is exactly what it is looking like on the front of the TMC. Such dramatic pictures, so much so that Netaji and that cutout that was really insulted. But the TMC, any answers coming in?
Well, Suesha, no, we don't have any answers as of yet, but we remember yesterday night's incident as well. In Barakpur, in one of the areas near Kolkata, there was a similar incident where there were faction feud of two TMC sections, two TMC factions of who will be garlanding Netaji. So it's correct what you are saying, that this is about politics. This is about photo opportunities, photo ops, where which party will be garlanding Netaji's statue on his birth anniversary comes before the fact that Netaji should not be respected just by garlanding, but also should be respected in terms of his cutouts, in pamphlets and wherever he is and his presence is. But that is clearly not followed. In order to gain political mileage and in order to gain political opportunities of photo framing of photo opportunities, these two political parties in Islampur, in Murshidabad, they are clashing with each other. The party workers are clashing with each other in order to get the first opportunity to garland that particular statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose on his birth anniversary. And that conspired into this situation, worsening of the situation where they are using the cutouts of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose himself in order to fight with each other, beat each other, and doing that, the whole cutout of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, the greatest hero of this country, gets torn apart and then is stamped by different TMC and forward bloc workers. So the larger question is whether actually this is about showing respect to Netaji, what's happening, or it's about what you have rightly asked, about political opportunities and photo opportunities to first go and garland and show that we are the one who are doing this particular function and respecting Netaji. Also, the Panchayat elections are nearby, so photo opportunities are very important for political parties at these times. Suesha.
Oh yes, absolutely. It is unfortunate, Kishale, that in these political one-upmanship, the whole larger aim of respecting the leader and paying homage just gets lost in translation. We'll keep a close eye on the developments for the moment. Thank you for joining us.
भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी की ये पहल कि अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह के 21 बड़े द्वीपों को हमारे परमवीर चक्र विजेताओं के नाम के साथ जोड़कर उनकी स्मृति को जब तक ये पृथ्वी रहेगी तब तक चिरंजीव करने का ये प्रयास मैं मानता हूं तीनों सेनाओं के लिए बहुत बड़ा उत्साहवर्धन करने वाला है। आज पराक्रम दिन है, नेताजी की 123वीं जयंती है। इस कार्यक्रम के साथ साथ जहां पर नेताजी रहे थे वो सुभाष द्वीप पर आज उनका स्मारक बनाने का भी निर्णय किया गया है। ये दोनों कार्यक्रम, ये दोनों निर्णय देश के प्रधानमंत्री के निर्णय अंडमान निकोबार को फिर से एक बार अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह को स्वतंत्रता की स्मृतियों के साथ समग्र देश के साथ जोड़ने वाले निर्णय है और मैं इसका बहुत बहुत मन से स्वागत करता हूं।
রইব না। রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুরকে যদি দেখেন, নেতাজিকে দেখেন, গান্ধীজিকে দেখেন, নজরুলকে দেখেন, বিবেকানন্দকে দেখেন, বিরসা মুন্ডাকে দেখেন, মাতঙ্গিনীকে দেখেন, দেশবন্ধুকে দেখেন, দেখবেন সুর কিন্তু সবার একটাই। সুর মিলে গেছে খাল বিল পুকুর নদী হয়ে স্রোতস্বিনী সমুদ্রে, যে সমুদ্রের স্রোত এক একটা ধর্ম, এক একটা বর্ণ, এক একটা সম্প্রদায়, এক একটা সংস্কৃতি। কিন্তু হাজারটা ফুল নিয়ে যখন একটা মালা তৈরি হয়, মনে রাখবেন তখন মনে থাকে না ওটা হিন্দুর ঘরের ফুল, না ওটা মুসলমানের ঘরের ফুল, ওটা শিখের ঘরের ফুল, না ওটা ঈসাইয়ের ঘরের ফুল, নাকি ওটা কি।
When we see a flower, we cannot understand whether it's a Hindu flower, it's a Muslim flower, or a Christian flower. All flowers are same.
না ওটা আমার হোমগার্ডের ফুল। আমরা সবাই রাজা আমাদের এই রাজত্বে।
We are all kings in our kingdom. This is why Rabindranath Tagore gave these lines. We are all kings. We are, no one is the subject. Everyone is the
আমাদের এই রাজত্বে, আমাদের এই রাজার রাজত্বে এই যে গানগুলো বারবার আমরা কেন গাই জানেন?
Why do we sing such songs?
মনটা ভালো হয়ে যায়।
Because it makes us feel good.
কবি গেয়েছেন, তুমি কি কেবলই ছবি, শুধু পটে লেখা, ওই যে সুদূর নিহারিকা।
And also the poets have written that you are not just a picture on the wall.
অশ্রু নদীর সাগর পারে, অথবা পেয়েছি ছুটি, বিদায় দেও ভাই।
And she is quoting different poems.
তখন আবার গান গেয়েছেন, নিজের পরিবারকে নিয়েও গেয়েছেন। এমনকি
many poets have also written about their family.
একটা গান খুব গাইতেন,
when Ajit Paja was alive,
অনেকে অনেক রকম ব্যাখ্যা
he used to always sing that the leaders have passed away, keeping us empty.
খুব ভালোবাসতেন।
Rabindranath Tagore had a dog.
তার জন্য মন কেঁদেছিল কবি, কখনো নৌকায় গিয়ে, কখনো জীবপ্রেম করে,
when he lost that pet, he always used to write poems.
থেকে বেশি কি হতে পারে? আজকে আমরা গর্ববোধ করব না এই মাঠে?
What is bigger than the land and water of Bengal, whose slogan is Jai Hind? It's Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's slogan.
বঙ্কিম চন্দ্র চট্টোপাধ্যায়
Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay wrote the national song.
রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুরের
Rabindranath Tagore wrote the national anthem.
বাংলার জাতীয় সঙ্গীত আমার সোনার বাংলা আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি।
And he also composed the national anthem of Bangladesh.
তাদের সাথে কথা
the land which has so much.
একটু সৌজন্য বিনিময়
If you want to talk about them, you have to be a little bit respectful.
সুমন্ত্র সুগত নিজেও তো এমপি ছিল।
We also know politics.
পার্লামেন্টের ভেতরে আমরা অনেকে সমালোচনা করতাম, যে সেন্ট্রাল হলে
inside parliament we used to criticize each other.
টোস্ট দিও, কোনো ডিফারেন্স নেই, একসাথে মিশতাম। এখন যেন কেমন হয়ে গেছে।
But these days politics have become worse.
মানে আরশালা কামড়ালেও সেন্ট্রাল দল, কতগুলো সেন্ট্রাল দল পাঠিয়েছে 2-3 মাসের মধ্যে? কত?
In the last few months, how many central teams have been sent to Bengal? How many? Can you count?
ক্ষমা করবেন, আমি কাউকে
If I'm wrong, please forgive me.
Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Also, Prime Minister Modi this morning, who had unveiled the model of the National Memorial dedicated to Netaji, to be built on Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Dweep, which was earlier known as Ross Islands. And Mamata Banerjee is now questioning the renaming, saying that this is only to gain fame, and she is questioning the intent of the BJP, saying that this was done for a purpose, but now BJP is doing this for popularity. So you largely see a big political fight that has now broken out over Netaji's legacy. Just a short while ago, we saw those pictures coming in from Kolkata where TMC workers had indulged in a clash with the police only over who will garland Netaji's poster. And you see how a stampede broke out, so much so that Netaji's cutout was torn, and there were footprints all over that cutout. And now Mamata Banerjee, in this political fight where Prime Minister had honoured the Paramveer Chakra awardees and named those 21 unnamed islands in Andaman and Nicobar, Mamata Banerjee questioning it. Let's listen into what Prime Minister had said this morning.
आज पराक्रम दिवस पर अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में नई सुबह की रश्मि
Alright, so at a point when we see an all-out political fight that has broken out, Prime Minister Narendra Modi paying tribute to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and those are pictures coming in from the national capital. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and other union ministers who are paying tributes to Netaji on Parakram Diwas. Also, you saw what the Prime Minister did earlier this morning in an announcement where 21 large unnamed islands of Andaman and Nicobar were named after Paramveer Chakra awardees in that ceremony. And Prime Minister also unveiled the model of the National Memorial dedicated to Netaji to be built on Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Dweep, which was earlier known as Ross Islands. Prime Minister putting out the message of naming those 21 islands, including that of Ek Bharat Shresht Bharat. And in that very important message, Prime Minister paying tribute to the greatest freedom icon, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. But an all-out political war that has broken out as the TMC is wanting to claim over Netaji's legacy, and Mamata Banerjee, who had spoken a short while ago, is questioning the intent of the BJP while doing this, saying that the government is only trying to gain popularity. So it is a political fight that is now escalating. But those are the pictures coming in from the national capital where you see Prime Minister Modi and union ministers paying tribute to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. We slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll also get you those pictures of a third temple that was vandalized in Melbourne. This has happened in the last 11 days itself. More on that on the other side.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल इलाके में ट्विन ब्लास्ट होना और इस ब्लास्ट में 9 लोगों का घायल होना जो अपने आप में बड़े सवाल उठाता है। एनआईए की टीम इस वक्त आगे वाले स्पॉट पर है जहां पर पहला ब्लास्ट हुआ था और इस जगह पर पहला ब्लास्ट और हम जहां पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं इस जगह पर दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था। एनआईए की टीम इस लोकेशन को जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहां पर जांच पड़ताल के बाद अब आगे बढ़ी है। 26 जनवरी से पहले ये बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है कि अब आगे इस तरह की स्थितियां कहीं और न बिगड़े। ऐसे में एलजी की ये बैठक भी अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है जो तमाम उच्च अधिकारियों के साथ ये बैठक करने वाले हैं।
A lot of preparations have been before the Republic Day parade. Right now we are here at Karipra ground in Delhi Cantor where the tableau of different states are being showcased. We show you pictures of this tableau, and this tableau is from Andhra Pradesh. They are also performing on the Haryana folk song. People coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and there are the practice which is being done here by the artists of different states. You can clearly see how the preparations are now going on here.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब यहाँ पर लगातार तमाम जांच टीमें जो है वो पहुंच रही हैं। अब यहाँ पर जिस गाड़ी में दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था उस गाड़ी को यहाँ से लेकर क्रेन के जरिए जाया जा रहा है और इस ब्लास्ट की तीव्रता कितनी ज्यादा थी इस गाड़ी के जरिए समझा जा सकता है कि सर्वलेट की इस गाड़ी के पूरे परखच्चे उड़ गए, जिसके बाद तमाम जांच टीमें एसआईए हो एनआईए हो यहाँ पर पहुंचती हो और इस पूरे घटनास्थल की जांच करती है, जिसके बाद अब यहाँ से इस गाड़ी को लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
When the Prime Minister said we should have growth, we should have development, we should have globalization with less debt, he has had the legitimacy to talk about it. There is a performance. So whether in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, whether in terms of environmental culture or cultural economics, I think India has a functioning model to show to the world. This G20 is an opportunity for India to pack its ideas and present to the world. Here is an alternative model, functioning model. It is not a theoretical model. It is not
Top headlines at 1:30. Prime Minister Modi honors 21 Paramveer Chakra awardees, names 21 Andaman Islands after the briefs.
नेताजी का स्मारक शहीदों और वीर जवानों के नाम पर ये द्वीप एक चिरंतर प्रेरणा का स्थल बनेंगे।
Prime Minister pays tribute to Netaji. Subhash Chandra Bose calls out past governments for not preserving Netaji's legacy. While Prime Minister hails Congress insults Savarkar, Siddaramaiah draws parallel with Hitler, shoves away the mic when confronted. Yet another Hindu temple targeted in Australia's Melbourne, third in the last 11 days. Pakistan witnesses nationwide power outage after grid failure or no electricity in major cities. All right, we start with the latest coming in on the Wrestling Federation of India versus the wrestlers. We are now given to understand that a petition has been moved in the Delhi High Court against the wrestlers who've been staging a protest against the WFI chief Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, levelling serious charges of the wrestlers, of course, having leveled those charges of sexual harassment against the WFI chief and coaches of the federation. Now, in the details of this plea that's been moved in the Delhi High Court, where it's been alleged that the protesters, wrestlers have completely misused the sexual harassment laws by making them a mockery of justice. If any player had undergone sexual harassment, they must have acted in accordance with the law through police and courts, etc. The plea further seeks direction for registration FIR against players, including Vinesh Fogart, Bajrang Punia, for allegedly abusing the process of law by putting the WFI chief under extortion for making him resign. So those are some of the details you're getting of the plea, the petition that's been moved in the Delhi High Court. Anuj is joining us live from the national capital. Anuj, if you can read out the details of this plea in the Delhi High Court. We understand that this the petitioner in this plea is one of the aides of Brij Bhushan Charan Singh.
Oh, well, exactly. That's something what we are getting. The latest is that this is the plea which has been put up in the High Court, the Delhi High Court. Let me tell you the details. If we talk about this particular plea which has been put up in the Delhi High Court, it is stating that this has been misused. If we talk about the law for sexual harassment, this has been misused by the wrestlers. That is something which has been stated in that particular petition. On the other hand, let me also tell you the request there in that plea is that the FIR should be registered against the wrestlers who were protesting, as they have alleged rather that this was the sexual harassment what they have gone through, and this was the protest what we have seen in the national capital at the Jantar Mantar. We have seen the meetings after meetings when we are talking about these wrestlers and the sports minister himself intervene into the matter, and later what we have seen, the committee has been already constituted. But this is the latest what we are breaking at this point in time, that the petition has been filed, the plea has been given in the Delhi High Court, and now this is to wait and watch what exactly will be the outcome of the same.
All right, Anuj, thank you for the moment. So absolutely shocking. The plea that's been filed in the Delhi High Court by the aid of Brij Bhushan Charan Singh, where it seems like yet another attempt to slander the wrestlers who've been leveling charges against the WFI chief of sexual harassment, as well as by the coaches of the WFI, accusing those coaches and the WFI chief of sexual harassment, mental torture and death threats. News in brief from across the country as Prime Minister unveiled a model of proposed memorial dedicated to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. He said that an attempt was being made to suppress Netaji's contribution towards freedom struggle, but entire nation is remembering him today.
21वीं सदी का ये समय देख रहा है कि कैसे जिन नेताजी सुभाष को
In what seems to be a historic move on the Parakram Diwas, Prime Minister Narendra Modi named 21 islands in Andamans after Paramveer Chakra awardees. Home Minister Amit Shah said Prime Minister's initiative to name islands after Paramveer Chakra awardees will ensure they are remembered forever, further adding that despite British torture, the freedom fighters in cellular jail did not bow down.
सन 57 की क्रांति के बाद जब अंग्रेजों ने निर्मम अत्याचार करना शुरू किया, तब यही भूमि पर हमारे क्रांतिवीरों को लाकर रखा, यही सेल्युलर जेल बनाया। उस वक्त हजारों निश्वास के साथ इस यातनाओं को सहन करने वाले हमारे स्वतंत्रता वीरों को इसी भूमि ने मां बनकर सांत्वना देने का काम किया। और आज
RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat said that the goals of his right-wing organization and that of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose are similar. Making India a great nation, his comment came amid the criticism that the ideologies of the RSS and the freedom fighter were not the same. Former Karnataka Chief Minister and Congress leader Siddaramaia's comments have stoked controversy yet again. The Congress leader said Savarkar was inspired by Hitler and gave birth to Hindutva in the country.
साथियों, आज 21वीं सदी का ये समय देख रहा है कि कैसे जिन नेताजी सुभाष को आजादी के बाद भुला देने का प्रयास हुआ, आज देश उन्हीं नेताजी को पल पल याद कर रहा है। अंडमान में जिस जगह नेताजी ने सबसे पहले तिरंगा फहराया था, वहां आज गगनचुंबी तिरंगा आजाद हिंद फौज के पराक्रम का गुणगान कर रहा है। पूरे देश में और देश के कोने कोने से जब लोग यहां आते हैं तो समंदर किनारे लहराते तिरंगों को देखकर उनके दिलों में देशभक्ति का रोमांच भर जाता है। अब अंडमान में उनकी याद में जो म्यूजियम और स्मारक बनने जा रहा है, वो अंडमान की यात्रा को और भी स्मरणीय बनाएगा। उनके जन्म दिवस को पराक्रम दिवस के रूप में घोषित किया गया, यानी बंगाल से लेकर दिल्ली और अंडमान तक देश का ऐसा कोई हिस्सा नहीं है जो नेताजी को नमन न कर रहा हो, उनकी विरासत को संजो न रहा हो।
A very short break coming up. On the other side, we'll get you the latest from Melbourne, where it's a third attack on a temple in Melbourne. And nationwide outage in Pakistan. All the details coming up on the other side.
When timeless European design meets cutting-edge technology, it's QO. QO, European Bath Lounges.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल इलाके में ट्विन ब्लास्ट होना और इस ब्लास्ट में 9 लोगों का घायल होना जो अपने आप में बड़े सवाल उठाता है। एनआईए की टीम इस वक्त आगे वाले स्पॉट पर है जहां पर पहला ब्लास्ट हुआ था, और इस जगह पर पहला ब्लास्ट और हम जहां पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं इस जगह पर दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था। एनआईए की टीम इस लोकेशन को जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहां पर जांच पड़ताल के बाद अब आगे बढ़ी है। 26 जनवरी से पहले ये बड़ा चैलेंजिंग है कि अब आगे इस तरह की स्थितियां कहीं और न बिगड़े। ऐसे में एलजी की ये बैठक भी अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, जो तमाम उच्च अधिकारियों के साथ ये बैठक करने वाले हैं।
A lot of preparations have been before the Republic Day parade. Right now we are here at Karipra ground in Delhi Cantor, where the tableau of different states are being showcased. We show you pictures of this tableau, and this tableau is from Andhra Pradesh. They are also performing on the Haryana folk song. People coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and there are the practice which is being done here by the artists of different states. You can clearly see how the preparations are now going on here.
जम्मू कश्मीर के नरवाल में हुए ब्लास्ट के बाद अब यहाँ पर लगातार तमाम जांच टीमें जो है वो पहुंच रही हैं। अब यहाँ पर जिस गाड़ी में दूसरा ब्लास्ट हुआ था उस गाड़ी को यहाँ से लेकर क्रेन के जरिए जाया जा रहा है, और इस ब्लास्ट की तीव्रता कितनी ज्यादा थी इस गाड़ी के जरिए समझा जा सकता है कि सर्वलेट की इस गाड़ी के पूरे परखच्चे उड़ गए, जिसके बाद तमाम जांच टीमें एसआईए हो एनआईए हो यहाँ पर पहुंचती है और इस पूरे घटनास्थल की जांच करती है, जिसके बाद अब यहाँ से इस गाड़ी को लेकर जाया जा रहा है।
When the Prime Minister said we should have growth, we should have development, we should have globalization with less debt, he has had the legitimacy to talk about it. There is a performance. So whether in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, whether in terms of environmental culture or cultural economics, I think India has a functioning model to show to the world. This G20 is an opportunity for India to pack its ideas and present to the world Here is an alternative model, functioning model. It is not a theoretical model. It is not something which you have brought from libraries. It is working on the ground.
Now, Prime Minister Modi paid tributes to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose on his birth anniversary and said he will be remembered for his fierce resistance to the colonial rule, remembering India's bravest and even silencing the critics. The Prime Minister, in a big statement, paid homage to India's freedom icon, Veer Savarkar and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose.
आज पराक्रम दिवस पर अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में नई सुबह की रश्मियां एक नया इतिहास लिख रही है और जब इतिहास बनता है तो आने वाली सदियां उसका स्मरण भी करती हैं, आकलन भी करती हैं, मूल्यांकन भी करती हैं और अविरत प्रेरणा पाती रहती हैं। आज अंडमान निकोबार के 21 द्वीपों का नामकरण हुआ है। इन 21 द्वीपों को अब परमवीर चक्र विजेताओं के नाम से जाना जाएगा। जिस द्वीप पर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस रहे थे, वहां उनके जीवन और योगदानों को समर्पित एक प्रेरणा स्थली, एक स्मारक का भी आज शिलान्यास हुआ है।
All right, so some of those snippets of Prime Minister's speech as he paid tributes to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose on his 126th birth anniversary. For now, to more news break coming in, this one in relation to Congress leader Digvijay Singh, who is now asked for proof of surgical strike, and that too while he was speaking in JNK.
हमारे विरोधी कहते हैं कि भारत टूटा क्यों, कब है जो आप भारत जोड़ रहे हैं। श्रीमान, आपके बयानों से, आपने अपनी हुकूमत से और आपने अपनी
And as ridiculous and astounding it could get, the Congress leader there who's questioning the surgical strike, and that too while he was speaking in JNK, it's Digvijay Singh now who's asked for a proof of surgical strike. So Vadra Congress there questioning our forces yet again and demanding a proof on the surgical strikes that were carried out. And remember, it's not the first time that the Congress leaders, the opposition leaders have questioned, in fact raised doubts on the surgical strikes that were carried out. This time it's Digvijay Singh who's asked for proof of surgical strikes, and this time while he was speaking in JNK. So Congress there questioning the surgical strikes that were carried out in JNK. We'll try and play out that soundbite of Digvijay Singh yet again. But Congress leader there who's questioning our forces, our Jawans, raising aspersions, casting aspersions on the surgical strikes carried out and demanding a proof from the centre, from the Jawans. In fact, in more details that just trickling in, Digvijay Singh spoke of surgical strikes while he was speaking in JNK, saying that in fact taking pot shots at the centre, saying that how the centre, in fact alleging that the centre has only been spreading lies and also targeting the centre in relation to the surgical strikes that were carried out. saying that there is proof needed in terms of for the surgical strikes that were carried out. Of course, not the first time that the opposition has questioned our forces, the central government, on the surgical strikes that were carried out, in which our forces, our Jawans, gave a befitting reply to the enemy soldiers, and Vadra Congress there at it again, demanding surgical strike proof. Questioning and saying that there needs to be ample proof to show how there was surgical strike carried out. So yet again, Congress at it and questioning our forces, our Jawans, demanding saboot for the surgical strikes carried out. Now this even as our forces gave a befitting reply to the enemy soldiers in the surgical strikes that were carried out, but Vadra Congress at it again, questioning our forces, our Jawans. The central government saying that there needs to be enough proof to corroborate that there was a surgical strike that were carried out. And this, of course, comes this while he was addressing a rally in J&K. All right, we'll try and get reactions as well, but absolutely shocking, yet another incident when the opposition has cast aspersions on the surgical strikes that were carried out. Not the first time, of course, that the Congress, the Vadra Congress is heard questioning our Jawans, our forces on the surgical strikes that were carried out, asking for saboot on the surgical strikes that were carried out, saying that there is proof needed on the surgical strikes that were carried out. All right, we have a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, also joining us. Ishwarya, beg your pardon, Abhishek, if I can get your quick thoughts, on these remarks that have come in from Digvijay Singh. Not the first time, of course, that the Vadra Congress is raising doubts on the surgical strikes that were carried out.
But the least that can decide is really unfortunate, Abhishek, that this is happening. Digvijay Singh at it again. Remember, he's the repeat offender. The actual offender for today, which is the 2611, we have seen how he's not even think.
All right, we'll try and connect with Abhishek Kapoor again, but as we just played out that soundbite of Digvijay Singh, where he's heard speaking at an event in J&K, casting aspersions on the surgical, on our forces, and questioning the surgical strike that was carried out. So their opposition at it again, of course, not the first time that the Congress, the Saboot gang, asking for proof on the surgical strikes that were carried out by our soldiers on the enemy soldiers. So once again there, the Congress questioning this, of course, in relation to the surgical strikes that were carried out in 2016. Abhishek was back with us. Abhishek, take it away. How do you read into these remarks that have come in from yet another Congress leader questioning our forces?
Well, let's go through what he has said, Samiksha. Digvijay Singh, as I said, the repeat offender, habitual offender, incorrigible at it since 2611. He's the first one who gave that saffron terror thesis, really. And he's the one who sort of tried to give a spin even to 2611, despite the fact that the evidence was live of Pakistani handlers really guiding, directing those 10 Pakistani terrorists in Mumbai on that ill-fated day. But Digvijay Singh, what he's saying is, now just for the benefit of viewers, the way you have given the powers to those who have increased the gap between the rich and the poor after abrogation of Article 370, terror activities in the valley have increased. Government don't want to solve these issues. And then he goes on to say that terrorism on the rise since abrogation of Article 370, not just in the valley but outside in areas like Jammu. And the government wants terrorism alive because they want Hindu-Muslim divide and want films like Kashmir Files to be made and publicized. Then he goes on to say those who are not a resident of Jammu are given contracts. One person's income increased 8 times. Now, he's interlacing a lot of things, but what is important is that, again, for the nth time perhaps, Congress leader Digvijay Singh wants evidence of surgical strikes. Remember, this is the same Congress party that had targeted General Rawat, late General Rawat, for the surgical strikes and asked for evidence from the topmost commanders of our armed forces. and now Digvijay Singh really at it again. It's really unfortunate, and if this is the Congress line, perhaps the Congress might want to do a press conference and back to Digvijay Singh. If not, then they would want perhaps to ask Digvijay Singh to apologize. Remember, he's also questioning, by the way, Samiksha, the mandate of the people, because he goes on to say, because you voted like this, this is what is happening. Essentially questioning the mandate, and we'll see perhaps reaction or political reactions coming in on this. But this is, as I said, Congress's habitual offender, Digvijay Singh, raising controversy after controversy, and this time asking for surgical strike evidence again, despite the fact that even Pakistan has admitted that both Uri and Balakot strikes really happened.
And Abhishek, you know, it's more unfortunate here because first we had the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti who questioned our forces, the central government, and now it's Congress. If you can also talk to us, you know, take us back in time, how our forces avenged that Uri attack in 2016, even as we see those constant attacks coming in from the opposition leaders, first PDP and now Congress.
So that's what I was saying, Samiksha, not the first time. This is not the first time. Digvijay Singh's history with controversy goes back to the time when he sort of tried to give a saffron terror spin to 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. Remember, just last month we had a United Nations Convention on Terror happening in Mumbai with everyone from the UN SC members paying homage to the victims of Mumbai terror attacks. And for the same place, we had someone like a Digvijay Singh releasing a book and sort of trying to connect saffron terror and coining saffron terror and connecting it with Mumbai terror attacks. He questioned the killing of certain police officers, including Hemant Karkare, for example, by those Pakistani terrorists, and tried to connect it with whatever cases were going on within the country. So I think in that sense, Digvijay Singh just shoots from the hip, does not care what is going to be the consequences of this, what consequences for the morale of the armed forces. For example, Samiksha, I'm told we are joined by Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP. Mr. Sirsa, not the first time, Digvijay Singh.
के लोगों ने, डायरेक्टर ने मांग की थी कि सेंसिटिव जोन है, इन सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को हवाई जहाज से श्रीनगर से दिल्ली भेजा जाए, लेकिन मोदी जी ने मना कर दिया। क्यों मना कर दिया? पुलवामा, जो कि पूरे तरीके से टेररिज्म का एक केंद्र बन चुका है, वहां हर गाड़ी की चेकिंग होती है। वहां एक स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी उल्टी दिशा से आती है, उसकी जांच पड़ताल क्यों नहीं हुई? और जांच पड़ताल भी नहीं हुई, और उसके बाद वो आके टकराती है और हमारे 40 सीआरपीएफ के जवान शहीद हो जाते हैं। आज तक उस घटना की जानकारी न संसद में उन्होंने पेश की, न जनता के सामने रखी। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की बात करते हैं कि हमने इतने लोग मार गिराए, लेकिन प्रमाण कुछ नहीं, केवल झूठ का पुलिंदा से ये राज कर रहे हैं। मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, ये देश सबका है। आज हमसे कहते हैं हिंदुओं एक हो जाओ, हिंदू एक हो जाओ, हिंदू धर्म खतरे में है। अरे जनाब, 500 साल के मुस्लिम हुकूमत में हिंदू धर्म खत्म नहीं हुआ तो अब कैसे हो जाएगा? 100-150 साल का ब्रिटिश ईसाइयों का।
All right, so there are some parts of the bite we have to understand in the context of politics. He's part of the opposition. He has to really target the government. That's what he's doing. But that's something for the BJP to respond. If Manjinder Singh Saha is there, I can take that question to him. But the problem is in taking political potshots at the government, he is making a mistake of again questioning the Indian Armed Forces and the surgical strikes. He is politicizing an issue where we have seen bipartisan support when it comes to dealing with terror. For example, there is a continuity on how we have to deal with Pakistan, except for that the present dispensation has been a little more tough in terms of not talking to the Pakistanis. Manjinder Singh Sirsa joins us over the phone. Mr. Sirsa, the habitual offender, Digvijay Singh at it again. He is again questioning the surgical strikes and asking for proof, evidence.
In the other term, if we say he's giving a clean chit to Pakistan by saying कि पुलवामा में जो स्कॉर्पियो सामने से आ रही थी उसकी जांच नहीं हुई, by saying कि वो गवर्नमेंट ने सरकार ने कराया, ये क्लीन चिट दी जा रही है पाकिस्तान को। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पे पाकिस्तान रो रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री पाकिस्तान के टीवी चैनल पर आकर कह रहे हैं कि हमने अपने पड़ोसी मुल्क के साथ लड़ाई नहीं लड़नी, हम लड़ते लड़ते भिखारी हो गए, हमारे हाथ में कटोरा आ गया। और इसको पाकिस्तान तो मान रहा है कि बाहर से वो लड़ाई नहीं लड़ पा रहा, लड़ते लड़ते कटोरा उसके हाथ में आ गया। लेकिन हमारे खुद के देश के लोग ये कहते हैं कि नहीं जी देखिए, पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट दे दीजिए। अब पुलवामा पे सवाल करना, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पे सवाल करना, ये तो हमारी आर्मी के ऊपर सवाल है, सेना के ऊपर सवाल है, उनके शौर्य के ऊपर सवाल है, उनकी वीरता के ऊपर सवाल है और उनकी शहादत को भी कटघरे में खड़ा करता है। ऐसे लोग जो कहते हैं कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं, अरे भारत जोड़ो नहीं है, आपने 370 लगाई, एनडीए ने, मोदी जी ने उसको खत्म किया, कहा एक देश है, एक संविधान, एक विधान होगा। लेकिन आपने तो भारत को खुद तोड़ने का काम किया और फिर से आप कह रहे हैं कि 370 लगने चाहिए, भारत को तोड़ने की आप बात कर रहे हैं। तो ये जो लोग हैं, इनकी मंशा केवल वोट राजनीति के लिए, कुछ चंद वोटों के लिए, एक फिरके की वोट के लिए, एक धर्म की वोट के लिए किसी हद तक भी अपने देश को बेच सकते हैं, अपने देश के साथ गद्दारी कर सकते हैं। इनको सत्ता हासिल करनी है और एक धर्म की वोट लेकर हासिल करनी है। ये दिग्विजय सिंह का बयान जो है बड़ा स्पष्ट करता है कि उनको देश की चिंता नहीं है, उनको सत्ता की चिंता है और सत्ता की चिंता
All right, thank you for speaking to us. So, BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa also saying that such kind of remarks reflect the mindset of the opposition. Several of these opposition leaders who've tried to cast aspersions on the army jawans on the centre in relation to the surgical strikes that were carried out in 2016. First it was Mehbooba Mufti and now it's Congress leader Digvijay Singh who's stoked the controversy with those remarks where he's questioned our forces. In fact, just to read out again the statement that has been made by Digvijay Singh while he was addressing a rally in JNK where he says that they, hinting at the RSS and the BJP abuse Pakistanis on TV, but Prime Minister went for wedding at Nawaz Sharif's house. Not just this, he even goes on to say, in fact, demands proof on the surgical strikes that were carried out, saying there was intel on threat. It was suggested that they be airlifted, but they were sent by road. So hitting out at the centre and questioning our forces on the surgical strikes of 2016. All right, we have BJP's Amit Malviya also joining us. If I can get your quick response to these statements that have come in from Congress leader Digvijay Singh, who's now questioned the forces, the centre on the surgical strikes that were carried out following the Gupkar gang line, of course.
No, this is nothing but demeaning our armed forces, questioning their valor and the surgical strikes they undertook, not just on one but two occasions, under leadership of Prime Minister Modi. Let's not forget that these announcements were made by the top-ranking officials of the Indian Army. Yet the opposition continues to question them. They have, over a period of time, undermined our armed forces, have questioned decisions on national security, and they continue to do so. I mean, if you take example of the United States, for example, when they took out Osama bin Laden, it was the political leadership that announced, but nobody in their country questioned the political leadership for making that statement. Here you have a situation where the army made these announcements. Their officials came out and said that they had conducted a strike, yet the opposition continued to question them. So it clearly shows that they want to weaken the country and undermine our armed forces, and it's quite clear.
Well, absolutely. Thank you for speaking to us. So, Amit Malviya of the BJP saying that the opposition, they're trying to lower the morale of our forces. We have Major General Rajan Kochar, defense expert, also joining us. Sir, if you have heard those remarks that have been made by Digvijay Singh while he was addressing a rally in JNK, where he's questioned the centre, of course, but tried to weaken the morale of the forces, do you think, can he really weaken the morale of the forces? Because this would definitely, this definitely implies that he's trying to question the centre, but also trying to question the valour of our forces as put by Amit Malviya of the BJP. All right, we'll try and connect with the Major General Rajan Kochar again. But just to read out again the statements that have been made by Digvijay Singh while he was addressing a rally in JNK, where he's questioned, in fact, questioned the centre for one, but he's also blamed the, seems like he's blaming the centre for the terror attacks that have happened over the past few years, and questioning the valour of our Jawans as well. In fact, not just this, he's questioned and demanded the force, demanded proof on the surgical strikes that were carried out in 2016, where our forces avenged the Uri terror attack. Now, even as there has been ample proof of the surgical strikes that were carried out where our forces avenged the terror attacks, the Congress there at it again, questioning the valour of our forces, questioning the heroic acts of our forces, especially hitting out at the centre and the forces on the surgical strikes.
All right, we have General K.K. Sinha and General Rajan Kochar joining us on this very unfortunate comment coming in from senior Congress leader, senior Vadra Congress leader, Digvijay Singh, and again questioning our armed forces and agencies, saying, let me take this to General Sinha first and then to General Kochar. To you, General Sinha, is this really right to again and again and again and again, and on such an important occasion, in fact, when we are marking Parakram Diwas, Valor Day in honor of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, to be questioning the armed forces and the agencies and say that where is the proof of surgical strikes?
Good afternoon, Abhishek. You have asked a very, very important question on the timing. Today is the Parakram Diwas. 21 islands has been named, of the valor, honoring the PVC, the highest gallantry award. At one side, the nation is seeing this, and the other side, a negative force, is now questioning the same valor, Parakram, of the people who carried out the two surgical strikes, not one. September 2016, followed by February 2019. And the vibration of that was heard in Pakistan Parliament, where the people were saying that in debating that when it happened, the people were scared. They were shivering. This is the discourse is coming from that side, and our own people, our own supposed to be a veteran politician, now questioning the armed forces. They can do anything within the political domain, but if they do it with this, because they are targeting security forces, it is a sinister design. I do not say, and it is happening that, see the timing, when the Pakistan is having all the problems. They have not taken the name because he is habitual siding with the Pakistan all the time. When the problems are happening in POK, Gilgit-Baltistan, Pakistan through it, now he comes out and saying that, our armed forces has not done the job which they were assigned. Because this job was assigned by the highest leadership at that time, who was sitting on the seat of power. They have ordered to carry it out, and the armed forces carried out. DGMO, in both occasions, have come out They have told the whole nation that we have done it. Then again, a chap comes out, and when they are, speaking and doubting again and again, if you tell a lie even 1,000 times, it becomes a truth. So they are habitual of doing it. You see, it just can't be, every time rebutted. Whether even a lie. Lies was told that Mughals were the victorious, and that's why the names were there. Now the history changes when the lies are spoken number of times. And that's why the India has seen that India has weakened from inside by these people. And this is a sinister design again.
Right, sir. I have to get Jar Kochar also on this. Jar Kochar, this is not the first time Digvijay Singh is doing it, but I'm just taking you through what exactly he has said on Pulwama, for example. He's saying that 40 CRPF Jawans, why were they killed? There was intelligence about a threat, and despite that, instead of taking them by the air route, flying them from Jammu to Srinagar, they were taken by road. And they talk about surgical strike, but no proof was ever given in Parliament. You think, sir, that there is something wrong with Digvijay Singh, or you think that ultimately the government also perhaps needs to really counter this in a manner that a full stop is put, because you can't have 10 times in last 5 years the army's courage, the Jawans' courage being questioned in this manner just for narrow political objectives. General Kochar.
Yes, first of all, Digvijay Singh, due respect to him, he is a maverick leader of the Congress party, and this is not the first time we have heard such irresponsible statements being made by him. So we as a nation and we as a media, I don't think we must give much importance to this man, because what is his source of information? He has absolutely no idea. Even he does not know what a surgical strike would entail. And when we had the DGMO in his press conference giving out all the details of the surgical strike, and he was addressing the nation. He was not addressing any political party or the government. He was addressing the nation, and he was informing the nation. He was telling that we have carried out a strike, and this has been the gains of the strike. And after that, even if you go back some time, you would recollect even Imran Khan has acknowledged it. So in case the Pakistan establishment has acknowledged all these actions of the Indian army, I don't think a politician like Digvijay Singh has any right to rake up these issues, because it's like an old record, playing again and again, as you rightly said, a thing which has happened 5-7 years back. What is the point of raking it? Because it looks like that Congress as a party has run out of issues, and therefore they don't have any ammunition now to attack the government. So they often resort to these kind of things. I think enough has been said about it. Enough has been spoken about it. Sufficient proof has already been given. It is there on record. It is there with your channel also. So as a military man, I am not a politically inclined person. But if anybody doubts the credibility of the Indian Army, we stand united on that, and we will not hesitate to call a spade, and in the case Digvijay Singh has to be told in absolutely no uncertain terms. He should be told that he is a public figure. He should be responsible in whatever statements he makes, and he should not drag the Indian army into any kind of a political controversy. And it is not acceptable as far as I am concerned.
Sir, also we are joined by Group Captain Augustine Vinod on this. Group Captain, welcome. But the issue is not just about n number of times proof being asked and the demoralizing consequences of that on the armed forces. The issue is the manner in which the armed forces yet again are being dragged into politics. And that's something which is disconcerting, because then you are effectively playing with an institution which you are not supposed to do. Group Captain, do you have some suggestion for Digvijay Singh on that?
Niranjan, let me put to rest the concerns of Mr. Digvijay Singh once and forever. For simple reason, I was still in uniform, serving, holding a post of Director for Defence, both during, I have seen what happened in Pulwama, both during surgical strike and during Balakot strike. In fact, Balakot strike, the Mirage 2000 participation was, under my age is from the headquarters. So if I am saying that Digvijay Singh is lying through his teeth for political gains, there begins and ends the matter. And like General said, we don't have political leanings. The only leaning I have is my country, and the only leaning I have is is armed forces. So both put together, when we look at such irresponsible statements being made by Digvijay Singh, first of all, I'm not surprised that Digvijay is making such statements, because he is, I consider him only on the verge of being a senile old man. He has been like this for maybe a decade or more. You remember that, he went and stood with anti-Indian forces, and he's the architect, or one of the architects of the word that they coined called Sapling Terror. So the word Singh in him is dubious, and I think he should drop that name, Singh, next to his name, because he completely hates the idea of India, is my perception, because the way he stands united with the inimical forces, especially from across the country, is something very, very sad. And it is disrespect to the lives that were given by many army men or many armed forces men. Since independence or even before independence. So I will not say much on what he says. I would also think, or I would probably little disagreement on General on the matter that he is doing harm to the current polity. I think he is probably doing good to the current polity, because such irresponsible statements are easy to see through. And the damage that he is doing.
Group Captain
is yes.
Yeah, you see the damage obviously is serious, because as I said, this can have consequences for the morale of our Jawans, and they can be disillusioned with the manner in which it is being politicized. Group Captain, hold on to your thoughts, and it's good that all the veterans are here. General G.D. Bakshi also joins us. Very good afternoon, sir. Digvijay Singh at it again, really insulting the valor of our armed forces by questioning that surgical strikes ever happened, because he says if they happened, there should be proof given in Parliament.
Look, if I understand correctly, after the surgical strike, detailed briefings were given by the armed forces, which were official briefings with satellite photographs, air photographs, and a lot of other data was provided to the public in the public interest. And if somebody still questions the air headquarters of the Indian Army, of the air headquarters of the Indian Air Force, after all the official statements, then I can only feel very sad and very sorry, because it is an unnecessary attempt to erode the credibility, the respectability of the Indian Armed Forces. We have been known to stick strictly to the truth and nothing but the truth, because that is the way we armies fight. There is no room for fakery in military operations in Indian Armed Forces. Either you deliver or you die. Either you inflict the damage on the enemy that you are supposed to do. There is no alternative. The armed forces have never let the country down. They have always delivered from 1947 onwards. And in fact, the Indian armed forces have been fighting in the First World War, Second World War, and every conflict known in the last 150 to 200 years. And now, as an independent entity after 47, we have participated in 4 high-intensity, short-duration conflicts. We have participated in low-intensity conflicts in Jammu and Kashmir, in Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, and Assam, and a number of other states. We are still at it, and I'm sorry, the credibility of the armed forces has never been questioned in the way it is being sought to be eroded now. It is unacceptable. It is unethical.
Sir, also, if I could go back to General Sinha, you know, the fact of the matter is that we are going to have on January 26, during the parade, Galwan ke Balwan contingent, we are going to have the mention of Balakot air strikes. That is indication enough that the entire establishment is proud. The nation is proud of what our soldiers did, what our Air Force did, what our Jawans did, what our officers did. And as Jar Bakshi really rightly mentioned, that both after the Uri surgical strikes and the Balakot air strikes, there were proper briefing done by not just through media for the nation at large, but I believe, General Sinha, also for the parliament by way of the standing committee and the briefings that they gave, that they take. The chiefs went to the parliament and gave those briefings, gave those details, shared everything about Uri surgical strikes and the Balakot air strike. Despite that, if Digvijay Singh continues to do so, General Sinha, are you, as a veteran, going to reprimand him for that?
Absolutely. Not reprimand. It is a very, very strong reprimand. You see, the reprimand is to this individual, not an individual, but the establishment he comes from. He is representing, you know, a mass of people who are trying to, by sinister design. And, if you carry out this type of things, you are not doing only with the armed forces, you are doing against the nation. You see, mind you, when you say today, especially when we are celebrating the Parakram Diwas, the bravery, the honor, the sacrifice, and when all these things happening, the sacrifice, if you know, the Veer Chakra was given to, Avinandan. He has taken part into the Balakot surgical strike. Before that, the surgical strike in September 2016 after the Uri, with most of them were, actually given some gallantry award or not. So these gallantry awards were not a fake award. Over and above the DGMO, and number of times in writing, in a public domain, in the public, in media, every time, it has been, and it is established. Even the Digvijay Singh knows, that it has been done. But what he is doing is, I do not know if you are going for a petty gain or political gain or mileage out of it, but it becomes, and I again repeat it, on cost of reputation. When a lie is also told 100 times, it becomes truth. And these people are, it is good that you actually run. Today, we should have been celebrating the Parakram Diwas, the valor of those 21 who laid the supreme sacrifice. A great day. Today is the day to discuss the strategic importance of Andaman Nicobar. Today is the day to, talk about Indian Ocean region. What we are doing, something phenomenal is happening. And today what we are discussing, we are trying to actually a rebuttal to him. And it is very important that you are doing it. Because this sinister, it is with a sinister design. It is nothing to gain some political mileage of it.
Absolutely
sinister. With some, an enemy nation. Sometimes they do with the China, they are doing with the Pakistan. This is the way it has to be done. A rebuttal, a very, very strong rebuttal.
Jalsina, in fact, I have to go to Group Captain Augusta and Vinod again, and of course General Kochar as well. But I'm told General Bakshi is in fact standing there outside and still joined us. So let me just ask one more quick question to General Bakshi. General sir, the manner in which the Congress party has really conducted itself, not just questioning surgical strikes, and it's really unfortunate that they do it so often, but then, for example, the spin that Rahul Gandhi gave to the two-front war comment of late General Rawat, the manner in which they have questioned the conduct of government's foreign policy vis-a-vis Pakistan, the manner in which Pakistani Foreign Minister of State Hina Rabani Khar just a couple of days back from Davos said that it's easier to deal with the Congress party than with Narendra Modi government, gives a picture of a Congress party which is absolutely comfortable politicizing India's defense, security and foreign affairs. General Bakshi.
Absolutely. You see, in every mature democracy, there is a bipartisan consensus on issues of national security. We find that consensus not only eroding, but totally absent. And when you speak in sixes and sevens, different voices, at the time of a national crisis, at the time when the nation's armed forces have conducted themselves with great valor, flown 80 kilometers deep inside Pakistan, blasted a terrorist training camp and come unscathed. That is the time you seek to erode national credibility, the credibility of your armed forces, even when you have been given official briefings, including to the select parliamentary committees. Then if you seek to question, I think you are just trying to, engage in an exercise to run down your own country, run down its armed forces and institutions before the world. And that cuts a very sorry spectacle. It makes a very, very pathetic spectacle of people for gaining political brownie points, trying to attack their armed forces, trying to attack their national institutions. This is not done. Please desist and refrain. That is all that I can say as a veteran who has fought many wars.
Absolutely, sir. This is absolutely unacceptable that Congress leader Digvijay Singh, or for that matter anyone, should be doing this in this manner. I think Group Captain Augusta and Vinod wanted to come in. Group Captain, you wanted to make a point. I come to you. Please tell us your thoughts. And you wanted to add to what General Bakshi was saying.
You talked about the briefing. General talked about the briefing. I was one of the architects of that briefing to the South Bloc who's who. I was part of the planning portion of the Balakot strike. And let me tell you, and let me tell the viewers, Balakot is not in POK. Balakot is very much in Pakistan. It is on the other side of the international boundary. It is on the other side of the international border. If we have struck and target in Pakistani territory, not in POK, this is after 71. This was the first time we struck it. Let that sink in to the heads of people who are talking ill about our country. Firstly, secondly, Niranjan, if Pakistan is in the state that it is today, it is because their Fauj is controlling their country. As opposed to look at India, anyone is any party or any Garbandhan is at the helm of affairs. Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, and all our armed forces, all our CAPS, we all stand together to someone who's sitting at the helm of affairs and which strengthens the democracy. So we, as armed forces, strengthen the democracy. Yeah. We don't weaken the democracy like the way Pakistanis do. But Mr. Digvijay Singh and his statement tends to, or he hopes that it will weaken, but exactly opposite is happening. He is probably shooting his own party's foot, like the way the Chaiwala jibe of the other person did. Over to you.
Absolutely, absolutely. What more evidence does Digvijay Singh really want? There have been parliamentary briefings, there is public briefing through the media, and Group Captain Augustine Vinod, who was part of those preparatory meetings that led to those briefings. If he is saying that these things happened, really, it's really unfortunate that nobody in the Congress sees the absolutely sinister manipulation that Digvijay seems to be at it now. On that note, I thank all my honorable guests, veterans, Group Captain Augustine Vinod, General Rajan Kocha, General K.K. Sinha, and we of course had General Bakshi, who has left because he was standing outside. Thank you so much. We'll keep this story in the newsreel for the day, just to make sure that the Congress party understands it's a mistake really to demoralize our armed forces repeatedly in this manner. A short break on that note.
When the Prime Minister said we should have growth, we should have development, we should have globalization with less debt, he has had the legitimacy to talk about it. There is a performance. So whether in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, whether in terms of environmental culture or cultural economics, I think India has a functioning model to show to the world. This G20 is an opportunity for India to pack its ideas and present to the world. Here is an alternative model, functioning model. It is not a theoretical model. It is not something which you have brought from libraries. It is working on the ground.
For we cannot weep in joy and pride when Sakshi Malik, Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Phogat, Sangeeta Phogat and many others fight and give their sweat and sacrifice to win us medals, to make us proud. We can't now therefore look away when these national icons are reduced before our very eyes to fighting a lonely battle against sexual exploitation and abuse and corruption. We are for the wrestlers and against the politician. The in-flight pervert who urinated on a senior female co-passenger cannot play victim. The airline that refused to act cannot wash its hands off with delayed and very cursory action. It is only the Republic Media Network's non-stop campaign which has ensured that this pervert is terminated from his job. VVIP racism is when common citizens say we are not going to be treated like second-class citizens anymore and taken for granted. Because India has had enough of common citizens being forced to put up with this by people who are drunk on power and their bratish sons and daughters. When there is one rule for the common man and one rule for VVIPs and their brats and netas' children, that is VVIP racism, and it doesn't matter to me whether Congress is in power or BJP is in power.
Siddaramaiah sir, Savarkar drew inspiration. Is it also an indirect dig at Hindutva also drew inspiration from we have to go. We are now late. No, sir, we are asking a direct question to the former Chief Minister. Randeep sir, 1 second, sir.
Biggest trouble to India's heroes. Prime Minister names 21 islands after braves. Befitting tribute to India's brave icons, but Mamata Banerjee questions government's intent. Vadra Congress insults freedom icon, compares Veer Savarkar to Hitler now.
उस घटना की जानकारी न संसद में उन्होंने पेश की, न जनता के सामने रखी।
Vadra Congress joins forces with Gupkar now in Jammu and Kashmir, seeks surgical strike proof. Yet another Hindu temple targeted in Australia's Melbourne, third in the last 11 days. Pakistan continues to grapple with one crisis after another. It is electricity outage this time. Good afternoon. This is live and breaking at 2:30. I'm Suesha Sawant, and yes, the Congress has done it again. Questioned the Pulwama attack and armed forces, saying that the ruling BJP government at the centre has given no proof of the surgical strikes against Pakistan. Now remember, the statement has come in yet again from the Congress party. Let's first listen in to what Digvijay Singh has said.
पुलवामा की घटना हुई, 40 से ज्यादा हमारे सीआरपीएफ के लोग मारे गए। क्यों मारे गए? सीआरपीएफ के लोगों ने, डायरेक्टर ने मांग की थी कि ये सेंसिटिव जोन है, इन सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को हवाई जहाज से श्रीनगर से दिल्ली भेजा जाए, लेकिन मोदी जी ने मना कर दिया। क्यों मना कर दिया? पुलवामा जो कि पूरे तरीके से टेररिज्म का एक केंद्र बन चुका है, वहां हर गाड़ी की चेकिंग होती है। वहां एक स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी उल्टी दिशा से आती है, उसकी जांच पड़ताल क्यों नहीं हुई? और जांच पड़ताल भी नहीं हुई, और उसके बाद वो आके टकराती है और हमारे 40 सीआरपीएफ के जवान शहीद हो जाते हैं। आज तक उस घटना की जानकारी न संसद में उन्होंने पेश की, न जनता के सामने रखी। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की बात करते हैं कि हमने इतने लोग मार गिराए, लेकिन प्रमाण कुछ नहीं, केवल झूठ का पुलिंदा से ये राज कर रहे हैं।
All right, so you heard that statement in detail from Digvijay Singh, who has once again questioned the surgical strikes, asking for proof, and has also mentioned the Pulwama attack, questioning the government on it. This has been a repeat when it comes to the Congress, questioning the surgical strikes and the valor of our forces. The Vadra Congress this time taking the Gupkar line and echoing exactly what was spoken, where Digvijay has gone on to raise the Pulwama strike and blamed the reigning government over why no answers were given in the parliament on the same. He's questioned why intel inputs were not taken seriously, and once again bringing to the fore the Pulwama attack. So this is the Vadra Congress blaming the government. They had questioned the surgical strikes earlier on, not having faith in our forces, questioning the valor of our forces. And remember, this has been done by several top leaders of the Congress party. And Digvijay Singh now once again stoking controversy, saying that there is no proof on the surgical strike. He's asking for proof on the surgical strike, and this certainly has angered the forces once again, as we are trying to get you voices of defense experts and army veterans who are angered by this repeat pattern of the Congress party when it comes to questioning the valor of our forces, the surgical strikes time and again, and this time Digvijay Singh having raised the Pulwama attack. Listen.
पुलवामा की घटना हुई, 40 से ज्यादा हमारे सीआरपीएफ के लोग मारे गए। क्यों मारे गए? सीआरपीएफ के लोगों ने, डायरेक्टर ने मांग की थी कि सेंसिटिव जोन है, इन सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को हवाई जहाज से श्रीनगर से दिल्ली भेजा जाए, लेकिन मोदी जी ने मना कर दिया। क्यों मना कर दिया? पुलवामा, जो कि पूरे तरीके से टेररिज्म का एक केंद्र बन चुका है, वहां हर गाड़ी की चेकिंग होती है। वहां एक स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी उल्टी दिशा से आती है, उसकी जांच पड़ताल क्यों नहीं हुई? और जांच पड़ताल भी नहीं हुई, और उसके बाद वो आके टकराती है और हमारे 40 सीआरपीएफ के जवान शहीद हो जाते हैं। आज तक उस घटना की जानकारी
Pak Parast party from opposing the abrogation of Article 370, doubting the bravery and shaurya of our braves, questioning them, saying unki pitai ho gayi, when it comes to our braves giving a muhtod jawab to those who are trying to create trouble, or trying to question the surgical strikes, trying to question the Balakot airstrike, demanding proof, blaming India itself for Pulwama. Digvijay Singh in the past too has tried to shift the blame of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism onto India. He had said 26/11 was done by Indians, by groups in India, and tried to give a clean check to Pakistan. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and Randeep Surjewala also tried to blame Pulwama on India. This is the same Congress party that tried to blame Samjhauta blast onto India and gave Pakistan a clean sheet. Therefore, INC is no longer Indian National Congress, it has become PPP, Pak Parast party.
क्या करना है सर आपका?
आज जब पूरा देश पराक्रम दिवस को मना रहा है,
So that's the first BJP reaction that is coming in. Shahzad Poonawalla having hit out at the Vadra Congress, as remember, this is not the first time. Several such instances that can be removed of how the Congress has gone on to question our forces, question the valor of our forces, asking for proof for the surgical strikes. And this has also led to a fight in the parliament where the Congress leaders have time and again raised this. This time around, Digvijay Singh making the same statement and also raising the Pulwama attack. Now, a striking similarity between the line that Pakistan takes, the line that China takes, the line that the Gupkar gang takes, and exactly what is echoed by the Congress time and again. So, this is certainly what the Congress is questioned for, but while they completely choose to evade that question, it is the Congress party once again raising the surgical strikes, questioning the valor of our forces, and BJP calling the Congress a Pak Parast party, saying that the Congress loves to attack the morale of our forces. They exactly mirror what Pakistan, China and now the Gupkar League are saying. But they go on to attack our forces. Sardar R.P. Singh is with me on the phone line. Very good afternoon to you. Your response to Digvijay Singh's statement and this repeat pattern of the Congress.
Digvijay Singh is a regular offender, and then he keeps doing it again and again. Remember, after 26/11, he also said that it was not done by Pakistan. It was done by RSS. Now he's raising question on surgical strike, and Congress has been doing this again and again. It has been the line of the Congress, which they have raised question on the surgical strike, Balakot, the air strike. And its other colleagues also have done the same. But it's very shameful that they keep doing this, and then that hurts the morale of the army. One of his colleagues has called the general of the army sadak chap sort of language, which has been used by him, his colleague. But only option is the proof which can be given to these guys is that next time Major Rohit Suri, who headed the surgical strike, should any major who conducts the surgical strike should carry Mr. Digvijay Singh along, bundle him along, and leave him there in the Pakistan only, because he likes to speaks Pakistan language.
And this is what the Congress has been doing time and again, where we see Digvijay Singh, Sandeep Dikshit. In fact, so many of those instances and statements that have been made by the Congress party, where they question our forces, they question the valor of our forces, once again asking for proof for the surgical strikes, questioning Rafale, stoking a controversy when it comes to the LAC position, mirroring exactly what China or Pakistan or in this case even the Gupkar gang is saying, and questioning the intent of the government.
Of the Gupkar gang, and then they keep doing it again and again as part of the strategy. It's their late party strategy. They have to raise question on all Indian institutions, including the army. And then the saddest part is that they, by doing so, they are questioning the valor of the army, and it hurts the moral of the army. And not only the army, it hurts the moral of the nation also. Indians have great respect and great regard for the Indian army, and when they question Indian army, it means they are questioning the faith of the Indians as such. And Indian army has been independent army, and Indian army has the spokesperson of Indian army has come on record and has given details of the surgical strike and even the Balakot. So as I said earlier, the major who led the surgical strike should take him along and dump him there itself in Pakistan.
Right. RP Singh, many thanks for speaking to us. Tom Vadakan is also with us on the phone line. Very good afternoon to you, sir. Your late reaction on what Digvijay Singh has said. Of course, on similar lines of what has been spoken by the Congress time and again when it comes to questioning the valor of our forces, but this time again stoking a controversy, asking for proof on the surgical strikes.
A habit with the Congress party. When their narrative fails, when their yatra has failed, and then they got exposed on the vaccine, now they have to set another narrative. The fact of the matter is the Indian Army and international observers have established beyond doubt that there was a surgical strike. Now, at this juncture, raising this is basically diversionary tactics and trying to create a situation where there is, the army is being attacked. It's now the government that's being attacked. So let us face the fact that they have been doing this regularly, and the whole attempt is to create, lower the morale of the Indian Army. And that doesn't work. Indian Army is established, and they don't take such political games seriously because they know what they have done, and they will match it further at any given time, at any given spot.
All right, Tom Vadakan, many thanks for speaking to us this afternoon. Rashid Alvi is also with us on the phone line. Rashid Alvi, fact is that this is a repeat line taken by the Congress, and people have read through it, and to really push this narrative over and over again when it has failed, will it work? Can the Congress continue to do this, questioning our forces?
Actually,
and it rather backfires on them.
Actually, problem is Bharatiya Janata Party, they think army is a organization, one of the big organization of Bharatiya Janata Party. Army belongs to this country. Army belongs to no political party. Every citizen of the country is proud of the army. Congress party also have respect for every soldier of the country. But if we are asking, there should be investigation, whatever it happened, what is wrong in it? We trust our army, but we do not trust this government. That is the problem. This government is not stable at all. It was the statement of the government of India that we have made videography of that surgical strike. If anybody, any citizen is asking, please show me What is wrong in it? What is wrong in it? It is BJP which.
But what
which
proof
has
do you
been
need,
trying
Rashid
to
Alvi? It is
politicize.
the man who was in charge of that operation who has spoken of what had happened. And fact is that the Congress continues to do this. Question our forces every single time. Yes, sir, you're very much within the right as the opposition to question the government. But why is it that the valor of our forces, and rightly like you said, the forces belong to the country, why politicize their forces every single time?
Actually, I do not know whether you remember or you don't remember. Sushma ji, she is not with us, but she gave a very different statement. Amit Shah ji gave very different statement. Yogi Adityanath, and everybody was giving statements, but all statements were different from each other. That is the reason that Congress party and we are raising this issue. And madam, I am sorry to say, you can ask me as many questions as you want to ask, but you never ask any questions from BJP. Just now, whatever he wanted to speak, I do not know who was representing Bharatiya Janata Party. You were sitting silently. He was talking against Bharat Jodo Yatra. He was talking about COVID, and you were absolutely silent.
Rashid Alvi, but this is about the Congress questioning the forces. The Congress asking for proof on the surgical strikes.
Because
no, but by taking that line every single time, it is not going to work, sir.
Madam,
and Shazia Ilmi, I'm being told, is also with us on the phone line. Shazia, if you'd want to answer that for Rashid Alvi.
So by every time saying that
it is about siding the government, then how does one possibly question you also? When you raise fingers on the forces, when you raise fingers on national security, when statements are made very leniently on the situation on the LAC and LOC. All right, Rashid Alvi not with us on the phone line right now, but those are the voices coming in from the BJP and the Congress as the Congress is demanding proof on the surgical strikes yet again. Statements that have been made from 2016 onwards, and they continue. As the BJP puts it, that this is a failed attempt of the Congress when Bharat Jodo Yatra has not worked, when narratives pushed against the government have not worked. They continue to stick to this line, but Digvijay Singh questioning our forces yet again, and the striking similarity of the nature of statements made by the Congress that resemble what Pakistan and China and the Gupkar League say is something that is staring at the Congress yet again. Listen into what Digvijay Singh has said.
पुलवामा की घटना हुई, 40 से ज्यादा हमारे सीआरपीएफ के लोग मारे गए। क्यों मारे गए? सीआरपीएफ के लोगों ने, डायरेक्टर ने मांग की थी कि ये सेंसिटिव जोन है, इन सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को हवाई जहाज से श्रीनगर से दिल्ली भेजा जाए, लेकिन मोदी जी ने मना कर दिया। क्यों मना कर दिया? पुलवामा जो कि पूरे तरीके से टेररिज्म का एक केंद्र बन चुका है, वहां हर गाड़ी की चेकिंग होती है। वहां एक स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी उल्टी दिशा से आती है, उसकी जांच पड़ताल क्यों नहीं हुई? और जांच पड़ताल भी नहीं हुई, और उसके बाद वो आके टकराती है और हमारे 40 सीआरपीएफ के जवान शहीद हो जाते हैं। आज तक उस घटना की जानकारी ना संसद में उन्होंने पेश की, ना जनता के सामने रखी। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की बात करते हैं कि हमने इतने लोग मार गिराए, लेकिन प्रमाण कुछ नहीं, केवल झूठ का पुलिंदा से ये राज कर रहे हैं।
And now we have BJP leader Jaiveer Shergill joining us. Jaiveer, so Congress is at it again.
Congress is at it again, and now once again demanding proof for the surgical strikes, raising question on the valor of our soldiers. It's as if the Congress is deliberately doing it. The Vadra Congress, Javeer, is now deliberately doing it, raising questions on the valor of our soldiers. Javeer Shergill.
Not surprised at all, and neither the nation is surprised, because siding with the enemy has become Congress's trait, Congress's character. Siding with the enemy is now alpha and omega of Congress's existence. Where the viewers must listen to this. It is not a coincidence that whenever our adversary or enemy, whether it is China or Pakistan, does any misadventure in India, Congress is always seen siding with them. When it comes to Pakistan, they want proof of surgical strike. When it comes to China, Congress says Chinese soldiers beat up Indian soldiers. Congress is fast transforming from an Indian political party into a Pakistan-China franchisee or a Pakistan-China's lawyer. Now, Indians are disappointed that Pakistan and Congress has tied up to prove that there was no surgical strike in Pakistan. Congress and Pakistan have entered into a Gathbandhan to prove that Indian soldiers did not give a befitting reply to Pakistan's misadventure in our nation. I think the Congress owes an apology. Mr. Rahul Gandhi owes an apology. Mr. Kharge owes an apology. And Mr. Digvijay Singh, if Congress wants to
Javeer.
If Congress wants to prove, this will be the litmus test. If Congress wants to prove that this is not their official stand, then they must expel Mr. Digvijay Singh. Otherwise...
But how many times, Javeer Shergill? How many times and how many leaders? Javeer Shergill, you've been in the Congress for a long time to understand this, and now you've left it because of a reason. But I'll just say this, Javeer. How many leaders do you feel, and do you feel that an apology will be enough? This is not for the first time. And how many leaders will do it? How many leaders of theirs will question the valor of our soldiers? Will they ask proof from our soldiers and stand with Pakistan or with China at times? Why? And what an apology. And how many times will the Congress party come out and say that this is not our official stand, when leader after leader, day after day, they do the same thing? They are raising a question on our soldiers, on Indian Army, Javeer. How long?
I think you raise a very valid point. I opened by saying not surprised, because now nation and voters know Congress's trait is to side with the enemy. It is not apology. That is the Congress's present existential crisis. Voters punished them in 2014. They did not understand. Voters punished them in 2019. They did not understand. Now voters will again give them a harsher punishment in 2024. And the rate at which Congress is spewing venom against our armed forces, against the country, there will be soon, I think, their national party status will also be lost.
No, that's okay. Their national status will be lost, but the people of this country can see through this now, Javeer Shergill. And this is happening. And this is being deliberately done.
It is a fixed match. It is a sinister strategy. The motive must be interrogated, that why Congress is always siding with Pakistan or China when it comes to India. It needs to be investigated. What is the understanding? What is the back channel understanding going on between Pakistan, China and Congress, which ensures that Congress speaks as a spokesperson and lawyer of these two nations which are having an evil or a bad eye on India. It is a matter of thorough...
No, and the timing is such, Javeer, that Rahul Gandhi's so-called Bharat Jodo Yatra is going to start in Jammu and Kashmir, and this statement by Digvijay Singh, the man who used to call himself as the political guru of Rahul Gandhi, it's being timed. It's being timed to the perfection. And Congress party does not understand that what is happening.
There is much. I am glad you brought out the Bharat Jodo Yatra in J&K. It is much more than Mr. Digvijay Singh's statement. Bharat Jodo Yatra has now today tied up with Mehbooba Mufti and Mr. Farooq Abdullah, who propagate that Pakistan should be spoken to for Kashmir. So tying up with people, Pakistan supporters, and now siding with Pakistan as far as proof of surgical strike concerned shows that this is a fixed, well thought out strategy to lower the morale of the nation, lower the morale of our forces by
absolutely
joining hands with people who support Pakistan and now seeking the proof of the
Right,
surgical
Javier.
strike. Thank you.
Right, Javier. So that was BJP leader Javier Shergill. I'm also joined in by my colleague Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, so one after the other, leader after leader, and now it's Digvijay Singh. And BJP is saying that it's a part of a big sinister plan. This connection of the Congress, of this Vadra Congress, and with Pakistan and with China, that every time the Congress party leader seems to be standing with not the Indian forces, but with Pakistan and China. How can this be accepted? So it's a very big question now, which the Congress party really needs to come out and answer. They are taking out a so-called Bharat Jodo Yatra and their leaders one after the other. And every time such a statement happens, the Congress party says this is not our statement. But this is not happening, viewers, for the first time. This is not happening for the first time. Digvijay Singh is not the first leader. Leader after leader, neta after neta. And this time, Abhishek, it's being timed with the so-called Bharat Jodo Yatra of Rahul Gandhi. Yes, Abhishek.
Well, Aishwarya, you rightly mentioned this is not the first time, this is the nth time. And remember, as we were having this conversation when the story broke, briefings have happened. The top brass really came out and briefed the entire nation immediately after the surgical strikes, the Uri surgical strikes and the Balakot air strike. Then subsequently, we have had at least twice, possibly more than that, our chiefs going in and briefing the parliamentarians through the standing committee mechanism. So Digvijay Singh is essentially fooling around, Aishwarya, and it's really unfortunate that his leadership of the party is letting him go away with it, and which makes us believe that this is nothing but politics, and to a level where the Congress party is absolutely comfortable dragging in our armed forces, demoralizing our Jawans, just in aid and objects of its political agenda. And that's something I believe which would be the matter of discussion and debate all through the day, Aishwarya, as it builds up towards in the evening.
No, Abhishek, but an anti-army...
But this is really something...
No, absolutely, Abhishek, but this anti-army agenda of the Vadra Congress, as we've been saying, this is not for the first time, but they are now deliberately timing it. And they are calling this yatra of Rahul Gandhi as Bharat Jodo, and they comment against our forces, they question the valor of our soldiers, and they say that they are taking out Bharat Jodo Yatra, when they side and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Pakistanis and the Chinese and not with the Indian soldiers. What is happening? Do they really feel that the people of the country can't see through? That the people whose support they are seeking for can't see through that what exactly their leaders are doing? It won't work, Abhishek, this time around, that if Mallikarjun Kharge comes out and says that this is Digvijay Singh's personal comment and not that of the Congress party. Because it's not happening for the first time. So this strategy or whatever, a well planned out, chalked out statement being made by Digvijay Singh. Yeah. We have a leader on the phone line as well, Abhishek. We are going to go to him as well.
I'm told.
Yes, we have General J.J. Singh with us.
Ashwarya, I'm told
we have General J.J. Singh with us. Abhishek, General.
Yeah, go ahead, Ashwarya, go ahead.
General, can you hear us, General?
I can hear you. Yes, say. Give me your question.
General, leader after leader of the Congress party, leader after leader, General. This kind of anti-army statements being made, General.
Well, I can only say one thing. They must know and read history of Indian Army, and they would know how well we have conducted ourselves in each and every operation, and we have been winners through and through, except for a brief issue as far as the 1962 is concerned, for which the army is not to be responsible. It was the politicians who decided that China and India should be friends and we will not have a war. So that is the only occasion. But I'm very upset at the fact that people are questioning the valor, the bravery, the operational efficiency and the results produced by the Army and the Air Force and the Navy in various operations. Firstly, I would like them to know that they should never trust Pakistan because Pakistan is a nation where they hid Osama bin Laden near the military academy, and from the president down to the lowest sepoy told lies. So a nation which tells lies, and it is proven more than once, and the credibility is very, very low in the world. I don't think our leaders should fall into the trap of listening to their stories. As far as the surgical strikes are concerned, Pakistan is very capable of cleaning up the act and then take observers and say, "Dekho kuch nahi hua." But before that, they removed all the casualties and they removed all the debris of the destruction caused to the terrorist camps. So I don't know how our opposition leaders are saying such baseless statements, and I think they should learn and read about our military's actions and the history books which describe these actions. Thank you.
Sir, I have, General Jay Singh, sir, I have one more question to you. You know, surgical strikes happened. The Uri surgical strikes, they were not the first. I think Indian Army has had the capacity and in fact, indeed, carried out a couple of similar operations earlier also, including one, for example, in our eastern sector along the Myanmar border. So, I believe the government just decided to come out and make it public to tell the world that India's patience is really running out and that the world needs to do something about Pakistan, otherwise we are fully capable of it, a sort of a trailer of which we gave through the Uri surgical strikes. So in that sense, the Congress party seems to be in breach of a bipartisan consensus that when it comes to our defense and foreign security policy, there has to be a continuum, there has to be a continuity, and it has to be respected.
But the irony is that the Congress party, the party which has ruled the country, the party which has been in power for a majority of the time, does not understand that. And leader after leader, Abhishek, that's what we've been stressing upon. And this is not for the first time. We have General G.D. Bakshi also live with us on our sister channel, Republic Bharat. Yeah, we have another phone-in coming in. Abhishek, if you can take that. Yeah, we have Mr. Vishwas Sarang, Minister from Madhya Pradesh. Sarang साहब, एक के बाद एक कांग्रेस नेता और दिग्विजय सिंह हमारे सेनाओं के ऊपर और हमारे सैनिकों के शौर्य के ऊपर सवाल उठाते आए हैं। अब एक बार फिर हम देख रहे हैं दिग्विजय सिंह, जो कि अपने आप को राहुल गांधी के पॉलिटिकल गुरु मानते हैं, अब वो सवाल उठा रहे हैं और जम्मू कश्मीर में जाके उठा रहे हैं। सारंग साहब,
देखिए, इससे ज्यादा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण अनफॉर्चुनेट क्या होगा कि कांग्रेस लगातार सेना और सैनिकों पर प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाती है। आप विचार करिए, इस तरह के गैर जिम्मेदाराना और देशद्रोह के बयान उन सैनिकों के परिवार को कितना दुख पहुंचाते होंगे जिनके वीर सैनिक, जिनके घर के चिराग हिंदुस्तान की सीमा की रक्षा के लिए शहीद हो गए, उन क्या बीतती होगी। और देखिए, ये कांग्रेस का एजेंडा है। कांग्रेस हर समय सेना का, सैनिकों का अपमान किया है और दिग्विजय सिंह जैसे नेता ये पाकिस्तान परस्ती की बातें करते हैं। हर समय ये उन फोर्सेस के बयान को रिपीट करते हैं जो हिंदुस्तान की आबो हवा को, हिंदुस्तान की एकता अखंडता को कहीं ना कहीं तार तार करना चाहती है। दिग्विजय सिंह जी पहले भी आतंकवादियों को समर्थन देने की बात करते आए हैं, पहले भी सेना के खिलाफ बात करते आए हैं, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो, एयर स्ट्राइक हो, हर समय कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने उस पर प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाया है। और ये केवल कांग्रेस नहीं है, कहीं ना कहीं मैं ये मानता हूं कि इसमें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय साजिश है और वो देश जो हिंदुस्तान को कमजोर करना चाहते हैं, उनके एजेंडे पर ये बयान दे रहे हैं।
पर सारंग साहब, ये जी ओके, so thank you so much Vishwas Sarang. So that was a minister in the Madhya Pradesh government. Niranjan Vishwasarang literally questioning Digvijay Singh and saying that this is not for the first time and it cannot be just termed as individual comments coming from these senior Congress leaders. This seems to be the thought process of the Vadra Congress.
Now, I want Aishwarya and Abhishek to both stay with us because I just wanted to show the pictures that we have of both these strikes. On the right of my screen, this is the big screen, the big wall, where you can see the 2016 surgical strike proof. Abhishek and Aishwarya, both of you have been involved in this broadcast when we broke the proof of the surgical strike. Remember in 2017 when the strike proof for the first time, the videos came out. It was Republic TV that put out the videos, something that other channels tried to catch up. It took them hours, perhaps days to catch up and get all the videos. But we had put out the videos of the 2016 surgical strike on Republic when we accessed it, the way this entire operation was carried out, when our armed forces caught Pakistani terrorists by surprise. Now, the Indian Army and those involved in this operation, the para forces included, went on record to claim that at least 50 to 80 casualties had taken place, and some of which has been captured on camera. And this is the Balakot strike. In the Balakot strike, anywhere between 100 to 300 terrorists were killed inside Balakot when one of our planes entered Pakistani territory and struck a Pakistan terrorist camp where over 100 had died. 100 to 300 were killed. The official numbers we'll never know, but over 100 were killed. Details and pictures, satellite images that showed that there was an impact at this particular hideout. And Abhishek, you will remember that. Once again, I'm showing you both the pictures. This is the 2016 surgical strike when India entered Pakistani territory, caught them on the back foot. Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists were also killed in an operation that involved para forces. And the Balakot strike, we put out the satellite images that showed the impact on the ground. That showed the missile impact. Look at this, missile impact on the building that was struck. The Spice missiles, the Israeli-made Spice missiles had struck these terror camps in Pakistan. And even the Pakistani army, believe it or not, when the 2016 strikes took place here, when the 2016 surgical strikes took place, let's show this video, please. This is a 2016 surgical strike proof. Even Pakistan had admitted that it had suffered some casualties. They never put a number to it. But they admitted that yes, there was a strike conducted. They were forced to admit. And in the case of the 2019 surgical strike in Balakot, when we conducted the Balakot strike, Pakistan tried to be in denial. They hoarded all the American and the foreign media who tried to, at that point of time, during the Imran Khan government, they tried to peddle a Pakistani narrative, taken only to locations where the Pakistani government and the Pakistani army wanted them. They even went on record to say that. But so many eyewitness accounts from Pakistan have confirmed that these attacks had taken place from inside Pakistan, not India, but inside Pakistan. And let alone the reports and the proof that was put out, our armed forces have gone on record. And the Vadra Congress today is contradicting our own army, not for the first time. There are so many comments, Abhishek and Aishwarya. There are at least 10 comments that we counted that since 2016. Let me go back to Abhishek and Aishwarya. Abhishek and Aishwarya, both of you have covered this story, right? And we've seen the proof, both times conclusive, both times showing not just in the 2016 surgical strike, we had the videos that were recorded while the operations were taking place. Some of the head-mounted cameras of our forces, the footage was accessed by Republic TV of exactly how the attacks had taken place and how we had gone into the Pakistani territory and we had struck them. Let me go across and once again play out what the Congress party has said, why there is so much anger across India. You just heard the former army chief lambast those parties that continue to ask for sabut. Here's what Digvijay Singh said. Listen into that, and then we get to the videos and the proof.
पुलवामा की घटना हुई, 40 से ज्यादा हमारे सीआरपीएफ के लोग मारे गए। क्यों मारे गए? सीआरपीएफ के लोगों ने, डायरेक्टर ने मांग की थी कि ये सेंसिटिव जोन है, इन सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को हवाई जहाज से श्रीनगर से दिल्ली भेजा जाए, लेकिन मोदी जी ने मना कर दिया। क्यों मना कर दिया? पुलवामा जो कि पूरे तरीके से टेररिज्म का एक केंद्र बन चुका है, वहां हर गाड़ी की चेकिंग होती है। वहां एक स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी उल्टी दिशा से आती है, उसकी जांच पड़ताल क्यों नहीं हुई? और जांच पड़ताल भी नहीं हुई, और उसके बाद वो आके टकराती है और हमारे 40 सीआरपीएफ के जवान शहीद हो जाते हैं। आज तक उस घटना की जानकारी ना संसद में उन्होंने पेश की, ना जनता के सामने रखी। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की बात करते हैं कि हमने इतने लोग मार गिराए, लेकिन प्रमाण कुछ नहीं। केवल झूठ का पुलिंदा से ये राज कर रहे हैं। पुलवामा की घटना हुई, 40 से ज्यादा हमारे सीआरपीएफ के लोग मारे गए। क्यों मारे गए? सीआरपीएफ के लोगों ने, डायरेक्टर ने मांग की थी कि सेंसिटिव जोन है, इन सीआरपीएफ के जवानों को हवाई जहाज से श्रीनगर से दिल्ली भेजा जाए, लेकिन मोदी जी ने मना कर दिया। क्यों मना कर दिया? पुलवामा जो कि पूरे तरीके से टेररिज्म का एक केंद्र बन चुका है, वहां हर गाड़ी की चेकिंग होती है। वहां एक स्कॉर्पियो गाड़ी उल्टी दिशा से आती है, उसकी जांच पड़ताल क्यों नहीं हुई? और जांच पड़ताल भी नहीं हुई, और उसके बाद वो आके टकराती है और हमारे 40 सीआरपीएफ के जवान शहीद हो जाते हैं। आज तक उस घटना की जानकारी ना संसद में उन्होंने पेश की, ना जनता के सामने रखी। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की बात करते हैं कि हमने इतने लोग मार गिराए, लेकिन प्रमाण कुछ नहीं। केवल झूठ का पुलिंदा से ये राज कर रहे हैं।
Major General P.K. Sehgal is joining us on the broadcast. Samiksha is also on the broadcast with us. Samiksha, Abhishek, Aishwarya also on the broadcast. So we'll get all our teams in. And Major General P.K. Sehgal, you heard that comment, sir. It's not the first. We're not sure it's going to be the last, but it sounds eerily similar to what Pakistan has been claiming on the surgical strikes. It matches what Pakistan has been claiming. Sorry to say that, but that's the truth.
Digvijay Singh's statement is most disgusting and absolutely falsification of facts. Indian Army, post-independence, has emerged as one of the most respectable and regarded army the world over. Its professionalism and competence is accepted by everybody. It is all.
Responding to what Digvijay Singh has said, the story is getting much bigger. It's live. Let's cut across any second now. The news conference will be live. This is the BJP's emergency briefing after Digvijay Singh asked for proof, saying there's no proof of the surgical strike. Standing by for the news conference to begin in the national capital.
सभी पत्रकार बंधुओं को मेरा नमस्कार। ये जो प्रेस वार्ता है, ये जो अभी कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता हैं दिग्विजय सिंह, उनका एक आपत्तिजनक बयान सभी चैनल पे चल रहा है और बड़े भारी मन से यह कहना पड़ रहा है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का चरित्र भारत जोड़ो यात्रा तो नाम की है, भारत को तोड़ने का कार्य स्वयं राहुल गांधी और तमाम कांग्रेस के नेता उनके इशारे पर कर रहे हैं। सुर्खियों में बने रहने के लिए गैर जिम्मेदाराना बयान देना, यह कांग्रेस पार्टी का चरित्र है। लेकिन आप भारतीय सेना के खिलाफ बोलेंगे, यह भारत बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। यह भी सब जानते हैं कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को नफरत है। लेकिन श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से नफरत करते करते ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि राहुल गांधी और दिग्विजय सिंह अब अंधे हो गए हैं। उनको अपनी जिम्मेदारी का एहसास भी अब नहीं है। देश के लिए भक्ति भाव भी जो है वो समाप्त हो गया है। और जिस तरह के बयान दिग्विजय सिंह ने आज दिए और कहा कि सेना सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक का प्रमाण दे, वो प्रमाण नहीं आया। तो कुछ अहम बातें जो देश के हर नागरिक के दिल की बात है, जो भाव है, वो मैं आपके समक्ष रखूंगा। ऐसा लगता है कि श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो मजबूत नेतृत्व भारत को दे रहे हैं और हमारी वीर सेना जो पूरे विश्व में सबसे ज्यादा वीर है, अपनी वीरता दिखाती है और आतंकी मुल्क को घुस के ठोकती है, तो एक तो दर्द होता है उस पड़ोसी मुल्क को, पाकिस्तान को। और सालों साल से ये जख्म कांग्रेस पार्टी के हृदय में भी अभी भी है। ये दर्द साफ प्रतीत हो रहा है। मैं आज राहुल गांधी, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, सोनिया गांधी, इन सबको तथ्यों के आधार पे कुछ याद दिलाता हूं। जब पुलवामा हमला हुआ, हमारे वीर सैनिक तिरंगे के लिए शहीद हुए। एक राजनीतिक दल विपक्ष में है तो क्या हुआ, उसकी एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है। याद करिए किस तरह से आधे घंटे के अंदर कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो चीफ स्पोक्स पर्सन थे रणदीप सुरजेवाला, आधे घंटे के अंदर उनका क्या बयान आया। उनका पहला बयान आया, दिस इज द रिजल्ट ऑफ होम ग्रोन टेररिज्म। होम ग्रोन टेररिज्म। उनके अनुसार, कांग्रेस पार्टी के अनुसार, यह आवश्यक था कि एक आतंकी मुल्क को क्लीन चिट दे दी जाए। यह स्टेज 1 थी। इसके बाद यह विश्वास हर नागरिक का श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और वीर सेना पर था। चाहे सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की बात हो या बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक की बात हो, ऐसा करारा जवाब दिया जाएगा इस आतंकी मुल्क को कि वो जान जाएंगे कि भारत की ताकत जब राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति हो और उसके साथ हमारी वीर सेना हो, तो कुकर्मों का, आतंकवाद फैलाने का जो परिणाम होता है वो भुगतना पड़ता है। जब सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई तो स्टेज 2 थी। सेना ने प्रमाण नहीं दिया है। सेना ने प्रमाण नहीं दिया है। आज जब ये यात्रा, जिसका असली मकसद है भारत को खंडित करना, यह प्रतीत हो गया अब, तो आपकी जिम्मेदारी यह है कि इस तरह के बयान पुनः दोहराएं। यह अपने आप में दर्शाता है राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी का भारत की जो संवैधानिक प्रणाली है उसमें विश्वास नहीं है। हमारी वीर सेना, उस पे इनका विश्वास नहीं है। और बार बार इस तरह के सवाल उठाकर ये हर नागरिक का अपमान करते हैं और देश की सेना का अपमान करते हैं। ये चार्ज यहां से हम इन पे लगाते हैं। इसके साथ ही मैं ये भी आपको बता दूं कि केवल सवाल रणदीप सुरजेवाला या राहुल गांधी ने नहीं उठाए। शीर्ष नेतृत्व जब इशारा करता है तो इस तरह के बयान आते हैं। सैम पित्रोदा, उन्होंने पुनः पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट देते हुए कहा, पुलवामा हमले के लिए पाकिस्तान को जिम्मेदार नहीं ठहराना चाहिए। क्या कार्रवाई हुई उन पे? इसी कड़ी में बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू कह रहे थे, कोई आतंकी मारा नहीं गया है, हां पेड़ पर कौवे बैठे थे, वो कौवे मर गए हैं। ये क्या दर्शाता है? जब भी हमारी वीर सेना अपना पराक्रम दिखाती है तो सबसे ज्यादा दर्द उस देश को होता है जिसको सबक सिखाया जाता है, जो कि पूरे विश्व में अपनी आतंकवादी गतिविधियों के लिए जाना जाता है। और दर्द यह दुखद है कि यहां भारत में जो विपक्षी पार्टी है कांग्रेस पार्टी को होता है। इसके बाद स्टेज 2 के बाद स्टेज 3 आई। स्टेज 3 क्या थी? स्टेज 3 ये थी कि आरटीआई लगाई। आरटीआई में देखिए, राहुल गांधी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी को सब पता है, वो सोने का नाटक करते हैं। आरटीआई क्वेरी हुई, उसमें पूछा गया सेना से, तो डीजीएमओ ने जो उत्तर दिया वो मैं आपके समक्ष इसलिए रख रहा हूं, ये बार बार कहते हैं कि प्रमाण दो, खाता ना बही, जो सेना हमारे देश की कहे वो ही सही। सवाल था, हाउ मेनी सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स वर कैरिड आउट फ्रॉम 2004 टू 2014, प्रोवाइड मी विद ईयर वाइज लिस्ट विद कंट्री नेम। एंड तीसरा प्रश्न था, हाउ मेनी ऑफ आवर ब्रेव सोल्जर्स हैव लॉस्ट देयर लाइव्स इन सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक। तो पहला जो उत्तर दिया वो दिया, इंडियन आर्मी कंक्लूडेड सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स अलोंग द LC on September 29, 2016. No Indian soldiers lost his life during surgical strikes. And इसके बाद जो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट कहा कि इससे पहले सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक नहीं हुई है। तो सबसे पहला क्लेम था कि पाकिस्तान को क्लीन चिट दो, इसको अंदरूनी आतंकवाद बताओ। जब वहां सफल नहीं हुए तो कहने लगे कि सेना ही झूठी है, प्रमाण नहीं देती है, और जब यह भी विफल हो गया तो कहने लगे सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी तो क्या बड़ी बात है। देखिए, एक तस्वीर आई थी उस वक्त, 2 मई 2019, राजीव शुक्ला ने कहा हमने 6 सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी थी। राहुल गांधी 1 दिसंबर 2018 कहते हैं हमने 3 सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी थी। अशोक गहलोत 13 मार्च 2019 में कहते हैं हमने 15 सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी थी। मणिशंकर अय्यर जो पाकिस्तान से कहते हैं मदद करो, भारत का लोकतंत्र खतरे में है, कांग्रेस सत्ता में कैसे आएगी, वो 4 सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक बता रहे थे। रणदीप सुरजेवाला 3 बता रहे थे। सुशील शिंदे जी 3 बता रहे थे। और सिद्धारमैया ने कहा 10 से 12। ये क्यों बताना आवश्यक है? पहली बात, आपने कहा कि सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक का प्रमाण दो सेना को। सेना पे विश्वास अटूट होता है, अडिग होता है, राजनीति से परे होता है। अगर सेना ने कह दिया सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई है, उसका प्रमाण आप बार बार मांगते हो, यह अपने आप में दर्शाता है कि आपका विश्वास हमारी वीर सेना पर भी नहीं है। और जब सेना स्पष्ट कर देती है कि एक सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई है, उससे पहले नहीं हुई है, तो आप राजनीतिक लाभ लेने के लिए बताने लगते हैं कि इससे पहले भी 12 हुई, 15 हुई, 3 हुई। मकसद यह है कि अगर देश मजबूत हो रहा है, देश में ऐसा राजनीतिक नेतृत्व है जिसकी नीति है जीरो टॉलरेंस फॉर टेररिज्म, तो आपको सबसे ज्यादा कष्ट होता है। और इसीलिए आप इस तरह का चाहते हैं कि वहम हर किसी के मस्तिष्क में, मन में हो, लेकिन वहम केवल और केवल कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर है। भारत का नागरिक अपने राजनीतिक नेतृत्व पर और भारतीय सेना पर पूरा पूरा विश्वास करता है। यह बताने के बाद आज एक बात जो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है, मैं राहुल गांधी जी को याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, 26/11 का आतंकी हमला भारत पर हुआ। हमारे देश पर यह एक हमला था और रिस्पॉन्स में फर्क क्या था, मैं यह बताना चाहूंगा। तत्कालीन एयर चीफ मार्शल फाली होमी मेजर जी ने तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री मनमोहन सिंह जी से कहा, हम आतंकी मुल्क को नेस्त नाबूद कर देंगे, आप हरी झंडी दीजिए। लेकिन सेना के हाथ बांध दिए गए। और यह दुख की बात है कि एक सांसद राहुल गांधी, जो पूर्व में अध्यक्ष रहे हैं, उपाध्यक्ष रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के, बड़े ही प्रतिष्ठित अखबार ने एक खबर निकाली 26/11 के हमले के बाद, जब पूरा देश एकजुट था, उस वक्त राहुल गांधी नाच गाना कर रहे थे सुबह तक। रिस्पॉन्स 0। इसलिए नहीं कि हमारी सेना तैयार नहीं थी, लेकिन जो हिम्मत होनी चाहिए, जो 56 इंच की छाती होनी चाहिए कि सेना को खुला हाथ दे दो, वो तय करे कि क्या जवाब देंगे। वो भ्रष्टाचारी, निकम्मी और जिनकी नीयत में खोट है, उस कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार में वो इच्छा शक्ति नहीं थी। और ये बदला क्या? 18 सितंबर 2016 भारत की अखंडता पर हमला होता है, जब आतंकवादी हमला होता है। 28 सितंबर 2016 सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई 10 दिन बाद। पुलवामा का हमला 14 फरवरी 2019। देश की विपक्षी पार्टी हो तो क्या हो, तंज कस रहे